All right, welcome to the Jordan Board of Education study session. Today is August 12th, 2025, and we're excited to be back. It's been a little while since we've been with you, and we hope that everyone has had an opportunity to rest and rejuvenate, and we're looking forward to hearing about your summer adventures. I am Nikki George. I am the president of the Jordan Board of Education, and today we have with us Brian Barnett, Bryce Stenford, Aaron Barrow, Daryl Robinson, Lisa Dean, and we have Suzanne Wood joining us virtually tonight. And Bryce will be in just 1 second. He's just having a conversation. We also have our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Michael Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson, as well as Paul Van Komen, our board attorney. We will go ahead and get started this evening with agenda item A, a discussion on the adoption of fluency materials. I won't even go into per the administrative policy, but we'll go ahead and invite Ms. Goff, Ms. Level to the table.
Thank you. We are just following our policy as it's written there, DE 501, and working through our information that is going to be, we've already had an RFP, and now we are about to have an open house, and so we just would like to present this to you is in one of our first of 2 board meetings, public meetings. We'll have the open house, and then we'll be following up with information about the open house with you. And then it will come back to a business meeting. And some of those dates are in the slides, but I just wanted to let you know that's what this is about. So, Michelle.
Okay, so the purpose of the RFP, we started our UFly implementation last year. The response we got was very, very positive. Teachers really loved it. We saw students really engaging with the phonics and those literacy pieces. We found as UFly does include passages of text that is decodable text that matches the lessons, but in talking with teachers and in classroom observations, we found that there was a need for additional fluency practice. Specifically, teachers really wanted to have and we saw the need as well for UFly aligned decodable text that gave kids multiple opportunities to practice the new skills that they were learning. We want real books in the hands of the kids so they have those opportunities to practice.
So UFly, that's University of Florida. What does that stand for again?
Yes, that is the University of Florida Literacy Institute. It's the phonics curriculum that we started piloting last year.
Thank you.
And are continuing this year. We have seen in our data that, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, but oral reading fluency, or the ORF piece of the data, was one part that we would like to see improved. And oral reading fluency, just like any other skill that you would learn, like playing the piano or learning to dance or anything else, requires practice. And so the more kids practice reading, the better they'll become at reading. So this will just give teachers more opportunities to have those materials to read with their kids. So the outcome of the RFP, that we had 4 companies that were selected. These companies offer high quality materials that are directly aligned to the UFly lessons. Schools will have the choice in the books that best meet the needs of their students, and the pricing for the books will remain constant over 5 years. And those companies that were selected were Pioneer Valley Books, Just Right Readers, La Pria Education, and Benchmark Dynamite Decodables. And each school will be supplied with a base amount of funding through teaching and learning, and then schools can add additional funds as desired, and this will just... We have an open house scheduled. These are the proposed dates for that open house. We want to make it available to teachers and parents. So we have times from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on each of these dates, and we would just invite everyone to come take a look.
These are actual books. They're not digital copies, and so we'll make the information available about the open house via Parent Square. But it will be something that if anybody really wanted to get a hold of, they'd have to come in person. So we'll have all those available.
What grades does this mainly affect? Is it all grades or just elementary?
Kindergarten through second grade, mostly, yes. Students who are in intervention for literacy could also benefit from the extra practice that these books will entail. And one of the things that we were looking at specifically was alignment. We wanted to make sure that if a student was in second grade, that the kind of text that they were going to read would match the level of text that they should be reading at that grade level. So, and that there were multiple opportunities in every book for students to practice the new skill that they were learning. So
just to make sure that I'm understanding the plan properly, this would replace the really great reading piece of Walk to Read. I'm probably saying that wrong. Is that right?
So Really Great Reading was our Tier 1 phonics program that we used for over 5 years. Last year, we started the pilot with UFly, which would be, that's the program, that the Tier 1 program that is replacement for Really Great Reading. And so this would be like a supplement. It's just extra books, phonics books, decodable readers that teachers can have so the kids can just have more practice, more time in text, more opportunities to practice reading.
And we've talked with each school about structuring literacy time so that there is time for students to practice fluency. That's an area where we need to improve, and so these materials will allow for that. And that's partially just analyzing our own outcomes and also looking at other districts and what components they've had in place that have made them successful that we have not had in place. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So it's not replacing, it's adding to.
Adding to.
And does this change like the Walk to Read time in schools? Are we adding more time in order to meet this new program?
So Walk to Read is the Tier 2 structure.
Okay.
And so Walk to Read is that 30-minute block of time where if students are identified in Acadians as being below benchmark, those students are then given a diagnostic where we pinpoint exactly where they're having trouble, and then we place them in lessons that are specific to that instruction. But this is a Tier 1 piece. So this is the literacy instruction. UFly is the literacy instruction that all students get. It's their Tier 1 basic instruction that aligns to the core for reading and reading foundational skills that all students receive. And then this is an opportunity, once they have received the lesson, it's the opportunity to practice those skills. I equate it to taking piano lessons. I don't know if any of you had the, I had to take piano lessons as a child all the way from the time I was 5 till I was a senior. And the teacher always would say, you didn't practice. And so you can have a really great lesson. You can have a great phonics lesson. You can have great instruction. But if you don't practice the skill, if you don't practice those new things, you are unlikely to get better. So this is material that just helps kids practice. They're just books where kids can practice their reading, and they can just have that extra time that we're sure that these books align specifically to the skills and lessons that they're learning.
That feels similar to Wit and Wisdom, where it's like a novel book or a novel-based approach. Help me understand how this is. How
Yeah.
do these pieces all fit together?
These are really
I'm
great
worried
questions.
that we're spending a lot of time already, and I want to be mindful that there is a lot
Sure.
more.
So we're if I don't know how familiar you are with Scarborough's reading rope. That model that we use for reading, where there are two pieces. We've got at the bottom of the reading rope is decoding, and then at the top of the reading rope is language acquisition, and all the pieces that go into language acquisition, like sentence structure, learning new vocabulary, speaking, listening, writing, all of those pieces. So essentially, to be a reader who can comprehend, what we need to have is we have to be able to decode the text, get it off the page, and then we have to understand what that text means and be able to speak and learn about text in general and reading in general. So when we're talking about these, we're really talking about two different things. So UFly is for grades K through 2, and this instruction helps the kids with the decoding. This is the instruction about there are 6 syllable types, and this is all the sounds the letters make. And these are, this is a closed syllable. It means the vowel sound is short. This is a long syllable. A long vowel silent E means the vowel sound is long. So we go through all of that basic instruction about just how to get the words off the page. Wit and Wisdom is different. It's addressing the top half of Scarborough's reading rope. So this is language acquisition, and it's when we have the opportunity to really develop vocabulary, get kids into rich, meaty text where we're talking about things. One of the things, sometimes lower grade teachers especially will say, don't you think we should spend all of our time in decoding and just learning basic skills of reading? And we would do children a disservice if we did that, because we have to develop the language as we're developing the decoding skills. We need students who have a wealth of background knowledge, who are able to speak. Decodable text is notoriously famous for being simple, short sentences. And we don't want to only expose kids to simple, short sentences. We want kids to have, rich language with all different sentence structures, compound sentences and complex sentences that they're being exposed to with rich levels of vocabulary. So we're really doing two things at the same time. By 3rd grade, the decoding piece should be finished. We should be able to say that's a finite skill. There's only so much you can know about decoding. And once you can do the skill, you can do the skill. And so at some point that drops off. But the top half of Scarborough's rope, where we're building language acquisition, we're building knowledge, we're building vocabulary, those are infinite skills. Even at our ages today, we're still learning and building and gaining more information and more knowledge. That's a continual process. So by 3rd grade, though, we should be able to only focus on that part of the rope. And so, except for students who, for some reason, missed it in K2 and need intervention with decoding. So these books focus on just decoding, practicing their decoding skills.
Let me ask a question. So will these books go along with a lesson? Like the teacher will have the lesson and they'll have the books in front of them and be using them in the lesson? And or is it part of the restructuring of literacy time for schools that, like, after the lesson, we're making sure they have time to read by themselves or with a partner or something? Is that kind of along the lines of how it's going to be used?
Yes, these would be after the lesson. It would be that oral reading fluency time in the day where kids have that time just to practice reading, to practice the skills that they're learning, practice decoding. We want them to get fluent. We want them to not have to stop and sound out every word and have that reading be laborious and take all their cognitive load. We want those skills to become automatic and fluent, and so the extra practice is really how that happens. It really is very similar to learning how to play the piano or learning to dance, where those skills you practice and they become automatic at some point, and then we can spend the rest of our time when we're reading text focusing on the text and what the author is saying, not focusing on how to get the words off the page.
Sorry, go ahead.
If a student needs extra practice, can they take these books home? Is that kind of up to the teacher, or do they make copies and send them home, or?
These books are not ones that you could make copies of. There are other kinds of books that you could send home. Like the reading passages that come with UFly. Those, they're not books, they're just passages. Those could be sent home. Teachers could potentially send these books home. There is always that risk of making sure they get back, because these resources are not inexpensive, and we want to make sure that they remain in schools.
I don't want to keep asking the same question, but you said this time already exists in the day. We're not adding to the amount of time that we're focusing on.
Yes, for grades K through 2, there was a restructuring this year of that time allotment document that provides that time, and this is basically after interviewing and talking with over 200 teachers and asking them if they're reading enough, if they felt like they were reading enough with their kids in the classroom. Overwhelmingly, they said they felt like that kids needed more reading practice. When we asked them what were roadblocks in that, making that happen, they said that they felt like they needed an adjustment in the time in their schedule, and they needed additional resources. And so the adjustment to the time, to the schedule, and then happened, and then the resources would be, this is part of providing those resources.
Questions? All right. We look forward to hearing back on how the open houses go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll now move into item 1B, a discussion on the adoption of Wayfinder curriculum as per Administrative Policy DE 501, and we'll turn it over to Dr. Anderson and Ms. Worthen.
Thank you, President George. In much the same fashion as Teaching and Learning just described, we're in the process of getting this, getting public input on the approval process as per our policy. And here to help me tonight with that is Ms. Stacy Worthen, and we're grateful for her and her team that have put work into this. But Wayfinder is a curriculum designed to support counselors at the elementary level. This is an elementary curriculum that's designed to give them support in their efforts and streamline things. We like it because it aligns with the characteristics and the pillars that are on the wall there with Portrait of a Graduate. And Stacy will go into greater detail with that, but feel free at any point in the conversation to ask questions and clarify anything you need.
Thank you. So Wayfinder is a curriculum that we would like to work with for our elementary school counselors specifically in Jordan School District. The curriculum itself builds on the foundational skills that are aligned specifically with Jordan School District's Portrait of a Graduate. So it's taking curriculum and it ties it specifically with each of the pillars that are that have been developed in our Portrait of a Graduate. And it's built to teach future-ready skills for our K through 6 students. So we're being very preventative in building those skills from the earliest grades so that we can set them on that path to being as successful as they can be. Also, school counselors will be able to strengthen our students' well-being by using MTSS, using all of these resources at all tiers of support and intervention. It focuses on, as you can see, here's the pillars with our Portrait of a Graduate. It's allowing them skills and curriculum tied to curious thinkers by teaching them how to ask questions, how to explore ideas in the classroom, how to become the creative problem solvers, trying new approaches in their lessons, being engaged citizens. And as you know, you developed this, we developed it. It's really exciting how everything aligns with developmentally appropriate lessons and activities at all tiers, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. 3. It helps them build confidence and a sense of purpose in these young learners. And the thing that we really like is that it allows tools to measure growth. So as we are working with each of the pillars, it has a tool to measure the growth of each skill with our students. We've sent out our Parent Square communications last week. We will be hosting an open house with a representative from Wayfinder as well as my team at Eastlake Elementary. It will be tomorrow from 10 to 6 p.m. and Thursday from 10 to 1. We would love for anybody who has questions, who would like to see this curriculum, to come and talk with us and explore all of the curriculum that's available to our students. And do you have any questions?
It help me understand why elementary school counselors need a curriculum. It's obvious to me why a teacher does.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
They're with the students every day and they have lessons, and I don't quite understand why a counselor would need a curriculum.
In the elementary school, our counselors are going into classrooms every day, and they're working with parents, with teachers, with administrators to talk about skills where we want to supplement and focus and help our students. So let's say, for example, that we have in our first grade, we have our first grade students, and they're struggling with how to keep their hands and feet to themselves. So we would work with those teachers and say, we need to come in and talk with or teach our students how to keep our hands and feet to ourselves. And right now, we don't have any lesson that's evidence-based, that's research-based to go into every single one of those classrooms. Our school counselors are looking for curriculum, researching on their own, and then going in to teach those lessons. And so this would just allow them hundreds and hundreds of lessons to say, okay, in this particular grade, this is what we're struggling with. We're going to go in and teach all students this skill so that they can be successful. Does that make sense?
This sounds like it's more specifically for classroom use, but will counselors also use it for like small groups or one-on-one?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep. So with the MTSS, we would start with emotional regulation. So let's say that as a school counselor, we want to teach every single student in our school how to emotionally self-regulate. We're going to start with maybe deep breathing. And so we would look for a curriculum, like a lesson in Wayfinder, and then we would use that with every single student. That's a tier 1 intervention. So we would go in and we would teach emotional regulation with deep breathing with all students. And then we might have some students who are still struggling with that. That would be a tier 2. So we would pull our students in and have additional lessons with small groups teaching that skill. And then we might still have like 1 or 2 students that really still are struggling with some of that emotional regulation. We might do some individual skill building with those particular students. And this curriculum provides that every step of the way.
This is an example, I'm guessing, of our attempt to take things off the plate of the teacher.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
All of these hundreds of different problems or skills or whatever that we want the children to learn.
Correct.
The teacher now doesn't have to learn how to do all those things. The teacher can focus on reading, writing, and all those types of things.
Absolutely.
Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah.
You are, absolutely.
Received a lot of I wouldn't say a lot. I have received some questions about the assessment piece of this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me a little more about how an assessment would be given on skills like this and in what setting a student might see that?
Sure. So we might go into, let's say that we would go into our first grade class once again, and we're teaching emotional regulation, the deep breathing. The assessment piece would be similar to, okay, we're going to do a pre-assessment, and it's going to be maybe 4 smiley faces. And a frowny face is, when I get upset with my friend, I don't know how to appropriately address, and it would be user friendly with language, right? I'm mad at my friend, and so I know how to communicate it. I know how to calm myself down. Like the smiley face that's just like the straight smile, and so on and so forth, right? And so you would give that as a pre-assessment, and then you would go in and you would teach deep breathing, and then you would do a post-assessment. I now know how to, if I'm upset with my friend, how to calm myself down. And hopefully with those assessments, it would be a smiley face. I absolutely know how to calm myself down when I get upset in the classroom, based on what my school counselor taught me.
I'm imagining that this would be a part of the opt-in legislation, so parents will have an opportunity to look at that at the beginning of the year. And then how accessible are these assessments to parents if they want to review?
As always, we as school counselors want to be transparent, so everything that we're going to be doing before we even go into the classroom, we're going to be working with parents and sending that information out on the curriculum piece that we would be teaching, and we would also be sending that assessment pre-teaching and delivering that. So transparency is really important to us. We want to make sure that everything that we're doing, parents are aware of.
Transparency also helps create a partnership with parents so they know in advance what we're teaching, and then it might be a resource where they say, oh wow, I'm glad to know that my child has received this, and now I'm going to reinforce that. And or if they have an objection to it, then they can opt their child out of that if they choose.
Sorry, just one more question.
You're great.
I have many questions today.
Yes.
So one of the things that I love about our Portrait of a Graduate is that it really is written by our district to meet those needs. Is that something we explored? Is writing our own curriculum, or have we just decided that's not something we want to look into in this case? I'm just curious if that was a consideration.
Sure, that's a great question. It sounds like writing a curriculum would be an easy thing because we have a lot of really talented people. The issue with writing our own curriculum is that we would then have to hire our people and pay our people, and that's very expensive and time consuming. When this has already been written, it's research and evidence based. We know that it's tested and it's been working well in other school districts. So we know that this works, it's affordable, and it's going to be more cost effective and easily accessible for our school counselors.
What's the cost?
I'm going to allow the superintendent to answer that question.
For the 41 schools, is that appropriate to talk about now, John? I guess it is. $150,000 with a donor willing to pay for half of that first year.
And that's for how many years?
That's each year. That's annually.
Oh, every year we'd
Annually,
have to do
yeah.
that. But the
And it's access
donor will
to
do it the first year, but not the second.
and it's access to 4,100 lessons. That can be pulled in to match our expectations and to match with the Portrait of a Graduate.
This replacing curriculum that's out there now? That
No,
we're using, or what are we using today?
counselors are scrambling to create what they need at the elementary level. So I view this as just a support to the work counselors are doing. It's a new role in the last 3 years, and we're starting year 4 now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is this would just give them access so that they can not have to be creating that from scratch on their own.
I know that some schools have chosen curriculum like Leader in Me as an example. Would this replace something like that in a school?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's important to point out that this does not replace. So to answer both questions kind of simultaneously, it does not replace anything that we currently have, except for the work counselors have done on their own. to try to do this piecemeal. There are some schools that have adopted programs, like you said, like Leader in Me and other programs like that, but this is specific to counselors, so it does not replace the school-wide program. Now, there are some schools that might be looking for a school-wide program and may be interested in Wayfinder as maybe a school-wide program, but that's a different setup, and so that would be a whole different. There may be some overlap, but the Venn diagram would not be a concentric circle. There would be some overlap, but then there would also be some unique components to that if it's based with teachers. Did I answer those questions?
And how long are we tied into this contract?
We would be bringing if the open houses are successful and the board wants to move forward, it would be 3 years is what we were talking about, as a 3-year contract. Like I said, half price the first year with potential for donors, and then full price those next 2 years. And then we'd have the choice to decide whether to continue or not from there.
So we decide it every year. This is like,
Most contracts we can opt out of that, but
Yeah.
our intention would be the 3 years. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue with the 3 years.
Was Wayfinder found as part of an RFP, or did we select them based on an RFP that was sent out, or we saw a need and Wayfinder fit it, so we just said let's get that?
We found a need and Wayfinder fit it, and it fit in financially with other options that we'd looked at for other things, just on a per student cost basis. So this is what's called a sole source, where they offer something unique that is not broadly available.
But and that still fits in with how we acquire things. We don't have to go through the standard RFP or RFQ process in some situations.
That's right. But the open house process is required because it would be a district-wide curriculum used in all of our elementary schools. And that's a unifying thing where counselors are all using the same curriculum. There's an efficacy there, an efficiency that's built in there, and it's exactly what you described. This is in service of helping take things off of teachers' plates and just say, this is an issue in my classroom, instead of saying, okay, now what lessons can I pull together for that pull me away from the other work I need to do. There's a counselor that's able to say, oh, I have resources for that. Let's make sure that we have that taken care of school-wide, that everyone knows what the expectations are and are given tools on how to manage things. And it is the future-ready skills. It's how can you be successful at school? It's lessons around being successful at school.
Questions? All right, thank you. Looking forward to hearing back about this.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move into agenda item 1C, a report on literacy and math progress and goals. Ms. Goff and Mr. Jameson.
So this is part of, sometimes when we receive money from the state, in the case of math, not in literacy, but in the case of math, when we receive a grant from the state, often there is an opportunity and an expectation that we would make sure that the board had information about the purposes of that grant. We're using professional development money from the state to work with some of our math products and our professional development. So we have a state goal that we're expected to put forward in math. Literacy, we did have state goals in literacy. Those no longer are legally, don't have a foundation in a legal expectation or in a legislative expectation, but we still have some information on that anyway. And so we just are bringing this back to you because it's part of our expectations for some grant money for professional development in math. And because we're also moving more toward looking at math in ways that we have not been in the past. So we have some data that we'd just like to share with you on that. I'll turn it to Ben.
Right. Thank you. So I'll go over the early literacy results from Acadience Reading first, and then we'll go over the goals that we set last year in literacy, and then we'll transition to the early numeracy scores and the goals that we set for that as well, and then we'll discuss the new math goals that Carolyn just mentioned. So a couple of things to note. The data that I'm about to show you comes from the Acadience Reading Assessment, which is a statewide assessment that is mandated kindergarten through third grade. And then as a district, we've chosen to administer that assessment in grades 4 through 6 as well. And so I'll actually show you data K6. It is a screener that is meant to identify students who are at risk of reading difficulties in the future. So it will, as Michelle talked about earlier about the Scarborough's rope, this assesses those skills in the rope to get towards language acquisition. So it assesses the bottom of the rope, starts to bridge over to the top of the rope. So early literacy skills such as phonological awareness, decoding, sight word recognition, and then fluency and accuracy in text as well. So this is, we've been giving this assessment for quite some time in kindergarten through third grade. 4 through 6 is something more recent. And so I've divided those scores up over time between those two different grade bands. And so this is K3 over time. You can see here that in terms of the percentage of students at or above benchmark for the 24-25 school year, we were at 66.2%, which stays relatively steady and consistent across time over the last 3 years. And consistency is a celebration in that particular instance. This is growth. Acadience Reading gives us a growth metric as well. It's the percentage of students making typical or better progress. And you can see there that we took a little bit of a decline last year. And then grades 4 through 6, we've been administering for 4 years now. We'll move into our 5th year this next year. And you can see there's a nice increase in scores over time. And then growth as well. So if we break that down by grade level, and we'll start with kindergarten first. You can definitely tell where we really started to transition to full-day kindergarten with emphasis in our literacy interventions as well with kindergarten. And so you can see we're trending upward nicely there. And then growth, we're celebrating our highest percentage of students making typical or better progress in kindergarten, again for the 3rd year in a row. Then 1st grade, this is benchmark status over time. And then growth in 1st grade.
Could you explain the difference between the benchmark and the growth?
Yeah. So benchmark is more of a criterion reference. In other words, there's a set standard that students have to get to, that they have to meet at the beginning, middle, and end of the year based on their expected kind of pacing with early literacy acquisition skills. Growth, on the other hand, is a measure against themselves and their like-scoring peers. And so you'll have, like, for instance, the benchmark status is going to definitely be affected by demographic, such as SES, so socioeconomic status. However, growth is demographically agnostic. Everyone can grow, whereas maybe not everyone can reach at or above benchmark. Maybe in a year, maybe they will take longer than that to get there, but everyone can grow. Thank you for asking that question.
From a D to a C is growth, and someone going from a B to an A is growth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right.
Across the
And if
spectrum.
someone's already at an A, then we want them to grow in that sphere as well. Yep. Okay, and this is 2nd grade benchmark status, so think in terms of like proficiency here. And then 2nd grade growth, a little bit all over the place. And then 3rd grade benchmark status. This one tends to kind of be more consistent. And then 3rd grade growth. And then 4th grade benchmark status. and fourth grade growth.
Question
Yes.
on that. Just as an example, on that second grade one where you said it was kind of all over the place. Do we have any idea what accounts for good years and what accounts for bad years? Is it curriculum? Is it teachers? Is it students? Do we ever pinpoint why did we decrease and what can we do better to make sure that doesn't happen again? Or
I think there can be a lot of factors that are going to play into it. Sometimes in a school, for instance, it can be teacher turnover. Second grade team's pretty new, and so there's a transition there. Sometimes it can be, chronic absenteeism, for instance, is a growing impact on performance with students. If they're not there, they're not getting the reading practice that they need. They're not acquiring the reading skills that they need. And the more they're absent, the more that compounds from year to year. And we're definitely starting to see that come out in our grades post-COVID especially, where, for instance, a quarter of our first through third graders are chronically absent, meaning that they miss more than 10% of the days that they should be in school. And so that will have an impact as well. I think a major curriculum adoption can have its, we call it an implementation dip. As we transition, there can be little gaps here and there as we transition from one curriculum to another. So that can be an impact. There can be a number of factors. And we would want to keep an eye on as many of them as we possibly can.
so we wouldn't want to have a brand new set of second grade teachers with a new curriculum. All those things at the same time, right?
We wouldn't want to, but I can't say that we're necessarily always going to be able to avoid that. Yeah, that's a very good point. All right, I think I left off on fifth grade. So we'll get back there. This is fifth grade benchmark status over time. Then fifth grade growth. And then finally sixth grade. We'll point out that that 80.7, when you think in terms of a instructional multi-tiered system of supports, we like it when Tier 1 instruction works for 80 to 85% of our students. We've reached now that threshold, that 80%, with our literacy program in the elementary level. And so by the time kids get into sixth grade, Tier 1 instruction has got them where they need to go. And then our Tier 2 and 3 interventions will take care of the 15 to 20% in that multi-tiered system of supports.
Also, in response to the question that you asked, part of the reason that we're bringing the fluency forward is fluency is reflected in these scores.
Mm-hmm.
So if you broke it down, other aspects of the scores are going up, but the fluency isn't there. So we're working specifically on fluency by talking to 200 teachers and saying, what do you think is missing? So we've dug into that question that you've asked. So why aren't we still trending up? When we've trended up in kindergarten, what's happening next? Well, setting very clear goals throughout the year, providing fluency materials, we think that's really going to make the impact. The good news is that whatever vicissitudes of outcomes we experience throughout elementary, when students get to sixth grade, we've got 80%. Still not where we want it to be, but 80% is as high as it's been in terms of that benchmark status once they get to sixth grade. So a focus on fluency, I think, in that first, second, third grade zone, and first and second in particular.
Yeah, interestingly, by middle of the year, first grade, students get their first oral reading fluency measure. And so that's the first time that when a tester sits down with them, they're reading a text over a minute and then retelling what it is that they read from that text. And first grade, they can be a little rough because it's the first time they're doing it. They're pretty new to that skill, and there is a significant difference across first, second, and third grade as they get more and more practice. Their skills grow with that. The text complexity increases over time as well. And so the discussion you had as our first agenda item today will really help with that skill earlier, and especially in first and second grade.
Can I clarify something? All of this data came from the Acadians reading assessment, correct?
Correct.
So the benchmark is if they've hit that bar, so to speak, and then the growth maybe is over the whole grade year. How did they do from the beginning to the end? How much did they grow? Okay.
Exactly.
I find it interesting that a lot of the growth is lower than the benchmark. Like, we've reached the benchmark, that looks great, and then the growth is like, oh, it kind of went down. It didn't grow as.
Yeah.
Explain why maybe that is?
Yeah, that's an interesting. It's an interesting factor. We see it especially pronounced again when we move into oral reading fluency, where they're in that text. They do it actually at the benchmark. They do 3 different stories and then 3 different retells, and then they're compiled together, and the median is taken from those three scores. What we're finding though is that. One, kids need more practice, which is the solution that we talked about in the first agenda item. And 2, not only do they need more practice, but they need more practice in grade level texts. Sometimes our level of text complexity is not keeping pace with where they actually. So let me back up. The level of text complexity that we're providing in instruction is not necessarily keeping up with the pacing of where they need to be in their reading. And so, for instance, Wit and Wisdom will help take care of that as well, as we really get fully implemented into that curriculum. And so we expect actually growth to move up as both the rigor of our curriculum and instruction and the additional practice will help them get where they need to be.
And I would just like to add, we saw that increase in proficiency in grades 4, 5, and 6. And I have to wonder if the extra time in text with Wit and Wisdom, where the kids are doing more reading and more discussion, really had that impact on their oral reading fluency, because that's the part that came up with the additional practice, which leads us to also believe that more practice in the lower grades with that same type of text too.
And I wanted to take just a minute. Well, let me first ask, are there any questions before I switch gears just a little bit?
So I remember in a previous report similar to this, we talked about how when we introduce a new curriculum, we expect it to take about 3 years before we kind of see where we're going to land. And is that correct that we've been doing our Walk to Read program? Is this 3 this year?
That one, yeah, that's the Tier 2 intervention. But Wit and Wisdom, I think we're, a full year in?
1 year.
Yeah, really 1 year.
And that's a Tier 1. So, yeah.
That's my question is, we're constantly tweaking and adding in and trying to be nimble as we see the results come in. And then when we're weighing that with, we need time for teachers to really become masters at teaching these new curricula. Is that the right word, Ben? Anyway, where do you find the balance there of saying, okay, it's just because they don't quite have it, or we're missing a piece of this and we need to buff it up?
I'm going to look for a peripheral confirmation that I'm on the right track here. I think sometimes we've had to change components because of a subscription expiring and the product changing, but sometimes there's a better product that comes along too as the next thing. And teaching and learning has been focused on making purchases that don't require an ongoing subscription, so to speak, so that UFly, for example, isn't going to charge us every year. And we're going to be able to just continue to use that. Once we buy these books, we don't have to rebuy them in the future. So we are really, there are so many different components to a strong literacy program. We have made changes. We have made adjustments. We added wit and wisdom. We've got UFly that everyone will be trained on. But going forward, we're going to be able to just lean into the existing program and make sure that we're using it with fidelity. We're not going to have those same bumps going forward. We'll revisit wit and wisdom in a few years. It's hard not to sound like Elmer Fudd on that sentence, but it will. I think it will stabilize. But part of the change that has come also is, as requested by teachers, talking with the 200 teachers, this is what we need next. And piloting that UFly, like, oh, this is easier. And this is how it's been described to me, is in putting wit and wisdom into place is a huge shift from where we were. Putting walk to read in place was a huge shift. UFly is actually a change, but not with the same expectations and not the same level of effort required to put it into place. Is that a fair way of putting things? So what I look forward to is we make these adjustments, we ask ourselves these questions about where we need to get better, and then we can lean into what we're doing and do that for a sustained period of time and really start to see those results.
Suzanne, did you have a comment?
I do. So I find myself, when I look at this data, wanting to follow the students across grades. So looking at the percentage hitting the benchmark in first grade, and the next year, where does that cohort hit the benchmark, so on and so forth. Is that a valuable way to look at this data, or are there so many variables or caveats following it year after year that would not tell an accurate story?
Mobility certainly has an impact to something like that as kids come and go, transfer in and out. But there is value in looking at and analyzing scores through cohort growth over time. So if that is something that this body is interested in, we could certainly get that information for you and bring it back.
I'd be interested in seeing that as well.
I would too.
Okay, awesome. Any other questions? Okay, I wanted to take just a minute to address reading on grade level. I know that this is a growing subject of conversation both in our state and outside as well. And so I wanted to take a minute, since I sort of have a captive audience, to just kind of address that real quick to make sure that you are informed as you receive perhaps questions about reading on grade level, and as you address perhaps some of the misinformation and misunderstandings that are out there. Reading on grade level appears on the Utah School Report Cards, and is reflected as a third grade. So it's not all grades, it's just third grade on the school accountability report cards for Utah. Each state in the United States defines reading on grade level for itself. In other words, there is no accepted definition of reading on grade level anywhere in our country. Utah has chosen to define reading on grade level a little differently than a lot of states. It's chosen to define it as the percentage of students essentially who reach above benchmark on Acadience reading. Okay, so sometimes you hear that when students are not reading on grade level, they're more likely to drop out of high school, they're more likely to end up in jail, and they're more likely to need financial assistance as adults. That is not our definition. As a state, we've defined reading on grade level as college readiness. In other words, if they score above benchmark on Acadience reading, they're likely to be proficient on the RISE Language Arts Assessment. Therefore, they would be on track for college readiness. So some of that misinformation that floats out there, you might help us address as your constituents speak with you about that. But reading on grade level for the state of Utah is actually quite a rigorous expectation. And so when you see, for instance, on a report card that it's something like 47% reading on grade level, it means 47% of our third graders are on track for college readiness. I think that number would increase pretty significantly by the time we get them into sixth grade in our program. All right. Well, any questions about reading on grade level? This is just a quick snapshot over time of what it looks like for the district. This is again just third graders, so as it's reflected on school accountability report cards.
Just a couple of thoughts quickly in response to what Ms. Wood asked for. It's an important question because there's a cumulative effect of having year after year of improved literacy instruction. And that's what we'll start to see over time. And that's reflected in that 80% number in 6th grade. So I think it will be instructive to take a look at that. The other is just to summarize what Mr. Jameson just said, is that Utah's definition of reading on grade level is far more rigorous than it is in most other states. Is that fair to say?
Every other state.
And pulls in other components that aren't simply directly related to reading. It goes well beyond that. So, the most rigorous, perhaps, even, of any other state.
It's good to have rigorous goals, right?
Is that definition set by the State Board of Education?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, they did a study, actually, but they with the idea that they wanted to set a rigorous goal.
So in other words, these students that we're seeing here are kids that score on blue in Acadians, which is above benchmark. If we were to add the green and the blue together, we would have a much higher number, but these are kids who are only on blue and well into the blue mark on Acadians.
How do we compare to other Utah districts in ROGL?
That's a good question. I think in terms of our sister school districts that are most demographically similar, we're pretty comparable. So Alpine and Canyons, we're right in the mix with them. I don't know their numbers specifically offhand. I could find them and get that information to you, but we're not far above or below, right in the mix.
Seems to me there's a slipping that we're going backwards. Is that because we're changing the definition, or?
No, this one's the reflective of the definition. It's been this definition since 2017. Over the last 3 years, you can see we were highest in 22-23. We took a little bit of a drop in 23-24, starting to rebound a little bit in 24-25. I'm disregarding 21 and 22 just a little bit because we're still recovering from pandemic. Things have changed pretty significantly since before the pandemic. Again, I bring up chronic absenteeism only because I see the data and how they affect our overall achievement and scores. But because we went from back in 2019, about 12% of our grades 1 through 3 kids were chronically absent, and we're just under 25% now. So it's more than doubled in terms of percentage points. That's an impact. And just this last year, our kids that were chronically absent performed about 18% lower than our regular attending peers. So that's going to play into it a little bit as well. But in terms of the last 3 years, as you go year to year, there's dips, there's ups and downs. But what I'm seeing here in those 3 years between 23 and 25 is not cause for alarm, at least for me yet. It's probably more an indication of consistency rather than a decline or an increase.
So the state goal is, well, maybe I shouldn't tell you what I think it is. What is the state goal for us?
The state goal, and I don't remember the deadline, the school year deadline, but I believe it was to have 70% of kids on reading on grade level. Yeah, 2027. Thank you for that.
So what's our trajectory? Are we on track?
I think we'll be able to tell better after our curricular implementation settle. Kind of what Dr. Godfrey was looking. We're tweaking. We're being nimble, in your words. I liked that description. I think we'll get to a point where we'll settle in, and that's really where we'll be able to tell. I think we're still kind of in a baseline time period. All right. So I want to address the goals that we set for the 24-25 school year and let you know how we did. The first goal is set for us. The state sets a uniform growth goal of 60%, meaning that 60% of our kids make typical or better progress or growth. And it's for grades 1 through 3, so we're factoring out kindergarten. We're not including 4 through 6. And so with just grades 1 through 3, 60.7% of our grades 1 through 3 students were able to make typical or better progress. That gives you an idea of just grades 1 through 3 there. And I do think that the additional decoding practice in grades 1 and 2 are going to help with that growth. And then the goal that we set was to increase the percentage of students scoring at or above benchmark by 3%. You can see there that at the beginning of the year, we were 62.8% that were at or above benchmark. We actually dropped 3.3 percentage points to 59.5%, and so that goal is not met.
I ask, the benchmark moves through the year, right?
Yeah, the
That doesn't
expectation
mean a
increases.
child has backslid, but that the benchmark moved, and so now they have a more rigorous standard to meet.
Correct, and maybe just not quite keeping pace.
They're not a worse reader by the end of the year. It's just that they didn't progress as quickly as.
Thank you
Well,
for
you
pointing
look at
that
that
out.
and say, wait,
Yeah.
Thanks for
we're
pointing
going
that out.
backwards, but
And again, we think that the practice doing more reading, because we've even had schools say, you know, my students can read when they are given the inventory, the screening inventory, they can read the words in isolation. They're getting those skills, but then when they read it in Acadians, where there's a variety of skills that are mixed up and they're doing different things, then they kind of fall apart. So that tells us, again, it's another indication that the kids need more practice. They need to read those skills. They need to apply those skills that they're learning and read more. They just need to read more so that they're,
we need this reflected at home.
yes, we need to read
Can't only
more.
happen in class.
I don't know how Michelle was able to find my piano teacher from when I was a kid, but I tried to do that. Oh, I played that song. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. And then you don't practice it. It's the equivalent of playing the song and, oh, I got it right that time. Okay, good. And then moving on to another song and then playing it in a recital later that year and going, oh, wait, I did that right once. Let's see. And I'm very optimistic when you ask about what's our trajectory. I'm optimistic because we know, we've asked ourselves the questions. I think we know exactly where we need to be better, and we have a really good tool that's proven in other districts that's going to help us move forward. So I'm optimistic that this will propel us forward.
We don't need a change in curriculum. We just need the kids to practice more. We need them to read more.
All right, we're going to switch gears now to early numeracy. The scores that I'm going to share with you come from the Acadians Math Assessment, which again is like the reading, is a screener meant to identify students who are at risk for mathematics difficulties in later grades. It is administered one-on-one to students in kindergarten and first grade, just like reading is administered one-on-one to all K6. In math, it's K1, and then there are some group-administered quizzes in grades 1 through 3 as well. So they do a little bit of both with math. It assesses early mathematics skills such as magnitude comparison, subitization, number identification, computational skills, that kind of thing. So things like which number is more, identifying patterns in number, and then being able to fill in the blank of what that pattern is, whether it's 1, 5s, or 10, so on and so forth. This is a fairly new assessment. We've only been administering it for 4 years. It's in its 5th year of its contract. And actually is due to be renewed at the end of the 25-26 school year. So this is our K3 benchmark status over the time. It's reported the same way, at or above benchmark. You can see that we're pretty consistent there. And then growth, which again is measured against students themselves from beginning to end of the year. Then if we break that down by grade level, this is kindergarten over time on benchmark status. And then growth. And first grade. And then first grade growth. second grade benchmark status, second grade growth, third grade benchmark status, and then third grade growth. And in terms of goals, just like with reading, the state sets the uniform growth goal. The goal was 60%. Jordan in grades 1 through 3 was 48.4%. This is the growth over time. So as you can see, we have not met that 60% growth with Acadians math. And then our goal last year was to maintain the percentage of students scoring at or above benchmark on the advanced quantity discrimination measure. So it's not the full assessment, it's one measure within first grade. This is where students are given a pair of numbers and they need to articulate which number is more within 3 seconds. You can see at the beginning of the year we were 53.9% at or above benchmark. That one dropped 2.9% to 51. 2.9 percentage points, I should say, to 51%. Questions about math before we look at our numeracy goals for this year?
Measuring math at all before this mandated assessment?
Early numeracy, not in a consistent way across the district, not with a standardized tool, which I think spoke to the need as to why we needed a tool like this.
Is the USPE goal of 60% reasonable?
Yeah. It is.
Are other districts that are hitting it? Or okay.
Are there repercussions from USBE when we don't hit the goal?
No, not necessarily. I mean, obviously they are interested in what we're doing, but there has not yet been, any sort of like review. As we continue forward, I mean, again, to the point that the superintendent made, it's an awareness, and it's also at what point are we moving in a particular direction because of this. So now we have learned some things. We are undertaking some differences that we haven't done before.
And just for those listening, we have been focused on literacy because if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And now this is our year of implementing new curriculum in math at the elementary level. So we have waited to do that because we wanted to get literacy in place. And we feel that that's with the latest changes that were there, and now we're moving forward with this. So yes, we have progress to make, but it's not for lack of effort. We just want to give really good resources to teachers going forward.
You know how we compare to other districts that are similar to us in the math scores?
In terms of our sister school districts, we're probably a little bit lower, but they've had some things in place that we have not. And so I expect that those numbers will go up, especially as Dr. Godfrey mentioned. We really move into our math implementation with the new curriculum. I expect there will be a difference in scores. I think we'll have better news. So in terms of our goals that we set with the state, just as Carolyn mentioned earlier, they're not requiring us to submit literacy goals this year. Not that we don't have any, of course, but these are the goals that we submit to the state. And that is that we will maintain the beginning of year proficiency on first grade advanced quantity discrimination through the end of the year. So the same goal that we had last year for first grade, we're going to have this year as well. And then we chose to set the second goal in mathematics as well, with the beginning quantity discrimination in kindergarten. It's a similar goal in that we wanted to maintain beginning of year proficiency through end of the year. Kindergarten does something similar to first grade, but rather than seeing two actual numbers, they see what looks like two dominoes from 1 to 10. And they have to quickly be able to discern how many dots are on each domino and then articulate which one is more, again, from 1 to 10. It's actually a pretty big lift, cognitively speaking, for kindergarten, because they have to, for instance, look at 9 dots and be able to immediately be able to tell that that's 9 dots and 9 is greater than 5. And so both of those are pretty robust measures, which will give us a good idea of how our curriculum is doing. And like I say, it's first year of implementation.
So to me, it seems like that's a little different than with literacy, the goalpost is moving. In this case, are they seeing the same test from the beginning to the end of the year?
That is a good question, and yes, they are. The difficulty level for math does not change from beginning to the end of the year. It is the same difficulty at the beginning of the year that they'll see at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. All right. The uniform growth goal, of course, will remain the same for math. And those are the goals then that we have set with the state for the 25-26 school year. What final questions do you have for me? Okay. And in that case, thank you for your time, folks.
Yeah, we just express gratitude for the amount of effort that it takes to gather this data, and I'm always so grateful for the way that you analyze it and help us to answer questions. I appreciate it, and I know that it's not an easy report to give. So thank you so much for your time. All right,
Can I ask a question to the superintendent? The superintendent, when we first hired Superintendent Godfrey, his emphasis was on reading. He felt compelled to focus on reading, and we've seen growth in reading. At what point does your radar switch to math? Or tell me what's in your head in terms of when you first came on as superintendent and a desire to narrow in on that goal, and clearly we're seeing more and more a need in math, but we've been doing things in math. Tell me what's in your head in terms of, I'm more content that reading's taken care of and I'm going to shift over here, or I'm still here. And we're doing what we can, but I'm still here. Do you understand the question?
I do. If my question doesn't reflect an understanding of, or if my answer doesn't reflect an understanding of the question, let me know. But I'm pleased with where we are with reading, because everything that we're missing here, we're addressing. Everything we need to do next, there's something happening. With math scores in the 40s, we have a clear path forward. So the switch to math doesn't mean that we step away from literacy, but it's what we do next. And so I'm pleased looking back at the timeline, because I know it was 5 years ago, but COVID's disruption kept us from moving forward as quickly on both fronts as we would like. You can make different kinds of progress at the secondary level than at the elementary level, just because at the elementary level, the same teacher teaches every subject, essentially. So you have to decide, what are we doing next? What are we changing now? And I know that other changes out of our control have happened concurrently with these changes, but we've really tried to say we're moving literacy to where it needs to be, and now we're going to move math to where it needs to be. If everything is urgent all the time, then we just always feel a sense of chaos and stress. And I like the way that literacy is rolled out. There's always this question of training new teachers coming in, making sure that we stay up on things. So you never get to rest. But I think it demonstrates the complexity of the job of teaching. And we're looking at math now. And we've been looking at math at the secondary level because we could focus that on math teachers instead of every teacher at the secondary level. So what I'm excited to see is what happens, to Ms. Wood's earlier point, when you have someone in Jordan who's been kindergarten through 12th grade and has had those supports all the way along, what impact we see at the end of that. And we're already seeing that with 6th grade here. We're seeing it with kindergarten. Those kindergarten scores are better every year, which is remarkable. So in the old analogy, it's like you stop the leak before you start bailing the boat out, and we're going to be doing that with math as well. And what's exciting is that, we've piloted at 6th grade, with middle school functioning the way that it is now and expanding. will, when elementary students get to middle school, there's going to be a natural transition right into propelling them into ongoing success. So, in other words, I'm happy with where we've been. I think we're going to get even better results with literacy now that we've got the fluency component added in, and we've got time set and goals set in ways that we did for kindergarten. And then I see that happening with math as well, that we're going to move forward there too. So our elementary teachers are fantastic. K-12, we've got great teachers, and we're giving them the tools and resources, I think, to be at their best. So, and the board has been super supportive through that. Honestly, it's made the progress that we've experienced possible. So we don't want those dips, but I really like where we are at the end of the trajectory, and I think it's only going to get better. Does that answer your question?
Right, let's move into 1D, the Title IX reporting required by Utah Code. We'll invite Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Veazey to the table. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us while Brian is setting up. Gets connected there. Hopefully that'll work. Just a quick introduction of what we're preparing to present. We are going on, I think this is our fourth year of this report, since 2022 when it was originally required, but this ultimately is our required reporting that we bring as we look at a variety of things when it comes to our extracurricular and our space and our money spent in those items. So we are required to bring this back annually for you to look at, to see, and as we go through this, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask those. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Veazey, who is our collector of this data. He's done a great job of getting with schools and principals, athletic directors, and getting the information we need for this particular report.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I'm excited to be here and to present this information to the board tonight. As we all know, athletics is a significant component in the overall opportunities, experiences, and success that our students have the opportunity to participate in. And we're excited to see what's happening with athletics in the Jordan School District. We're excited to continue to look for the various opportunities that our students are interested in, looking for ways to provide those opportunities, looking for ways to effectively promote the existing opportunities to students so that they are well aware of those opportunities, so that they can engage in those opportunities early, and so that they can become a part of those programs and sustain that activity and that participation throughout their academic career. And so specifically tonight, we want to report on the Utah Code 53G6 1101. It originally originated from House Bill 420 back in 2022. There were some updates made, and the updates were effective and actuated as 53G6 1101 on January 30th of 2024. Just as an understanding of the process of how that went from a bill to a code and how we go about reporting this information to you. As Brad mentioned, this is the fourth year that we've provided a report to the Board of Education. As you can see here, that this specifically, in providing you with more detail of what this particular code requires us to report, that is the number and type of interscholastic sports available at the school, categorized by gender designation. That's an important part of that bullet point. The number of students competing in a gender-designated interscholastic sport at the school, categorized by gender. Participation discrepancy between males and females within gender-designated sports. The amount of spending that the school devotes to each gender-designated sport reported in a total amount and on a per student basis, and then a comparison and evaluation of designated practice and game locations in gender-designated interscholastic sports. And so you'll see that this report is inclusive of all of those bullet points and will provide you the basic information, and would be happy to answer any questions and provide any more details as you see a need. If and when there is a discrepancy of 10% or greater between the participation of boys in contrast to the participation of girls, the school is required to develop an action plan on how they are going to proactively address those discrepancies. In the next few slides, we'll look at each high school's participation rates. You'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll be able to see the previous 3 years. So you can somewhat see trends, although I would suggest to you that perhaps there's not any trends really with any of our schools. But you'll also see what the current percentage is this year as well. And so in no particular order other than alphabetical, we'll start, first we need to identify the gender designated sports. You'll notice here that there are 12 sports designated for girls, there are 10 sports designated for boys, there are 3 sports designated as non-specific, and as such, they're not included in the data aggregation of this report. One other thing that you'll be interested to note is that as of this school year, the 2025-2026 school year, drill team is now co-ed. Both males and females can participate on the drill teams. And as a result of that, if the reporting remains the same, drill team will drop off of this report and will no longer be included in the aggregated data. Just a piece of information
Are
that
these designated by Utah High Schools Association?
Yeah, Utah High School Activities Association designates each sport as a male sport, a female sport, or a non-specific sport / co-ed sport. And so that's how they've designated these. Right now, what you see on the board, the football, the cheer, and the baseball, both boys and girls can try out for, make, and actively participate in those programs. All of the other programs, even though we have track and field and cross country, for example, that oftentimes run at the same time, practice together, and operate as one team, according to designation and according to how they're tracked. It is a girls lacrosse team and a boys lacrosse team, and their opportunities to compete, to be ranked, to advance in the state, and to win state championships as a result of that.
Go ahead.
I was just curious if we have numbers on how many girls try out for baseball and football and actually make it on a team. I don't know if we have that sort of data, but that would be...
we could definitely gather that data. I don't have it readily available. I know that there are very few in football and in baseball. I'd say it's more likely that there are 1 or 2 girls on a few of our teams in football. I'm not personally familiar with any girls that have been on baseball teams in the recent years. But with cheer, obviously, we see more and more boys participating as we get into competitive cheer and as there is a co-ed state championship that's designated.
Recall when they were made non-specific, football and baseball?
I don't know that they've ever been gender specific, but I don't know the exact answer to that.
So why do they decide one's non-specific?
Well, the designation of non-specific simply means that boys and girls are allowed to try out, make the team, and participate. All of the others, for the 12 sports designated for girls, only girls are eligible to try out, make the team, and participate. And for the designated 10 boys sports, only boys are allowed to try out and participate.
So if drill becomes non-specific, then we're not going to count the drill girls, which is a huge number, into the statistics, and we're pretty much going to be uncompliant.
Yeah, I think what you'll find as we get further into the report is it's gonna generate a quote unquote positive in one aspect and a negative in another, dropping the number of drill team competitors that currently are listed as female competitors. We're going to definitely see a jump in the disproportion of girls participating versus boys. On the flip side of that, you'll see the amount of money spent at each school and the amount of money spent per athlete come more into balance. Whereas right now the girls we're spending approximately, I think it's about $350 more per girl than we are per boy.
Counting drill in.
Drill is an expensive sport, and that tends to skew those numbers.
Now, wrestling used to be non-specific, right?
Correct.
And then when girls wrestling was added, then it was separated out.
Yeah, wrestling was non-specific for as long as we remember, and then they added girls wrestling, and it became specific.
So how is it reviewed? Like wrestling, there was a switch made at some point. Does someone just bring that to UHSAA or?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think districts do interest surveys. In fact, we will be doing a student interest survey specific to athletics and extracurricular activities this year, as we're required to do one every 3 years. But then the UHSAA also does those interest surveys, and they do an emerging sports survey. And then they have an emerging sports protocol. There's certain thresholds with regards to the level of participation at the club and outside of high school level, as well as the interest. So you have the amount of participation that's happening outside of the UHSAA within the state for high school aged student athletes. And then you also look at the interest of those that may not be participating in those opportunities, but should it be made available at the high school level through the sanctioning at the UHSAA, would they be interested in participating? And then there has to be a threshold. I want to say that it's 30% of the high schools, that it's about 30% of the high schools that have clubs that are actively participating in that particular sport or activity, and that there's a high level of interest and that there's a high level of participation outside of high school. And then they go through a process of reviewing it, considering it, executive committee, regions voting on it, executive committee making a recommendation to the Board of Trustees, and then the Board of Trustees ultimately making the decision on whether or not to sanction it, what it's going to look like when it's sanctioned, and when it's going to be sanctioned, which is usually a year and oftentimes 2 years out, to allow the association to prepare to have it on board as a sanctioned activity. So getting into the school-specific, Bingham High School, you'll see that this year they have 32 more boys participating, which is a 4.32 discrepancy, which is below the 10% threshold. You can kind of look at the history. They went in 2002, they were at 4%. 2023, they were at 11.65. 2024, they were at 15.87. Worked with Bingham High School. They created an action plan. We talked about a variety of options that might help them. The hope is that they were able to implement some of those action plans, and as a result of that, they got a higher number of girls actively participating in their girls programs.
And what happened is they lost fewer girls. They lost a lot of boys. That number is 125 boys less than last year.
Okay.
So there's a lot fewer boys this year, and only 17 fewer girls. So something's happening. Bingham's dropping in enrollment, and as they drop in enrollment, we're seeing a greater drop in boys' participation than in.
Well, they did pick up a lot more wrestlers, which is one of the things we talked about, and their girls lacrosse team grew significantly. So there is the girls' growth also. I can attest to that.
But to lose 125 boys in 1 year is a significant loss.
Yeah.
But it's also a gain if they graduated. Isn't that what we're doing? Getting graduates?
Yeah, but that means the kids coming in replacing them aren't playing.
Yeah, it could be a smaller cohort. It could be that those that are in the cohort are not choosing to participate. I truly believe that there is some concerns with the number of student athletes who are transferring to participate in athletics at other schools. I think that it's probably a combination of a lot of those factors that would result in a reduction in the number of boys.
Are team sizes always set by the coach, or do we receive guidelines?
Yeah, there's no specific guidelines from the UHSAA. There are standard trends and norms from the sport historically that oftentimes our programs follow. Oftentimes it determines on the ability of the program and the coaching staff to manage and to provide quality experiences and opportunities to the participants. We would never want, for example, those sports that are non-cut sports, meaning that anybody that shows up and qualifies scholastically participates. The goal would be to never set a limit and to never turn it into a cut sport. However, if it grows exponentially and we don't have the availability of quality coaches, or we don't have the finances to be able to add coaches to the program, then we get to a point where they may have so many student athletes that the coaches cannot provide adequate supervision and cannot provide a quality individualized experience. And that might be a point in time where there would be some consideration of setting a roster limit. But that would be done carefully. It would be done in collaboration with the school administration. It would probably even involve myself and Brad Sorensen, because we'd want to look at the big picture and we'd want to look at the implications across the board and make sure that we're making the best decision possible to ensure that those who are participating in the program are getting the very best experience.
But ultimately, it is the coach that determines that number.
When you talk about a plan, I know they don't need one, it looks great, but would that be a potential piece of a plan to say, okay, well, let's add 5 kids to the girls' tennis team and let's add...
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that I cover in the conversation and as a way of adjusting those numbers to bring them to balance.
So I have a question too, and I think that, so a student that is participating in a fall sport, a winter sport, and a spring sport is counted as 3.
Correct.
Right? So it's not necessarily 354 boys or girls and 386. It could be several.
300.
Like,
Yeah, could
or 150 participating in sports every season.
Yeah, lamentably, there's not nearly as many student athletes participating in multiple sports at present. But you're right. If they do participate in multiple sports, they're counted for each sport that they participate in.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note that these are all great questions, and there's a lot of data behind and a lot of data available to more concretely answer those questions. In this presentation, we are simply looking at the requirements of the report, and we're providing you with the basics in order to ensure compliance with the reporting mechanism. But there's a lot of additional data that we can gather, a lot of additional data that we can look at, and there are studies that I have done and studies that I will continue to do, and would certainly be willing to do any study that the board would be interested in.
I would be more interested in all extracurricular activities, but that's not the mandate of the state. So, but there's a lot of kids participating in a lot of things, and just because they join marching band instead of football, we can't count
They're
them.
not in this report.
Not
right.
in this report. And
Yep.
We have tons more kids that are participating in extracurricular activities than this report will ever say.
Yeah, Yeah, we have the actual percentage of the total student population that participates in athletics. And you'll see that that ranges from 30 to 40%, which is pretty significant. But if you were to add all of the additional extracurricular activities, my guess would be well over 50% of the student population that participates in an extracurricular activity. And my personal opinion and my personal observation is the higher that percentage is, the better and stronger the culture of the school is and the more academic success it achieves.
I think if you added in all clubs, it'd be more like 70 or 80%. But anyways, thank you.
I'm going to Copper Hills High School. They actually have one more girl participating in athletics than they do boys, so they are at...
You mean boy?
Yeah. They have one more girl participating than they do
Boy
boys.
is blue.
Not according to your graph.
405 girls, 406 boys.
I'm pretty confident that it's one more girl, so I might have those colors mixed. But that's something that they've actually had for the last 2 years. They've interestingly had one or two more girls than they have had boys, and so yeah, I apologize. I think that's a mistake because I'm pretty confident.
Down on the bottom right is the accurate. It looks like then.
Yes, yeah, the bottom right is the accurate.
Really close.
And then Harriman High School, 65% more boys, which leaves them at a 7.84. You can kind of see the trend. They were at 14, and then they were at actually a negative 1.56, which meant they had more girls in the 2023. And then 2024, they were back up at 8.38. Mountain Ridge High School has 20 more boys, which puts them at a 2.67%. Riverton has 80 more boys at a 9.5%. And then West Jordan has 40 more boys, puts them at a 6.56%. And then collectively as a district, we have 238 more boys participating in the gender designated athletic programs than we do girls. And that is a 5.19, which is down from 8.4 last year.
So if you have more girls, it's a negative?
Yeah, just the way that I do the math.
I don't like it either.
I wasn't fond of that negative.
Yeah,
reflecting
it's
our
more a mathematical thing. We can certainly change it to be color coded if the negative math is
Technically, we have a 20% range because it can go 10% either direction, and we're fine. Correct? You follow me on that?
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I follow your question, but I don't think that's accurate. So I think it needs to be within the 10%. So of discrepancy.
But if we have 10% more
boys,
9% more boys, then that's 9% that way. But if you flipped it,
there just can't be a 10% discrepancy in either direction.
Either
so.
direction.
It's not 10% from 50% in either direction. It's what's the difference between boys and girls participation. So boys can't be 40 and girls 60. It's 10% total difference.
And this gets back to your question, President George, as far as if they are at a 10% or higher discrepancy, what do we do? What can be done? It's important to note that for the first time in the 4 years that we've been reporting, we do not have a single school that has reached that 10% or higher. If there were, then an action plan would be created. The process for that is that I meet with the principal of the school to review and analyze the current data as well as historical trends. We look at various sports teams and we discuss them at length. Sometimes if you have, sometimes there can be the influence and power of influence of a coach can make a big difference in whether or not we have people wanting to participate or not. And so if we just look at each program, we kind of evaluate how it's operated, we evaluate the coach, we talk about the strengths and areas of need for improvement, we talk about whether or not the principal feels like that could be a factor influencing the number of participants in that particular sport. And then obviously we leave that decision to them as to whether or not they keep that coach, they release that coach, or they work with that coach to build capacity. There's a variety of different things that can happen there, and that's a pretty lengthy discussion that can be had. And then we talk about really the logical options, right? We try to lay them all out. Options for reducing discrepancy. You could reduce the roster size of cut sports in the boys' sports. We don't recommend that because we want to maximize the opportunities. You could establish a roster size and implement cuts for historically non-cut boys' sports. Again, we don't recommend that. We do encourage them to look at the possibility of expanding the roster size of cut sports in the girls' sports, but we try to make sure that they're mindful as they look at whether or not that's a viable option, of whether or not they're going to be able to provide the same quality of experience for those additional girls that they're currently providing. If the volume of participants impacts the quality of the experience, then that's probably not something that we want to do until we can adjust the variables that will reduce the risk of having it impact the quality of the experience. And then we can add sub-varsity teams in girls' sports, especially where there may be a demand. That is definitely something that can be recommended. And with that being said, as you all know, we are squeezed for space. And while we already have the program in place, if we add another sub-varsity level and add an additional 10 to 12 participants, for example, in basketball, now we're looking for space for yet another team, and that becomes really difficult. So that's a challenge to consider as well. But then here's really what I try to work with them on, and I think this is the most ideal, is what are your programs doing to advertise and promote the opportunities that are available through their program, and what are they doing in their recruiting efforts. Now, I need to clarify that. That doesn't mean that we go outside of their boundaries and recruit student athletes from other schools to come and play for them. What it means is that they get out into their own halls and recruit their own kids. They get to the junior or the middle schools and they recruit those individuals, and they find a way to build a strong relationship and to be actively involved in the Little League programs that would ultimately feed into their school. That's really the best way to generate interest, to promote awareness, to advertise it, and to get kids excited about being a part of it, is recruiting within your own boundaries. And most importantly, recruiting in your own halls. I used to tease my football coach that there was probably 11 kids walking the halls that didn't play football that I could assemble as a team and compete with the team that did play football. And not that that was an insult on him, but it was a suggestion that you're missing opportunities to get kids involved that could definitely contribute to the success of your program. But you've got to put forth the effort and build those relationships and find a way to encourage them to feel safe coming out and being a part of the program. And once they become a part of the program, how are you going to make them feel safe, seen, heard, and valued at the same level as your 4-star recruit, all-state MVP? And so those are kind of the conversations that happen when I meet with those principals that do need to create an action plan.
But doesn't this code kind of hurt us also? Because maybe I wouldn't recruit a certain gender or a certain sport because that would throw me out of balance.
It could. I think if you were obsessed with that percentage, and if you were overly concerned about the discrepancy, I think it could create, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally, it could create poor practices that would perhaps reduce opportunities for some of our students, or increase opportunities where the demand may not be there, in hopes of adjusting numbers. We really our big focus is we want all of our programs to make sure that everybody is aware that the program exists. They're aware of the opportunity that they have to participate in it. They're aware of how to go about participating in that, both with tryouts and during the off season with camps and clinics, and we want them to show up to be a part of that. But ultimately, I don't feel like we want to get into a position where we're either forcing one gender to not participate or we're forcing another gender to participate at a higher rate just so that we can balance out numbers.
And is this code, was it passed by legislators? Is that how it came into?
Yeah, it was a House bill, House Bill 420 that was passed.
So there's compliance with Title IX, which is federal. There's compliance with the state law that requires reporting that's related to Title IX, but this is not specifically Title IX. It doesn't exactly align with those requirements. And then there would be the broader effort that we make to involve as many students as we can in extracurricular activities so they feel some connection with high school.
I understand the code and the reason for it. I don't like it.
And I have a question about how long does it take to compile all of this information and make the report? Could you make an estimate?
Well, I will tell you that I'm involved extensively. Brenda Grew, one of our administrative assistants, is involved extensively. All of the head administrative assistants at each of the high schools are extensively involved in gathering the budget numbers, the financial component of that, and then the athletic director and the athletic administrative assistant are very involved in gathering the participation numbers. And so I don't know that I would want to put an actual number of hours, but it is a reasonably significant project and involves a relatively high number of people. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm concerned over the number of boys that are no longer participating. 3 schools saw a significant decline in the number of boys' spots being taken. More than double the girls. Is Jordan seeing a general exodus of athletes being recruited out into other schools? Have you noticed a trend among some of our top athletes leaving for other schools?
Yeah.
Bryce, where are you seeing the numbers from last year? Did you go to last year's report? Oh, okay.
And as a Board of Trustees member on Utah High School, I am concerned that there is an underlying recruiting war going on, and we are losing athletes, not gaining athletes in that war. And the number of boy spots dropping seems to match that concern I've had. And if you can tell me, if you're saying I'm seeing a general trend of our more successful athletes being taken out of Jordan than coming in,
I would say my observations is that is very much a trend. I would say in talking to school administrators, athletic directors, and coaches, they are even more convinced that it is a trend and that it is definitely something of significant concern to them.
So there is somewhere a general consensus that you're more likely to get an athletic scholarship to college outside of Jordan School District than inside of Jordan School District.
Whether it be getting an athletic scholarship or getting a state championship or getting more social media recognition or being able to play for what they perceive to be a better coach in that sport, and facilities make a big difference. The facilities that they practice in, the facilities that they play in, the uniforms that they wear, the fringe benefits of being a part of that program, I think all of it is factored in. And I think there are definitely things that we can and things that I would suggest that we do. Sorry for that double. But it was the right fit. But anyway, that can help the cause. I think we're constantly studying that. We're constantly evaluating that. We're constantly surveying and talking to administrators to be a long-term commitment coach. How can we better retain your student athletes? all of those conversations are being had, and we are getting very valid and very beneficial information. Obviously, a lot of those recommendations are maybe hoop dreams and pie in the sky, but I think a lot of them are very legitimate. I think a lot of them are things that we really need to carefully look at, and I think there are a lot of things that we could do that could definitely make a difference. And I do have to say thank you to Dr. Godfrey and to John Larson. We've been in conversation about coaches' pay comparisons across the state. I've gathered data on 13 different districts in all sports. We've looked at the average. We've compared it to where we are. We've worked with Dr. Godfrey. We've worked with John Larson. They've provided us with funding this year to increase some of the coaches' pay where we were significantly below average. We have a goal, a projected goal of where we would like to be to feel like we're not only average, but maybe in the average of the highest 3 or 4 districts, so that we're average on the higher end of things, not wanting or feeling like it's realistic to be at the top all of the time, because then you get into those wars where a district finds out you're paying more, they just increase their pay, and then where do we end? But I think right now we were just looking at, okay, where are we with those 13 districts? Where are we compared to average? And where are the most significant deficits? And how can we work to get those positions to closer, if not to average? We've been able to do that, and we have plans to continue to work towards finding a way to not just look at the average of all 13, but maybe to take the top 4 and to find an average of them, and then try to find a way to get there so that we're the average of the top. And so those are things that we're working on. We're constantly looking at facilities, equipment, uniforms, supplies, additional supports. We just want to find ways that we at the district level can advocate for our athletic programs and find ways to provide them with the things that they feel and know they need based on the experiences they're having. And I do think that we are seeing an increase for sure in the number of our top student athletes leaving the district to compete at other schools.
Helpful to receive maybe some of your recommendations on that. I don't know if you want to just email the board or if you feel ready to present those now.
We can work with superintendent and he can talk and just kind of continue to have that conversation. So, yeah.
Brad is inundated with my suggestions and recommendations, and he's very good at representing those in his conversations and in his work with Dr. Godfrey. And I feel very much, in my role, I feel very much supported by Brad Sorensen and by Dr. Godfrey. I feel like they're very committed to providing the supports possible for our athletic programs. And I think we all understand the significant impact that athletics and extracurriculars in general can have on the attendance, the behavior, the engagement in the learning process in the classroom, and the academic achievement of our students. And so I think it's very valid and very viable to continue to look for how we can continue to grow, develop, and improve in that area.
I wouldn't mind a deeper dive of what happened to those kids that are not participating. Like Bryce said, they might go to another district, another school, but then next man up, right? Like somebody's not going to get cut. So there's got to be a deeper reason than, and those other schools can't accumulate the number of kids that we lost. So I would love to have a deeper dive with what happened to them overall. I just want kids to participate. And like I said, kind of against this because maybe they decided to go out for marching band or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm concerned that they might go to another district, but somebody else is going to make the team. So that doesn't really answer that full question of why people aren't participating.
I think that's definitely true in the cut sports.
Yeah.
But I think with the non-cut sports,
Like swimming or so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's where we might have, we see boys and girls wrestling. I know that there are a few of our schools that would complain that they've lost a significant number of their wrestling athletes to schools on the other side of the valley.
That makes sense.
what makes a sport cut or non-cut? Does that vary by school? Is that set by?
Kind of the school.
Sometimes it's limitations as well. I mean, I think swimming is as an example. I'll just go there. If the facilities allow for you to have a variety of kids participate, but some of our venues we're limited to how many lanes we have, and so I have seen some swim teams that have cut, and so facilities certainly have an impact. When you're out running in cross country, as an example, they can just go, and so oftentimes those are non-cut sports. So I think there's a variety of reasons what might tennis court is a good example. We only have 6 tennis courts, and so depending on how late into the night we're wanting and to go, could restrict and limit how many kids we're able to play and kind of go from there. So
Does it vary by school?
Yeah.
it can vary by school. There's nothing that says they have to or don't have to in many sports.
Can I venture a response here as well? Sometimes you want to not have too many players because they aren't going to get adequate playing time. So you don't want someone to put in the work and then not get to show that. But in track, there are enough events and enough heats that you can have a lot of kids participate. So to an extent, it's how many kids can I keep on the team and still allow them to have some playing time. With some of those sports, it's like if you'll get up at 4 a.m. every morning, you can be a swimmer, because there will be some that we just know are not going to continue to put in that effort.
We had a non-cut 9th grade football team when I was in high school, and I made the team, if you can believe it. 100-pounder.
Made a non-cut team.
I made a non-cut team.
The sad thing is I cut myself from non-cut teams. We had a cross-country runner at Bonneville High School that was so good and hit this national news, I thought, well, I've got to be an incredible runner to be on cross-country. Not true.
I went to all the practices. I got my head knocked off, and I played 45 seconds in one game.
Remember those 45 seconds?
They were
But it was a state game and you lettered? No? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, oftentimes it's the nature of the sport. It's the objective of the sport. It's how many people can participate in the sport during an actual game. In basketball, you only have 5 on the court. Football, you only have 11 on the court, or on the field. And so I think a lot of that factors in as well. And then, facility space. I think there's some of our programs, some of our swim programs oftentimes get up to 9 lanes, which obviously allows them to provide opportunities to a lot more than those that get 5, and sometimes are restricted to 3 or 4. I think that has to do with that.
What happens if we're not in compliance with this law?
Nothing. So just what Brian has alluded to before, we work with them in a plan.
But nothing. I mean, we could be out of compliance for 10 years and nothing's going to happen.
That's correct. So in those conversations that are had, but ultimately it is just that, creating a plan to try and provide more opportunities. So, all right, we got to get into the finances, Brian. Let's keep going.
Yeah. So we'll just kind of take a quick look at this. Obviously, you feel free to study it out a little bit more, but this is basically the total spending. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't factor in the amount of money that's gathered by participation fees and fees for gear and fees for overnight travel, etc. None of the money collected is factored into this. This is just simply the amount of money that is spent out of the budgets that each school has available to use for athletics. So each school, each program has a participation fee budget. They have a club budget. Some of them have a booster budget. And then depending on needs, the schools will use certain budgets and invest in a particular program. And so that money would be included in this as well. And so it's not just the operational expense of the program, but if they had a significant expense because of a significant need that the school had to step in and cover the cost for, that's included in this as well. And so that's why you'll see some significant discrepancies. Usually if you see, not always, I mean, a lot of it is demographics, truthfully, a lot of it is SES, the socioeconomic status. And with that being said, in a lot of cases, if you see that there's a number, a significantly higher number spent on boys versus girls, it doesn't mean that's because the program is spending more money. It could mean that there was a need that the school covered, and maybe they have plans to do the same for the girls program the following year. Or I know, for an example, when I was at Copper Hills High School, we had a donor that wanted to modify the baseball field. With his donation and with what we could contribute at the school level, it was about $160,000, if I remember correctly. And so in talking to Brad and being familiar with Title IX and wanting to make sure we were providing good quality facilities and venues for the girls, I created a 5-year plan, and over 5 years I generated enough money to do a comparable project for the girls softball program. And so, like I said, schools try to keep that balance, but sometimes, if a program needs something in order to function and they don't have the funding, the school's going to have to find a way, or going to have to work with the district to find a way to get that taken care of. And so ultimately, as you look down these lines, you'll see that the total spending for boys sports across the district was a little over $2 million. The spending for girls sports across the district was a little over $3 million. The per student for the boys sports was at $930.40, and the per student girls sports was at $1,385.53. And the only two words I have for that are drill and cheer.
And cheer's not a part of this, but football and baseball are also not a part of this. So that's the key, is
true.
Those numbers are not in
That'll
there.
be really interesting
Yeah.
to see it divided out based on the gender of the people playing rather than the sport. Because I think that would equal out a lot more if you added football and baseball.
Yeah, and again, I think this will probably come into balance even more next year when we're not factoring in drill, because it's no longer a gender-designated sport.
Be interesting.
But then I feel like we're just kind of pushing that under the rug. Oh, great, we're spending less, but we're really not. Like, we're still spending quite a bit on drill. And so I feel like is this specific data, you said it's not money that the sports are collecting, it's just money that the schools are spending specifically. Is this based on the code that we have to follow? We have to provide just this specific information?
Yeah, this report is just meeting what's required.
Okay, yeah. I feel like we're missing quite a bit of the picture.
Well, we're not missing it. We're just not presenting it to be compliant with this report. I have all of that information, and I look at it pretty carefully as I go through in preparing for this report. On my spreadsheet, I end up with 8 tabs that have each school and the district with all the sports. And then I have 8 tabs where I pull those 3 non-specific sports out and redo the calculations. And so I have the information on, the total spent per school for boys and for girls with all the sports included. I have the information for how much is spent per boy and how much is spent per girl. I have, the percentages, the discrepancy percentages, which obviously are significantly higher. I have all that information. I'd be happy to review that with you if you ever wanted to come take a look at it, or we can share it with you, whatever you'd like. So.
I would like to see a lot of that information, because it is concerning to me that we are spending so much more on girl sports than boy sports, and a lot of that is going to be drill and dance. And the absence of football. Yes,
I
for
think
sure.
to my earlier point, the next thing that you can do with this report is to say, well, that's fine for what the state law requires, but I'm interested in knowing this. And then as a board say, as a group, these are the things we want you to come back with next.
And I'd like more information when we go back to look at fees, in the spring and stuff, because we a few of us had questions about the fees for some of the girls' sports and how they were significantly higher. So that's just my personal.
Thank you.
Yeah, based on this information, any questions that it generates and any information you'd like, we're happy to put it together at your request.
Ms. Wood, did you have a comment?
I do. Just going along with what Ms. Barrow said, I'm particularly interested in the per student spend between boys and girls in West Jordan, as we're spending more than twice as much on girls than boys at that school, and just some more data behind that.
We can get that for you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah. The other part of this report, I think I have to. The other part of this report is just the use of facilities for practice and game in the gender designated sports. This is a lot of information. The type is very small. What I look at as I look through this is if the boys are having opportunities to play in the stadium, are the girls having opportunities to play in the stadium? If the girls are being asked to go to a middle school to have practice, are the boys being asked to go to a middle school to have practice? Is there balance and equity in how we're utilizing our facilities to provide those equal opportunities for the boys' sports and for the girls' sports? And in summary, I can say that that is happening, and that we're constantly discussing that and looking for ways to ensure that that's happening with all of our schools.
Can I ask what the difference between main gym and stadium is?
Stadium is outside. It's the stadium. The main gym is the gymnasium on the inside.
We sometimes call it a football field, but it's a stadium.
Because then
We like
I have
stadium.
questions
It's
when it
neutral.
comes to the facility uses, if that's
Yeah.
the definition.
Having been a football player for 16 years, I tend to call it a football field, but having been in
assumed that's what they
education
meant
and
by
administration,
stadium.
I learned quickly that it is a stadium because there's more than just football there. But yeah, so we have the stadium, we have the main gym. You'll see that there's some auxiliary gyms listed as well. You'll see some grass soccer fields. They all have the baseball and softball fields. Lacrosse oftentimes will rotate to different locations, but the boys are doing that equally in comparison to the girls. And so based on the information that's been provided and based on my observations, I feel really good about the efforts that schools are making to ensure that our boys' sports and our girls' sports are having equal opportunities to maximize their time on the preferred facilities.
This is for practice, and then the next slides will get to games.
Are there inequities between schools? Like, I noticed that some schools are sending sports to off-campus practice, others aren't. Is that because some schools have more gym space than others?
Which one in particular? I mean, that's true. Some of the square foot, or just simply the acreage of our lots could lead to some of that reason. We don't have as much practice space or facility. But if there's one in particular you'd like us to look at, yeah.
I don't mean to call one out.
I noticed one.
Also, I'm not seeing boys volleyball. Am I just missing it? I've looked a couple of times.
Oh, it's on the
game one. Did we have it on the practice one there?
I don't see it
yeah.
on the practice.
We just have
but
it on the
am
game.
I missing it? Is anyone else seeing it?
No, you're right. On the practice, it is not there. It looks like maybe there's a column for it, but I don't. And so I'd have to go back and look at the original presentation to see.
Practice.
But I would suggest that boys volleyball looks very similar to girls volleyball. However, I will say that they are oftentimes, I don't want to say displaced, but relocated to a place that will work for them so that the spring sports can come in and have practice space during inclement weather.
But if we had a field house, that wouldn't happen.
As
correct.
much. I think Ms. Wood had another comment.
I do. Thank you so much. If I had some concerns that were brought to me about specific programs that weren't getting equitable access to fields Brian, who would be the best person for me to contact about that?
Me. This is Brian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you want to just contact me, then I can work with Brian and we can kind of talk through those concerns and see what's happening there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
On the game facility use, it made me pause for girls basketball on Bingham. For their games, it says that they can use the stadium. How is basketball using the stadium
They
for
get a lot
game?
of fans.
Was that for practice or was that
It
games?
says
That's
for
for
a
game.
game.
I don't-
What?
Are there
No,
hoops out
that's-
there on the football
No,
field?
that is not
They get
accurate.
a lot of fans.
It's like the NCAA tournament now in
Yeah.
a football field.
They take hardwood floors
Yeah.
out and lay them out there.
Also,
Yeah.
for the girls wrestling, for their games, it says in Bingham, it says that they use the stadium for girls wrestling. Sorry,
Again, was that in games?
it's in game.
In games. So
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that's probably just wasn't eliminated in that.
Yeah,
in the
that's
part.
certainly a mistake. And that
Because
was
they
in-
do use it for practice. They'll oftentimes go run the stadium stairs. And so, those are things that they do. And so I'm guessing when we transitioned over to the game, we didn't eliminate stadium from that.
And with wrestling, I think there's been several people that came to talk to us and about how girls had to use a tech atrium. Is that a practice? Because I didn't see that.
Yeah, there are some schools that utilize whatever space and wherever they can. Again, to your point, that space is prime. It's very
I don't see the tech atrium
hard to
there.
find. Tech atrium, you'll see that in Copper Hills Girls Wrestling as an example for practice, is one of the locations.
Only for girls.
And
A turn.
yeah. So that's what was reported to us, that they're using some of those facilities when they need to.
That's because they don't want to share mats. I don't blame them.
I was curious about, so Mountain Ridge and Riverton say that they use off-site facilities for baseball, where softball at those two schools don't. And I'm curious why they're not using their baseball fields.
It's probably batting cages, huh?
So I'm going to just venture a guess in practice, because some groups have access because of where it's located or whatever it might be, that they're able to go. I can't think of some of those outside entity baseball groups, but
Yeah,
oftentimes
bats.
they're able to go out and do some batting practice in the off season at these locations and things like that, where another school may not have access to that particular location because it's in Harriman or it's in wherever it might
I
be,
think
but
proximity,
and who the coach is.
community
Yeah.
connections.
Okay.
It looks like there's definitely a few things that we'll need to fine tune with the athletic directors on this actual spaces being used, because if they are having a girls basketball game in the stadium, I missed it, and I'd love to see what that looks like. Yeah. So, but anyway, just as a summary, we've provided the number and types of interscholastic sports, participation rates in the gender-designated sports, devoted time to each their gender-designated sport, and designated practice and game locations. Again, like I said, overall participation rates for the district is very similar. There's just a discrepancy of 5.19%, and that is certainly the best that we've had in the 4 years that we've been tracking this data and reporting it. So with that, you've asked some great questions. Hopefully we've had some good answers for most. Where we haven't been able to provide answers, we're certainly willing to go back and do the homework to get you those answers. Just wonder if you have any additional questions.
I uploaded this to GPT and asked where are the discrepancies. You want to hear what it said?
Yes.
Weight room access, Riverton lacrosse, Riverton soccer, additional practice facilities, Bingham soccer, Mountain Ridge track and field, sport-specific fields, lacrosse at Riverton, off-site versus on-site. It didn't give any schools. But
Love ChatGPT.
those were the sticky points that it analyzed and said we need to look at. So
Got it.
That's great.
That's never given false info.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you
Yeah.
for having us.
Appreciate all your support.
So much for being here. We appreciate your effort. All right.
Good job.
Board members, would you like to take a little break or do you want to get one more agenda item in?
I'd like to take a little break.
I will second that.
All right. Let's go ahead and have a break. We will break until 6:35, a little more than 15 minutes, and maybe we'll have a working meal.
This is exciting, even though we weren't reading it.
All right, welcome back to the continued Board of Education study session. It's still August 12th, and we have all board members present except for Suzanne Wood, who had to step out of the meeting. So we will now continue our agenda with item 1E, and have a presentation on the new administrative policy regarding salary supplements for highly needed educators. A new acronym in education, just what we want, SHINE. So Ms. Gaydosh and Ms. Bauer, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm so glad you did the acronym because I had it written down just to make sure I didn't forget it. So we are here to discuss the SHINE policy, well, the SHINE allocation from USB and the accompanying policy that's required. That is the salary supplement for highly needed educators. This is in replacement of the former TSSP, which was the Teacher Salary Supplement Program from USB. So we're talking about that. Today we have Brittany Bauer with me. She's a teacher, HR specialist in our department. She does licensure and data and other duties as assigned, which is SHINE. So we're excited to be here. So I'll turn it over to her.
Okay, to kind of introduce the program. So the 24-25 school year was the final funding opportunity for the TSSP program. The Utah legislature created the new SHINE policy or program to kind of replace that and put the program back onto the districts to allow them to determine the needs of their district instead of USBE determining who received this supplement. The SHINE program does come into with a couple stipulations that need to be considered. So each district will need to determine and document our high needs assignments annually. So every year I'll be back with some data to determine where we want to take this policy for the next year. We have to identify between 2 to 5 teaching assignments that are considered high needs based on their courses. Decide the amount of the salary supplement for the eligible teachers based on our budget and the needs, and design a fair and transparent application and appeals process for those educators. We have included in the board docs a draft policy for you guys to review today, but I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of background and what we're looking at. So our objectives for this program would be to enable teachers who are teaching high needs courses to take advantage of the SHINE funding. It would help us with our recruitment and retention of these high needs areas teachers. And then we want to make sure that this is a consistent and sustainable program as well, so that we can continue on in the future. So in order to kind of get an idea of what this program may entail, we wanted to look back at TSSP and see what the criteria was for our teachers to receive that funding and see if it would be something that we could move forward into this new program. So with TSSP, they did determine that there were some high needs areas, which included math, science, and science was limited to chemistry, integrated science, and physics, computer science, and then your special ed and deaf education teachers. In order to be eligible, they had to have a degree in that field or 10 years of teaching in Utah for that subject area. And then they have to have a passing evaluation on their last 3 evaluations, which is also written into the policy program requirements for the SHINE policy as well. The educators received the funding amount based on how many courses they taught in that subject area. So if you had a teacher who taught math all day long, they would receive the full maximum award amount. If they did half day math, half day PE, they would only receive half of the maximum award amount. So with TSSP for the 24-25 school year, the maximum allowed award that was benefit loaded was $5,961.03. So that is the benefit loaded amount. That's the total amount that we are calculating as the cost for each maximum award. So looking back at 23-24 and 24-25, and this is very small, we looked at how many of our educators received the funds from TSSP and how much that totaled. So in 23-24, 466 of our Jordan educators received some kind of funding from TSSP. It totaled roughly $1.9 million that were paid out by USBE for these educators. Of those 466 educators, 334 of their class periods counted as eligible for this program. In 24-25, that did increase to 617 of our educators that received some sort of award for TSSP, by totaling about $2.1 million that was paid out. And the qualifying course totals was 357 courses that were eligible. Okay.
Those educators request those? Do they have to take the initiative?
Yes, they did have an application that they had to submit to USBE and be verified that they were eligible.
Quick question. All of the funds that were paid, was that paid by USBE, or did any of that come out of Jordan funds?
It was all through USBE. Okay. So looking towards the future in this school year, based on the award amounts that were paid out through TSSP, this coming school year, our SHINE allocation is $1.8 million roughly. So it is significantly lower than what was paid out with TSSP the past 2 years. So it is something that we need to consider going forward in creating the SHINE program and policy.
Why they lowered the amount?
I'm not sure. They just gave me a number. I'm not sure where it came from. That was just where it came from. Okay, so there is that budgetary impact where based on those TSSP criteria that was given, we did receive more funds for our educators than what we have allocated for this new SHINE program. So to mitigate that, we would need to consider changing the maximum award amount or some other opportunities and decisions that can be made. So I do have kind of open to discussion options. First, we do want to review that policy draft that we have in board docs and get your approval on those. Some of the options to consider for this school year, which as a reminder, we can change how this all works each year. We would have the main policy, but then we can change criterias for categories, award amounts, anything like that at an annual basis based on the budget and how many teachers are applying. So a few of the options that we've kind of considered is we could maintain the same criteria as the TSSP as last year and wait for those applications to come in and use this year as a baseline year to determine how we want to move forward with this program in continuing years. But that would have that impact of potentially going over the allocated amount. We could also scale the stipend based on how many teachers apply. So once we get all the applications in and we determine the eligibility of everyone, we could then divide up the maximum award amount based on how many applicants we had. We could also adjust the categories on who receives the stipend. It's really up to our district on what we determine as high needs for our district at the time. It's really up to you, and it is something that we can change on an annual basis. So, yeah.
Sorry. So looking at the 1A, annually identify the district high needs areas and criteria for educator eligibility, updating the definitions and procedures accordingly. So would it be helpful to have a time frame for that so that people would know if they should apply for it the next year? Or is it going to change very significantly ever, the high needs categories? Is my question making sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we would be able to present on an annual basis whenever we would want to announce that information, have a presentation on how many applicants we have in each section, how many educators we have, what that cost would do to our budget if we changed those categories, and present that so that we can get it out in a timely manner so they would have plenty of time and be notified through our GEM notifications on how to fill out that application and who would be eligible each year.
Is that, I don't know that is that something already in the policy, is when those kind of, when it would go out to
we didn't put it in the policy just to make it so depending on when a decision was made.
Yeah.
Flexibility.
Okay. And then also for appeals, is 7 calendar days enough, or is...
Based on the eligibility criteria, it would really be providing us documentation like transcripts saying I do have a degree in this area, or I have had 10 years of experience teaching this subject that maybe we couldn't have verified beginning. So I do believe that 7 days, once they're awarded, you only have 5 out of 6 classes that are eligible, they could then, communicate with us and say, actually, this class is the wrong title. It would give us some time to process those.
Okay, so 7 days is enough.
We'd be talking about rare exceptions, so we feel like it'd be enough time. Most people we have documented what they, based on their salary and schedule, we can.
So there are very
determine that.
few appeals. That's
what we're anticipating.
Okay.
We'll see after this year.
Anticipated, yeah, because this is the first year.
Yes.
Okay.
So to summarize, if the board kept the same criteria that have been in place and wrote a policy that allowed for the same employee groups to receive funds, that would mean that everyone who was expecting to get this money would still get it. And then you could determine, do we want to add several $100,000 to be sure they get the same amount they expected? Or do we want to only allocate what the state has given us, and what people receive will be dependent on how many people apply? The other way to do it is to look at other groups that you might include, but the more people you include, the less each individual receives. And so what we've brought forward is just a reflection of what the rules were previously.
Tell me the thinking behind having them apply. It seems to me that these funds are for us, for you as a superintendent to say, where am I having a hard time filling a spot? And yet we're allowing them to tell us where you're having a hard time filling a spot. What's the thinking behind the application? We need you to tell us where we have a hard time filling a spot?
Well, we set the criteria. So we say this is where we have difficulty filling the position. Now, if you are in one of those positions or teaching those classes, then you can apply for the money, then you qualify. So we decide who qualifies. And really, I think what you hit on is, I believe, without, it's not up to me to assign intent, but I think the legislature had heard from various groups that they ought to be included in this. And they finally just said, well, we'll let districts decide, because that will vary from district to district where your high needs are. So we're going to let districts make that determination. You have the money, and you choose between 2 and 5 categories for how you distribute that.
So what I would like to see from you, superintendent, is not so much a category as a position. These positions we're having a hard time filling because we can't offer a competitive salary. And then we can just simply draw a line to say, okay, we'll fill these positions and not fill these positions. That's kind of what I would like to see, is not a criteria as much as it's here are the positions we're having a hard time filling.
The approach we've taken for the first year is just to provide a bridge from what people have expected to receive and just provide some continuity while we look at that very question. Because if we change the rules, then we lower the expected compensation for certain groups of teachers who might then say, well, if Jordan isn't paying that, then who is continuing that TSSP money? But of course, it's up to the board to decide if you want to change that now. But we do have the opportunity to do that every year. But I see your point is just to say, let's really explore that and say, so where are the areas of need? Fortunately, even in our highest areas of need, we've had double-digit applicants. And I mean, even recently, we've had well over 100 applicants for an elementary teaching position, for example. So we have more applicants than ever. And but we want to make good use of this funding. So, in other words, the position, the starting point that we've brought forward that the board can work from is just providing continuity and pay for those groups that have previously qualified for it. But every year we evaluate it, and we would have the opportunity to do that. And it's not just about getting applicants, it's about getting the best applicants and the highest quality candidates.
So the real question on the table is, you want to know whether or not we'll allocate additional funds from the budget to supplement the 1.8 million we're receiving.
Number one, do you want to continue to provide Shine funds to the same people who receive TSSP for now? And number two, do you want them to receive the same level of funding or just whatever we're able to fund from the state? And if the answer to either of those is, if the answer to the first one is no, you don't want it to simply go to the same people who qualified previously, then we have to have a broader discussion, which we can absolutely do, about who receives it. But so I think the first question is, who do you want to receive it? And then after that, it's how much should they receive? Only as much as we are given. An example of that is the 32 hours at the beginning of the year that teachers are paid for. The way we have done that this year is that teachers receive whatever percentage of whatever percentage below full funding we receive from the legislature. That's what percentage of their hourly rate teachers will receive. So if we get 85% of what it would cost us to pay teachers their hourly rate, then they're getting 85% of their hourly rate. So you could do it that way and say, we'll use every dollar we have and distribute that according to how many people apply, or we'll make you whole and we'll fill the gap between what the legislature allocated and what you received last year. So who qualifies? Is it the people who've always qualified, or is it different categories that we want to explore? And then, is it the same that you've expected, the same pay level you've expected, or is it only what the legislature provided to us? I think those are the questions in that order that we need to answer. And the board has that flexibility given by the legislature. 2 to 5 categories is the restriction.
So I like the part of the draft policy that says the board delegates to the administration the responsibility, to ensure compliance with state law and then there's A, B, and C, and A is annually identify the district's high needs areas and criteria for educator eligibility, updating that. So I like that it's that the board delegates to the administration to figure that part out, look at it, and decide what are the areas and what are the what's the eligibility requirement for it also. Personally, I like 1A.
And I do think moving into, after we move through this year into next year, we know some of that criteria or some of those data points that we want to look at. For example, how long a position sits being unfilled, how many applicants do we have that are qualified for each position. Those types of things would be things that we would like to track this coming year, to establish that to come back next year to present. I think we'll be better prepared next year to give that information. But we do feel like these are the categories currently that are the hardest to fill.
Based on the slides, it looked like it changes every year anyway. We had 400 one year, 600 the next. The amounts were changing. I don't know why anyone would be expecting a certain amount, given that was just a short history, 2 years worth, and I'm assuming that prior years were similar, that it's changing all the time. So I'm confused as to why a particular teacher would be expecting a certain amount when there's a history of it changing all the time.
I think it's more that they're expecting to receive some sort of salary supplement because they've been qualified for TSSP for so many years that now that it's shifted over to Shine, they still expect that they will get some sort of salary supplement because they were categorized as a high needs educator. So that is the feedback that I'm getting, is the people who have received TSSP, it may not be the amount that they are expecting. They are just expecting that because they are considered a high need teacher, that they would receive an additional support with their salary.
Okay, good. That's what I was hoping you'd say.
I
So with that, I don't have a problem just saying this is the amount, 1.8 million. It's a little bit less. And as a board member, I wouldn't feel compelled to bump that up to the 2.1 million, which it was at the prior year.
I think that's reasonable. I think we're going to be able to explain that. There will be some who say, hey, how come it's lower this year? But that's what I mean by expected. But sometimes the board has supplemented what the legislature has given, and sometimes not. That's the only reason we bring that up as a question. But I think that the argument you just made, or the scenario you just described, is reasonable to say, hey, we're giving everything that we received to the same groups who've received it in the past.
I, for one, am not interested in increasing our spending. We're already deficit spending right now. We're all worried about that. And so I, for one, would not want to allocate additional funds to what we've already agreed to on our spending. But I'm with Lisa. My preference would be to put that 1.8 in your fund and say, Superintendent, this is at your discretion. You spend it however you see the need, because you know the need better than we do, unless this is a heavy lift that you need us to make. I recognize that there are some times where the superintendent needs to say, that's what the board decided. That's what the elected officials who have the accountability for our funds decided, and that's on them. So what I need to know is this a heavy lift that it would bless you if we decided? Or would it be just as good to say, Superintendent, take the 1.8, put it in your superintendent account, and you spend it as you see fit?
I would say if you give me that flexibility this first year, I'm going to provide a transition that just means we provide it to the same groups. HR has said these groups still qualify. It's interesting, over time, not specifically for TSSP funds, the areas of need have shifted. So I would be intentional and thoughtful about how to apply that. And I would bring that to the board, but I would...
Confident in doing so.
But I would feel confident bringing a recommendation forward, because a key component of what you do is establish employee compensation. But I appreciate the question, and working with HR, I would feel confident bringing a recommendation to the board about where we could best leverage that money.
So I'd like to make a motion that we stick with the funds given to us and we do not supplement them with additional funds, and that we give the expenditure of those funds to the superintendent to use at his discretion.
Do we have a second?
Does a motion need to be made?
We're directing staff.
A question about these funds, though.
Because I thought that first we would look at the policy and then adopt the policy in a business meeting, and I don't know.
If
Because if
you
it's
voted
not
on,
already in the budget, then do we? I don't know.
if you voted on that motion, does the policy align with what he just
Yes.
said?
That's how I read the policy.
So what that means is that we would just bring the policy back for approval in our next meeting.
I'll second the motion. I second, but I just didn't know that it would be necessary.
I think we need to answer his questions, and my policy is an attempt to answer his questions so that he knows where the board stands and can bring back confidently, saying, based on your move, based on your motion to put this responsibility on me, here's where I'm spending the funds, instead of asking us where we want to spend the funds.
The other thing you could do is just say, bring the policy back and we'll vote on it, and we feel confident based on this discussion that we'll pass that policy, and what Mr. Dunford just suggested is what we is how we anticipate you will implement that policy. So the motion gives us
Something.
the motion is not inappropriate, but
Oh,
we could
I
also
was
just-
not trying to suggest. it was
But we could also just bring back the policy.
Okay.
Mr. Van Komen.
Hearing the discussion, it might be appropriate, like we have in some of our other policies, if you have questions, contact HR or something, just because it's a little bit difficult, to know when the deadlines are or what the criteria are. It's just something to consider. So somebody can read it, and if they really have a question, they were given some direction as to how to get an answer to their question, and they don't come to the board, or there's somebody who's designated as a contact point.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. Motion by Mr. Dunford, seconded by Ms. Dean, that we allocate only the funds that the legislature have allocated to us for the purpose of distributing to employees who qualify for the SHINE funds, and that we put those funds into the discretion of the superintendent. Did I
As directed by
summarize
the
that
policy.
correctly? Okay, so
I like that
go ahead
addition,
and
as
have
directed by the
As
policy.
directed by the policy.
that we
I
haven't
think you need
adopted. So that's tricky to add until we've adopted the policy. But let's go ahead and have discussion on that motion. Ms. Barrow, you mentioned that you had some questions.
I did have a question, and the addition of as directed by the policy might answer that, if that's the direction we're going. But the way you initially stated your motion, I was confused. It sounded as if the legislature is just giving us money and now we can do whatever we want with it, because you said at the discretion of the superintendent. And so are there stipulations to this money, when it is given, how it is given, things of that nature that this motion maybe didn't articulate?
We did put those stipulations into that draft policy.
Okay.
With the 3 evaluations that must be passing. It does look like it has to be based on their courses. So how many courses they teach in the area. So our ed support specialists that we have throughout wouldn't qualify for it because they don't actually teach class periods of a subject or a category. It does look like it's tailored to our teachers, which is also in there that it is a qualifying course taught in the categories that we've selected.
But we can certainly work with the superintendent as he brings forward a recommendation on what those criteria are, so we know that that matches. His recommendation
Clarify
follows.
that we've been informed that employee groups like speech and language pathologists would qualify, who do not necessarily teach a course. Is that incorrect?
I don't believe that was the intent for these funds, but I can double check on that with that.
They
It's
don't
very
currently
dependent.
qualify, from my understanding.
Our understanding
They
is they
make a
don't
compelling
qualify.
argument for why they would.
We would have to
Like
allow
to.
them to qualify.
Right, but it's up to us to determine whether we add employees that qualify. But if you went with the previous legislation, although there was some progress along those lines, and some people were interested in that at various times over the years, the last legislation did not include SLPs.
Because of the language that said they have to teach a course under that subject, or
The definition was not
Language.
broad enough to include them.
Our current practice is that it would be based on courses, so that's why they get a scale based on how many courses they teach, so it would be hard to fit in our current practice.
And then the policy as written is a little vague on the definitions, the qualifications. So are those other things, will they be posted somewhere else so people know what the qualifications are and the cutoff dates and all of those things?
Yes, we would send that out in a gem with the application process attached.
And even though, when Ms. Dean brought it up, we mentioned we want flexibility, so we haven't locked down deadlines. What we understand is that teachers want to know before hiring season, am I in a district that's going to continue to provide shine funds for my position? Because if not, then I'll have to make a decision about whether to go elsewhere. So for the board and those listening, if we know that other districts are continuing to pay these category shine funds, then we may not have had difficulty filling certain positions historically, but we would have difficulty going forward if we don't offer shine funds for positions that have come to expect some level of shine funding for the work they're doing. So
Are these funds limited to teachers, though? I mean, if we had a need for tradesmen, I mean, something like that, or is it?
it's educators.
Mm-hmm.
It's educators.
We have to report to USBE where the fund, how much they received every year, and it has to go into the Cactus system. So it does have to be someone with an educator license.
So I have a few concerns about this motion. First of all, I feel like we're a little backwards. I think we should approve a policy before approving a motion built on a policy that technically doesn't exist yet. My next concern is these categories of teachers have been receiving shine funds or TSSP funds for a number of years, and moving it to a new area is going to be the equivalent to taking a pay cut for those teachers. They've come to depend on them for right or wrong. It's a consideration, and I would absolutely be uncomfortable if we don't give them at least this year of notice. So I like that is Dr. Godfrey's intent. I don't think the policy or the motion specifies that we do that. And then my third concern is I feel like these funds are intended by the legislature for a specific purpose and a specific employee group. And while I have 100% confidence that Dr. Godfrey would use them in the appropriate way, I do think that to be above reproach, I would prefer they stay as their own budget category that's easily reportable to the state when they come calling. So those are the reasons I would be too concerned to vote yes at this point on the motion. Yeah, Mr. Larson. Sure.
The Shine funds are a state grant, and so we are required to separate them as a separate category and report them to the state separately.
So if we were to say in this motion, let's just put them in the superintendent's fund, I don't know if we would be doing that.
It's more under his direction than.
So
yeah.
Then let's allocate them as such from my perspective.
Well, I think that's the intent of the motion, whether or not it was stated that way. I don't think Mr. Dunford's saying, hey, let's give this money to superintendent, spend it however you want. I think is at least the intent of the motion was, let's give him power how to use this money according to the laws that are set forth and the direction of HR that they've worked so hard on. So I don't think that, I don't know, maybe we need to put a statement in there that spend it according to policy but that's what I got from it is he's not just giving the money and say, do whatever you want with it. It's going to be according to the law and according to what HR has already developed. He's just going to have control over it instead of us.
I think there were two pieces to the motion. One of them was to decide whether or not we were going to supplement what was given to us. And the motion is suggesting that we not do that. The other part of the motion had to do with the implementation of the policy. And I would rather separate those because I think when we have the policy in front of us and we're ready to talk about it and adopt it, it will accomplish the second piece of the motion. Mm-hmm. And maybe that first piece could just be done separately, not rather than combining both into one motion.
Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with that.
Oh, someone make a
Then I
substitute.
propose an amended motion
There you go.
that we direct the superintendent to move forward with this policy as it's stated, but to stay within the financial budget of the funds that were allocated. I think we need to answer that question first. That we intend to use Shine funds to supplement hard to fill positions,
Can
but we're not going to increase our budget to do so.
So I still keep feeling like I would prefer to adopt the policy before talking about how we're implementing it, before making motions on how to implement the policy.
Is there an urgency that we need to hurry and approve this? Or can we wait for the policy to be approved first?
I only think that there are teachers wondering whether they're going to
Get it.
The urgency is whether there's technically a motion or not. I think it's written into the policy, the portion that Ms. Dean read, that I have to distribute the funds according to the policy and according to the law. And that's going to, if there's clarity that we aren't changing the categories, there will be a policy in play for this coming year. There will be a policy in place, and we're distributing all of the money received from the legislature, but not more than that. The only urgency is that teachers are eagerly awaiting news on whether they can expect to be paid Shine funds.
And that was my only intent. We're not gonna supplement, but we are gonna spend, and we're not changing the categories.
And whether there's a motion to that or not, if the people listening know that that's the case, and then you can approve the policy next meeting, then that's fine. You can approve the motion, and that's fine. Either way, I think there's clarity from the discussion. If I've summarized that and Mr. Dunford has summarized that accurately, then looking at the policy and making sure that the technical aspects of it that Ms. George brought up are buttoned down, we can do that in the next meeting. It's just clarity about the categories not changing, I think, is what people are hoping to hear.
Do you have the clarity? Do you have the intent of this board?
I feel like I do.
Then, Ms. George, I move that we remove the motion on the table and move forward. I move that we remove the motion on the table and take no action at this time and wait for further proposals from the superintendent.
But to allow the superintendent to start
He's
moving
gotten
forward,
enough to know how to proceed.
We want you to move
But we
forward.
don't necessarily. I was just trying to help him proceed.
Yep.
And it sounds like he doesn't need it anymore. So I move that we remove the motion from the table and just wait for the superintendent to come with to come back with this policy.
So as our parliamentarian.
We do need to
make
take
sure
a
that I'm
second on
correct.
that motion
it.
and vote on that
Second,
motion.
If you're removing your motion.
Yes.
I'll second
Okay,
it.
so we have a motion and a second to remove the motion from the table. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Great, motion carries unanimously.
Do you have the information that you need?
Thank you for the discussion. That gives me exactly what I need. In whatever form it came in, I now know what we need to do moving forward, and I think that's also the information those listening need to know what to expect. So,
Board members, do you need to see this policy on another study agenda before voting on it in a business meeting?
No.
No.
Before we move off this agenda item, I do have a procedural question. This is a brand new policy, right?
Mhm.
And the very first part says board directive. Where did that come from? Did it come from the board?
It's being proposed.
Right, but was it proposed by the board?
I
No.
think once
I'm
the
just-
board adopts it, then it is now their directive.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I don't want to make a big deal of it, but I'm just curious, when we draft a new policy, words are put into our mouth kind of as to what they think we want as a directive, right? And then we come back and say,
Yes or no?
are we okay with that? It just, I don't know how I feel about that. It feels a little weird that staff, and not that I don't trust them, I think they're all great people, that staff writes the entire policy, even the part where we as the board are telling them what we want. But that's how we've always done it, I'm guessing. I think this is the second time that a new policy is, maybe there's more, but is that okay with us?
So I think when you see, like, it's a DP, it's a district policy, and maybe Bryce can review what all of the letters mean. And so some policies that are the board policies, the board writes. District policies, frequently, I think, usually district employees work on them or work to amend them. And so I think when it's a district policy, it's different than a board policy in how it originates and who kind of, I mean, as a board, the buck stops here, right? But I think when it's a district policy, the district kind of manages it. I don't know.
It just seems weird that they're telling us what they want us to direct them to do.
Or they're asking. They're not telling. They're asking. Is this what you want us to do? Yeah. They're generating text and saving us the time to do it. Because the least productive time we spend is in wordsmithing. So to have someone already have wordsmiths to say, we're guessing this is what you want, and then they're asking. They're not telling.
And it's a draft. This is a draft. It's not a, do you know what I mean? They're not saying, this is what we're doing. It's a draft that they're bringing to us, and if we had changes, we could suggest them. If we had questions, clarification, you know what I mean? So I feel like it saves a lot of time. Personally, I do not want to be going
wordsmith
through all of the policies.
And we are working with the board attorney in the background before we bring the draft forward. So we
and what we did in executive committee was approved him bringing this forward. We told him to bring this to us as a guess as to what our directive would be.
I remember when I first came on the board, I was told that my main thing as a board member is to write policy.
Approve policy. Don't write it.
Okay, yeah. We're a policy generating and approving body here. And policy is coming from staff to us. And so it just seemed kind of odd.
If you want to take it and rewrite it, go for it.
Go for it.
So I was just going to say, at this point, the reason we're not voting on this policy right now is because we need to adopt it. Please take the time. If this board directive doesn't represent you well, please bring it back to us with suggested edits. Make it your own.
So then should it come back
So
to a study session one more time?
And that's why I asked the question.
I think
Does
that's our
anyone
process
need an
normally.
edit to this policy?
It needs to go through the process.
Yeah.
I think it needs to go through the process to say we looked at it in a study session, no one had any changes, and then we voted on it.
Can we put it on both agendas for the next meeting so that if in study session we discuss it and you feel comfortable with it, then we vote in that next
The other
session?
thing that if you, in preparing to bring it back to us, decide there's something I need to change, we would need to see it in study session before we finally voted on it.
And we can change too.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Does everybody feel like they have what they need on this one?
I do have one more question. It was unclear to me whether or not all the board members were in agreement that we do not supplement beyond what the legislature has allocated. Do we need an official vote on that? I felt like that was one item.
I don't know if we need an official vote, but is anyone uncomfortable with that direction? Okay. And is anyone uncomfortable with keeping it to the categories as they were last year.
Do you feel like the board needs to make a vote on that? That was the main point of my motion.
I got lost in the wording, and it was very unclear to me, so I wanted to officially ask, like, I'm okay if we don't need to vote. I just wanted to make sure it didn't need to be something official. I just needed clarity for myself and possibly for those listening that we were all in agreement.
Thank you for that. Okay. All right. Thank you for your work on this. It's exciting to see things rolling forward. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item 1F. This is a continued discussion on the initial boundary changes data for Midas Creek Elementary School. We discussed this at our last meeting and are just ready now as a board to discuss next steps. So we'll turn it to Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. This is, we're looking at a couple of boundary changes tonight that will be presented in a little bit of a different way than they have been in the past. Based on discussion with the board and the executive committee, we are not bringing forward multiple options, but we're bringing forward a particular option for each proposed boundary change. In the spirit of what Mr. Barnett was asking about earlier regarding policy, I would point out that we consider this a starting point. If there are adjustments or changes that the board wishes to make, that's why we're bringing it forward, so that this gives you a starting point, and if you want to change the proposal that goes to the public, then this is our chance to do that. Also, to our earlier discussion, there is not a particular, we'll talk about the timeline, but we have time to process this, and if there's a different way we want to do this, we can bring it back. The idea is to bring this forward. When the board is comfortable either with the option that's presented tonight or with a different version, then we would send it out for feedback on this instead of a vote or, a survey. So it's a bit of a different approach, but I think it matches well with what the board has requested, but also these particular situations, one boundary change to align a feeder and another to alleviate high enrollment. So this is, I'll say it a third time, it's a starting point, and the board can adjust this however you would like, and then what we will do is put together an email and a survey and get input on that one option once the board is comfortable with what we're going to send out, and we'll send you those materials as well. One thing I would note is that between these two, we have the potential to change every high school boundary. Now, you hear people at home gasping, but what we're doing is changing it for a very small number of families. So we would send out two different emails. One email would say, a small number of students may be moved out of your high school boundary. Your neighborhood would not be impacted by this change directly, but we are giving everyone with students at the school the opportunity for input on this option, so that people can read 3 or 4 sentences and say, oh wait, that's not me, I'm not being moved, and then they can decide whether they're still concerned. There may be some who say, oh good, we really need smaller numbers here, or they may say, oh no, why would we send more students to my school, or whatever it is, but we want to make it very clear up front. We're asking you only because the overall enrollment at your school changes, but your particular neighborhood would not be moved. So it is a little bit tricky. It's been some time since we changed all high school boundaries, or potentially did. But I just wanted to clarify, we're going to be, and it will take a little bit of time to do that, but we want to be sure that we're targeted in the way that we send this out so it doesn't cause any alarm. So on each of these, we're going to talk.
It'll be the last time we do this. So
that's right. On each of these, we'll
get really good at this.
Yes, and this is going to be a good opportunity for us to message that. Like I said, we'll send those out to you so you're well aware of what it looks like. And as Mr. Dunford has pointed out, we can provide you the individual feedback we receive. We can also use AI to effectively summarize it. And this board has always distinguished itself in the way that it processes and reacts to parent feedback. So,
can we?
West Jordan High School have a change in these boundary discussions?
Potentially. Yes.
Yep. Small, 50, 54 students potentially.
I was like, West Jordan doesn't have anyone.
So, with that, let's take a look at the proposed secondary boundary change for the Midas Creek area.
Okay, what you're going to see on the first slide is just the current state of things. On the left side of the screen, that's where we've got the Midas Creek boundary in the shaded yellow area, and then the purple lines designate the high school and middle school boundaries. You can see in Area 1, Copper Mountain Middle has 135 students within Midas Creek that would go to that middle school. Harriman High is 171. Area 2, almost equal amounts between Ochre Hills and Riverton. And then Area 3 currently goes to South Hills and Mountain Ridge. The proposed boundary changes on the right. In keeping with what Dr. Godfrey said, this doesn't impact the Midas Creek boundary, the Midas Creek Elementary boundary at all.
The only boundary we're not changing, and yet it's
funny.
Its title is on every one of these.
It's the Midas Creek area. And so this proposal would take areas 1, 2, and 3 and move them all to the Ochre Hills Middle School and Riverton High School feeder.
We always say it's not A or B, it's C, D, E, or F. In this case, it's A.
In this case, we would be seeking input and feedback on option A. Or option
It's not
alpha.
even option A.
Even
The
an
proposed change.
proposal
The
A.
proposed change.
Proposed change,
Because
I
if we
like
call
it.
it A, you're going to want a B.
Yeah.
You know.
So there's no other options. This
No
is
other
what we're
option.
doing.
This is what we think we ought to do to solve the problem. And then the board weighs in and says, yes, we agree. This is how we ought to solve the
Potentially, we
problem.
could leave it the same.
Or
Right.
the board says, let's change it to this and then send it out. But what we're proposing, again, based on board discussion and the executive committee discussion, is that whatever we end up with, we just send out one proposed change rather than options, because there are limited options here to what you can reasonably do.
Yes,
And now, and really what the option becomes is, do we make the change that's proposed, or do we just leave things the way they are? Because there's really not a middle ground that makes a lot of sense. If it's still going to be divided, is it worth the effort of a change? But all of that is up to the board, and even though this is our starting point, you could say, we still want options. This doesn't feel like the way we want it to feel now that we see it. Kind of like moving the furniture. Oh, this doesn't feel right. Let's move the furniture back. Whatever we decide we want to do.
In a small measure, help with a crowded school. I mean, Mountain Ridge High School is projected to be pretty full.
And that's on this slide here where
Well,
you've got the
Harriman.
current.
Yeah, but Herman's not on this one.
The far left column indicates the estimated enrollment in October. And then the building capacity is the next column, current number of portables, and then you'll see the next 4 years of projected growth there. And to President George's point, yes, Mountain Ridge and Harriman are both in the, knocking on the door of 2,900 in 4 years.
It also, the board prior to this said that Mountain View corridor, whenever it's possible, would be a hard boundary, and that would solve that too.
Yeah. This is what the proposed capacity enrollment would look like under the proposed option. The first 3 columns remain exactly the same as the previous slide. The next 4 for the 4 years until 29-30 school year would show how it would balance enrollment in the impacted schools.
Is this showing if all of the students were to go to their boundary school, not
Yes.
considering a slow rollout?
Correct. It assumes that the students that are in the boundary all go to the proposed schools. last board meeting, it was brought up and questions were made about transportations and the impact it would have on that. Every student involved in this boundary change would qualify for busing. As far as net increase, there are 7 buses from this area currently serving, and they would be 7 buses going to Ochre Hills. That would constitute no net increase to busing at the middle level. Because we're consolidating areas, we could see a net increase of up to 2 more buses at the high school level, depending on how the routes shaped out. That's our estimate. So currently Riverton has 4. You could see potentially an increase of 2 more.
But if current routes can cover that, then we wouldn't see that increase.
These are high school students who often get themselves to school.
That's right.
Do we have any safety buses that are going over to Harriman? We pay full freight on those, so we would. This slide really should say that we're losing those, and so that's actually a savings, huge savings. If there is safety, but I think there is.
Are these the only students who would be using those safety shuttles? I'm not sure.
Just the Harriman ones.
Yeah.
Is if they're using safety shuttles, because I think they're within the 2-mile radius, we would be saving that whole bus, which is
the only buses that we have that you're describing are actually going to Copper Mountain, not to Harriman.
Okay. But so that would affect Copper Mountain.
It'd be the
kids.
net increase to the middle schools would be 0. The other point of discussion was what to do regarding permits. This is a proposal, as Dr. Godfrey said. This could go any way that the board wishes it to go, but one way to approach it would be to have current secondary students involved in the boundary change would be guaranteed permits to their current middle school and high school. The caveat with that is on a permit system, they would only qualify for busing to Ochre Hills or Riverton. So you could have a 7th grader electing to stay in their current middle school and feed into their current high school, and that would be a 6-year endeavor for them through the year 2031. You could also do the same with the elementary students. Again, they would not qualify for busing anywhere but Ochre Hills and Riverton, and a current kindergartner would obligate it for 12 years or through 2037.
But as I understand this proposal, they could permit for any reason, whether they had a sibling or just a preference. We are granting them a permit at the middle school and high school where they are currently slotted to go, for whatever reason. That's how I read this proposal, right? They don't have to say, I have to have a sibling. It's any reason at all.
Under the way this is written, yes, it would be wherever they currently are. So if you're in the current Copper Mountain, Harriman boundaries, this proposal would allow you to stay at Copper Mountain and move on to Harriman.
Just no busing.
With the permit, without busing.
There's got to be a statement in there about no flip-flop. I mean, if we give a permit to a kindergartner anyways, they can stay throughout the kindergarten years, right?
Well,
Once we give a permit for a school, they don't have to permit.
Correct, to a school, but if they at the level change to a middle school or to
And
a high school, they
have to ask
resubmit.
for another one.
Yeah.
That's correct.
12-year rollout feels excessive.
Thank you. Me too. And I'm curious, and I realize that there haven't been a lot of boundary changes recently, but is there any idea about how many students actually permit to stay at the school that the boundary change? Because it seems like, anyway,
Anecdotally,
sometimes it's more convenient and easier just to go to the school that you have the bus to.
Yeah. Anecdotally, I would say that over the years, even some families that have fought to say, I want my child to stay in 6th grade to complete their final year at school X. And ultimately, I can think of a specific instance many years ago where the board allowed for that and said, all right, sixth graders get this as consideration. And then a lot of sixth graders said, well, actually, let's go to sixth grade at the new school, because then when we go to seventh grade, we will have already made these new friends. So even if the flexibility is given, the likelihood that very many people take advantage of it is low, especially where all of the busing is provided. And so this proposal can be, you can decide on any version of this proposal. I would recommend that you not give options here either, that you say, this is what we propose, the boundary change we propose, and this is what permits will look like, and this is what transportation will look like. If you have various permutations of and combinations of permit and transportation that people are voting on, then that creates a problem. But you can say all current secondary students and sixth grade students, or you can define what this looks like. In direct answer to your question, I don't know that very many families will take advantage of it from the elementary level. They may at the secondary level.
And as you can see from this slide, the building capacity with the current portables and even the projected enrollment through 4 years allows for room. And you could even say go through the current permit process. And if you go through the open enrollment window in December, I think your odds are very good that you would receive a permit for that school.
And for that reason, I think that maybe decreasing it from 12 years to 4 years or 5 years, because it seems like after that, just the normal permitting process would get them where they wanted to be. 3, thank you.
What doesn't the normal processing, are you given, when we did the permits, and I get a kid in that school, does it allow for the rest of the family to get into?
They get a
In the process, in the process, we prioritize.
We could go back
siblings.
to those permit and add in a boundary change into that process and put that as a high priority. I want to help as many families make this a smooth transition as possible. And if they have close ties, I really do think, like Dr. Godfrey said, very, very few are going to take advantage of that. They were going to want to be with the kids. We're really reuniting them with their elementary friends. And but I do want, if somebody does want to stay in that feeder system and we have room, then I'd prefer to allow the wishes of the family.
Policy for permitting would allow that, right?
Yeah,
If
but
we
if
have
it
room,
gets
they can
only
permit.
if there's room. and
these
there's
are
one
tight
school, there may not.
schools. These are tight schools, but I think that few kids that we're going to disrupt that want to stay, I think it's worth it.
I
We
think
wanna make
what
this
we're
easy for 'em.
asking of staff right now is to represent the desires of a board that is potentially 3 boards ago, where they are going to be dusting off old meetings and having to manage this. And I think it's unnecessary. If we allow 3 years, then we're all here to stand behind those decisions. Maybe not all, but there are board members here to stand behind those decisions. And I believe that our current permit policy will allow families to do what they need to do in this scenario.
And I disagree, because I think we're saying it's okay if you choose Copper Mountain, but you may not be able to choose Harriman.
I agree with
And I don't like saying that. Just for the sake of, well, we don't want to tie a future board's hands, so we tie the family's hands. We're allowing
our staff's hands.
We're allowing them to say, you can choose to go to Copper Mountain Middle School, but you may not be able to then go on to Harriman, because Harriman's going to be crowded, and you may not qualify for a permit. I don't want to say that.
So you would rather do 6 years?
I would rather give everyone in the elementary school the option to know that you can go to the high school you choose. You may not receive busing, but you will be able to go to the high school you choose. There will be no restrictions prohibiting you from going to that high school.
So a 12-year rollout.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that you have to declare it now. And if you go to Riverton, if you decide to change and go to Riverton or whatever, you can't come back under this. You'd have to come back under the regular. Does that make sense?
Yeah. If you choose Ochre Hills, if you choose to go to Ochre Hills, you can't permit to Harriman or Mountain Ridge.
If I choose to stay in Copper Hills, well, it's not going to be that hard to manage it. It really isn't.
Managing case by case, like, oh, sorry, you requested a permit 3 years ago. You're no longer eligible.
And I have another question. So are very many students or families who request a permit don't receive it?
Yeah. There's a ton of people who don't get the permit they request.
I guess I've just requested a permit to an unpopular school.
Yeah, I've had 100% success with my requests.
A very great school.
I'll say you made your request within the window and
I did make my request within the window, and actually I was put on the wait list, but then anyway, I mean,
we've done this before. When Bryce and I was first elected to the board, there was a street called Hollister Street in Harriman that had like half the street was built, and then there's a big field that we're building houses. And we wanted all those houses to go to Harriman Elementary. So we told that street, look, you can choose to stay, or you could choose to go with people that were going to be on the other side of the street. And I think 1 or 2 families ended up staying throughout the whole way to Butterfield Canyon. But most families saw the reasoning, oh, now my people in my church congregation and the kids my kids are playing with now, these new homes, we want to go. And so, but we gave them the freedom a little bit, and that's not always possible. Sometimes we need to get a lot of people, like we did with Aspen. We needed a lot of people out soon. But if it's possible, then I would just defer on. I think if you were to check Butterfield Canyon, the exemption of Hollister Street was not a big toll on their staff. But.
Can I ask, what kind of a lift is this for you to manage a 12-year rollout? Is it not that big of a deal?
They might not even be here then, right?
No, they have lifetime contracts.
Well, let's
in court
see.
Justices.
I have to be a little careful because I won't be the one doing the work, and I'm well aware of that. It's manageable because what we do is we print up a list of these students and then we check it against the requests and, print up. We generate a list of students, and, we have payroll oddities that we do by hand every year, and we do have some permit things that we do every year. If this is what you want for these families, don't let the burden on staff be the obstacle to accomplishing that. Although I do want to say I always appreciate it, and this board does an exceptional job of saying, but what's the impact on staff? But what will this do to the superintendent? Or what's the burden on teachers if we do this? So I really appreciate that question. I think this is something that we can do. If this is what you want to do as a board, we can manage it.
I think the only reason you would permit is if you have a sibling or you've been in that sports feeder system from the early years. I think the number of people permitting is just going to be minimal. I think the vast majority want to stay with all of their elementary group throughout the rest of their school years.
We have some email addresses that are assigned to a position as opposed to a person. And we would say, this is the email address that you need to email if you're making this request. And whoever's in that position will be sure they have that list, they have the understanding, and we can make it work.
Can I make a motion? I move that we move forward with the next steps that are outlined here in this these next steps, following the transportation proposal and the permits proposal that have been proposed.
We haven't even talked about the next steps yet, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
You were reading ahead.
I was just thinking, hey, we've been talking about this for a while. Maybe I can make a motion. Okay.
Yeah, let's go over the next steps and the potential dates.
You can in just a minute.
You'll notice some of these up here are required by law, and all of them are flexible in terms of when we actually implement them. We put up certain board meeting dates just for reference, but the official notice to those impacted in a boundary change is required by law. We'd do that sometime this month. And as Dr. Godfrey said earlier, I think we differentiate the email notices. Those to impacted families whose neighborhoods would be impacted by the change, and those who would not be directly impacted by the boundary changes. The new wrinkle in the law indicates that requires that we use our regular means of communication, which in this case would be Parent Square, but there's a bonus. We also have to send out through the United States Postal Service notifications to those families, around 17,000 households, because under this you saw the 6 schools that would be impacted, 3 middle schools, 3 high schools.
We've asked Caleb to personally deliver each of those postcards because that will be very expensive otherwise. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
In case Caleb's listening, it's
a bulk mail rate, so
yeah, but it's expensive.
So unnecessary.
There's a cost there.
And that's part of the new law.
Same area.
That is brand new this year.
I hope our legislative committee works with our legislators on that.
Yeah.
Well, or
we
not
can show them
required.
the postal bill that we accrue. The feedback window under the proposal of getting feedback and comments on the boundary proposal would happen in September. We could send out a survey. We'd be gathering that and doing the analysis that way. There would be open houses as well to answer questions and do an in-person gathering of that. There could also be feedback and questions posed virtually or through email. And we would also, as per our regular process, talk with our school community councils of the impacted. We usually walk them through the process. It can also be a question and answer time, but usually they're curious about the process. They're oftentimes the ones that get most of the questions in the community because they are involved at the school. Required by law is a public comment. That could be in October once the everything's been gathered and meetings have been held. There is a required public hearing, which could be as soon as the 11th. We again, these dates are optional with potential board action on December 9th.
It would be tricky for me to vote on a motion before we have the Sunset Ridge discussion because these steps require us to have made decisions there.
Can I ask, is the open house in-person open house? It's not...
That's correct, yeah. We would do at a physical location, in person. We'd have staff there to help answer questions, maps.
Board members can be there.
Of course.
Thanks for adding that in school community councils. I wanted to add in that process, contacting cities about the impact of the change. In this case, I don't think we need to because there is no impact to the cities because there's not going to be a crossing route or anything like that. But that's the only additional step I wish that was in there.
Yeah, it's not listed on here, but part of the required notice is to cities that are impacted.
Cities know.
So in this case, I believe we'd be sending it to Riverton and Harriman.
So I have a question. So I feel like these next steps also include agenda item G.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
That's
right.
Okay. And
now you got to hold your motion for a whole nother agenda.
for what?
Now you
That's
get
what
to
I was hoping you would do.
You get to make 2 motions.
Should we move into agenda item G?
Yep.
Are
Yes.
people ready?
Yes.
But are we generally no more questions, no more, we're done with the Midas Creek discussion.
Well, I like the transportation proposal. I feel like the permits proposal is fine. I do feel like 12 years is a lot, but I am okay with it.
Let me make sure everyone understands what we're proposing. Some middle school students and some middle school students and some high school students are about to lose busing to go to the same school. That's what we're proposing.
Yes.
So, okay, great.
I think that'd be very difficult to be able to running 2 buses in the same area.
I'm on board with the discussion. I just want to make sure we all aware that is a reality.
You're talking about people who are voluntarily giving up busing because they want to go to a particular school.
No, I'm talking about someone who's in 7th grade
At Copper Hill.
at Copper Mountain
Copper Mountain.
and wants to go to 8th grade at Copper Mountain, just lost their busing.
Now
To
they're
go to the same school, I was bused for 7th grade. I'm not going to be bused for 8th grade because my boundary just changed.
And now he's
But
walking
the thing
across the
is,
freeway.
It's possible that they is anybody in there, will they qualify for a bus to Oker?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
but they're already going
it's a
to
different bus to a different school.
And just as a reminder of what we said earlier, everyone in the impacted area, in the Midas Creek area, would be eligible to busing to Oak Hills Middle and to Riverton High.
Anyone who chooses to permit gives up that right to a bus, and they would be choosing to.
These guys would be permitting to the same school they're going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Agenda
That was
item,
the easy one.
agenda item G.
Roll into the tough one.
We call it the Northwest area simply because, again, it looks like it involves, and it does involve, a lot of schools. And you'll see the potential impact of those schools here. Under this, these are the proposed boundary changes, and you can see the current impact. This would take, in Area 1, 299 students from Sunset Ridge Middle School and send them to West Hills Middle School. That's Area 1. Everyone in this section is currently at Sunset Ridge. They would go to West Hills.
So they're not changing high schools at all.
They would not change high schools. That's an important clarification.
Will down the road.
These students are already going to Copper Hills. They will remain at Copper Hills. That would, as you'll see in the next slide, that would bring West Hills' enrollment quite high. In order to offset that, this proposal takes Area 2 and sends these students who are currently in the West Hills middle boundary, would send them, 196 of them, to Elk Ridge Middle. This area is also currently in the Copper Hills boundary. It would send 199 current students to Bingham. Miss George's is where the West Jordan area comes into play here, West Jordan High School. These students are currently going to West Jordan High School by their boundary. Of note, most of the 54 students in this area, a majority of them already permit to Bingham High School.
When you say a majority, does that mean just like 28 or 29
I
or
believe the
something?
number was 35. 35 of the 54 already go to Bingham High School on permit.
And do any of them go to Copper Hills?
I can get the numbers for you. I don't have that readily available, but yeah, there may be a...
General thinking is they go to Elk Ridge, and they want to go from Elk Ridge to Bingham, rather than from Elk Ridge to West Jordan, where no one else in Elk Ridge is going.
That's the quirkiness of this boundary that this would seek to tweak and fix. So those students already go to Elk Ridge. Most of their peers go to Bingham. This would align the feeder system in a better manner.
I do see the concern being, man, Copper Hills is right there, and you want me to go all the
Sure.
way over here. But
They're kind of in the middle though.
it makes a lot of sense.
Is there any?
Better than this guy right here.
Yeah,
Who's going, there's Copper Hills right there, and you're making me go all the way to Bingham.
well, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant this guy right here.
Yeah, I meant the area too, people.
Yeah, just to clarify, Area C currently goes to West Jordan High School. So, to Dr. Godfrey's earlier point, this does impact all 6 high schools, albeit to varying degrees.
Why it'll be important for us to say,
Jordan is.
like every West Jordan parent would receive an email, all but 50 would receive an email that said, we are considering moving the boundary so 50 students move from West Jordan to Bingham's boundary. Your family is not included. If you would like to weigh in, click here. And then most would say, oh, okay, and not worry about it. The idea is to let people read 2 sentences and say, oh, it's not me.
And Ms. Barrow, our data indicates there are no students in in Area C permitting the Copper Hills.
But in area 2?
Area 2, their boundary is currently Copper Hills.
Is there any wisdom in expanding number 2 to the other side of Mountain Ridge? That's an industrial area, but there is homes and there is future growth, because what we're trying to do is hold the numbers of Copper Hills down as long as we can until we have to build a high school.
Are you talking about New Bingham or Mountain View?
Yeah, so I'd bring it across Mountain Ridge, Mountain View, on keep 90th as the boundary, and then have it go down New Bingham Highway.
Just in that area between Bacchus Highway and industrial area. Yeah, there are a few homes in there.
There's not a few homes,
Sunset Ridge.
but what the wisdom behind it is there is areas in that area that can be built, and so it's better to build a home and say, oh, they're going to send me clear to Bingham.
Then you're going to have Copperton in that conversation.
Right.
It could domino.
We did consider areas beyond that for the reasons you described, because of the transportation corridors and barriers. There are more students in that area than you might think, and to Ms. George's point, it does impact the middle school, and there are some balance, as you can see in the next slide here. The capacity and enrollments would be impacted beyond where we thought was prudent at this point.
To Bingham, that it would make Bingham too large, because what we're trying to do is keep the numbers down in Sunset Ridge, West Hills, and Copper Hills, because if we can't manage those areas to be low, then we have to build a high school.
Yeah. So the capacity enrollments currently stand like this, where you've got, again, same setup, where the column on the left is the estimated enrollment of each school. You've got their building capacity, and then you've got the projections for the next 4 years after the portables. Under the proposal, it would look like this.
The asterisk.
Thank you for asking. That is the year that the West Jordan High School remodel is slated to be completed. And so we just wanted to put that there as a reminder that the capacity and everything, that could be a year that you might want to keep track of for the completion of that project. Thank you for asking. But Mr. Robinson, as you described, this change would take Copper Hills down to around 2,600, 2,658.
Still a good size, but that's much more comfortable.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if we should explore that larger area. Take to Bingham.
Look at Bingham's numbers. I mean, that's a pretty good size Ivory development over there. And I think it probably yields a few kids. So I don't know.
I'm just trying to do whatever we
Bingham's
can.
looking pretty nice at 23.6.
It does look nice, and Copper Hills is manageable, but it's I would rather take it now and before they build more houses there, and there's not a lot to build, than have to take it later. The longer we can keep those numbers down in the West Jordan area, the longer we can hold off building a high school.
But really, the area that you're pointing out is pretty built out. So the growth is coming on the other side of New Bingham.
But there is kids there.
There's a built-out Ivory development in that area that you were indicating. And I don't know how many kids it yields, but it's pretty filled in now. And then you've got like industrial,
Mostly
that's
industrial.
not going to become homes. And then you're looking at like Copperton.
Well, and I would keep Copperton at Copper Hills.
So
I'm just saying, bring in a
I
few
hear
more
what you're
homes,
saying.
whatever we can do to take,
It's that square right there.
and anything
That
else they
square is
could
pretty
build in
built
there.
all of our growth is coming here.
That's the only thing that I would say is whatever we can do to get more kids out of there.
So do you have any idea how many kids are in that little Ivory development?
I'd have to look. We could find out.
I'm very comfortable keeping Mountain View as the boundary.
And we've always said we wanted that.
I don't
as a
want
hard
them
boundary.
crossing Mount. I would not
Well,
want
they
them.
wouldn't. They'd be on a bus.
I wouldn't want them crossing to get to Elk Ridge and then Bingham. I would rather that group go to Sunset Ridge.
I'm good with that. I'm just throwing that out. That's just one thing that you can do to take that growth of those two areas.
Another thing that really is nice about this boundary is it's in keeping with that goal of keeping kids from crossing really busy boundaries.
Yep.
And as we said, we did look at that. If I remember right, there were more kids I was surprised by the number of kids in that area. I can get the numbers for you tomorrow, but because of the implications and crossing the highway and busing implications and everything else based on the last discussion, we kept it as is.
They would be on a bus either way, because obviously Elk Ridge, Bingham are too far. I'm just looking anything to help
And
those
complexes
schools.
is a pretty good size.
I'm
I
good
think
either
this
way.
is beautiful.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up transportation, Dr. Robinson, because in the area number 1, that's the area currently in Sunset Ridge's boundaries. Out of the 299 students that live there, 270 would qualify for busing to West Hills. So a very small number would not. That's not to say they couldn't get a space available permit. It just kind of depends on the way the routes get structured and how much available space there is on the bus.
So it says no net change in busing. Does that mean they're already on buses?
They're already being bused to Sunset Ridge.
Across Mountain View.
Okay, so we're just having the bus go in a different direction.
That's correct. For Area 2, which we were just talking about, all of those students would qualify for busing to both Elk Ridge and Bingham. That would mean a net increase of 3 buses to Elk Ridge because they aren't currently being bused to West Hills. And then Area C, of our 54 students, all of them would qualify for busing to Bingham, which could, if all 54, again, this is the max number, if all 54 chose to road the bus, that could constitute a net increase of, it would not be 2, I can tell you that, but it would increase an additional bus.
Which is really interesting because the facilities working on drawing boundaries that reduce buses. But the bottom line is you're saving us from building a high school and you're saving us from building a middle school, which come at a huge price tag more than a bus. So,
What's the bandwidth of our busing department with these asks?
As you know, bus drivers are at a premium, but I'm looking over to the corner.
Can we give them the Shine funds? Just kidding.
We'll have them teach a class so they qualify.
We
Pete
could
is all around.
reduce the number of unfunded bus routes that are happening.
Done pretty good
I
chipping
know,
away
I
at
know.
those, haven't we?
Yeah.
What are we left with?
The safety
I did
shuttles.
have need to change the subject. I feel like, let's move on with this agenda item.
And just looking at this, I mean, it would be if all secondary students are qualifying, it's not on there, but there would be a bus needed for Bingham. And I'm guessing 1 bus needed for Area C and possibly a bus for Area 2. But again, net increase of busing overall.
But Copper Hills doesn't lose any buses?
Yeah, Copper Hills, they shouldn't be changed because those students aren't being bused at Copper Hills.
Not right
Yeah.
now.
There could be a
You're awfully close. I was just hoping.
correct, yeah. And then we get into the permit discussion for this area, and because this is a different type of boundary change, the genesis of it is a little different, and the need for it is a little different. Current secondary students involved in the boundary change could go through the existing permit process and remain at their middle school and high school. And if you go back to this, it indicates that you can look at the building capacity versus the potential enrollment in a few years. There should be room for students who wish to remain at their current school.
So we wouldn't grant a permit to an elementary student in that area who's now been changed to Elk Ridge and had planned on going to West Hills.
Haven't proposed that.
Yeah.
This proposal wouldn't even grant a permit to a ninth grader, an incoming ninth grader who wants to stay at Sunset Ridge. So, do we have any data on the number of students that are currently Sunset Ridge students that would become West Hills students who are French DLI participants? Phew, that was a sentence.
Are they left-handed or right-handed? No. Yeah, we could get that data for you. I don't have it currently.
Because those people already have a priority to permit to Sunset Ridge, right?
Yes.
But I think their proposal would let them stay at Sunset Ridge. They could remain at their middle school.
Because of the numbers, correct? Because we're not over capacity, right? So they could just go through the regular permit process.
To a ninth grader,
If you're in dual language immersion, you get to continue on at the school. So regardless of the I mean, your point is correct, but I'm just trying to boil it down to if you're in DLI, you get to go to Sunset Ridge to finish your program.
And that's what we
Should be very clear that these are very different proposals. We're going to give a 12-year rollout on this side and nothing on that
And
side.
so my question is why? Because that's a hard thing for me to do, is two at the same time, but totally different. And we have room to keep them at their current schools if we had to. It's just a little full.
So let me just address why the starting points are different, but not why they need to stay different, because I don't know that they need to. The point of the Midas Creek area proposed change is to align feeders. It's not to alleviate enrollment, although it's a consideration. It's not to alleviate enrollment. That's not the primary purpose. Here, the primary purpose is to alleviate enrollment. And the longer you guarantee permits,
You don't solve that.
the longer you delay the solution, although changes in transportation that you receive may mean that lower numbers of students will actually apply for a permit. But also, because of the high enrollment, the chances of getting a permit are lower also. So the board, I think, has to decide, do we like the map? If we like the map, what do we want this to look like for current secondary students? Should they be able to continue at the school where they've started? Guaranteed, or through the regular permit process. But the reason we have different starting points is that one is just to align feeders and the other is to alleviate high enrollment. And permits delay the impact on high enrollment of a boundary change. That's all. But we can accommodate, as we did with Midas Creek, we can accommodate a long or short-term permit exception for students in this area.
What's the urgency of getting the numbers down in the West Jordan area?
It's what was brought to us. It was a request brought to us, and so we've brought a proposal that accomplishes that.
Sunset Ridge is not higher than they've ever been. They have dealt with these numbers before, but it's problematic. So what I would be more comfortable with is a 3-year rollout
two. You could say two.
for the Sunset Ridge students. The students that are currently enrolled in Sunset Ridge and want to finish their time there. I wouldn't go
So
as
a
far
three-
as 6 years.
A 3-year would include 6th graders. A 2-year would just be secondary. Do you
Well,
want to just grant that to secondary? Because you could say a 2-year rollout would mean if you were in 7th grade when this boundary change was approached going into 8th grade, you could stay at Sunset.
But I would even go as hard-nosed as to say, and if you choose to do that, you still go to Bingham. I'm not a huge fan of as long of a rollout as we're.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying, are you okay with a 2-year rollout?
Yeah.
We'll allow you to stay at Sunset Ridge or West Hills if you're currently going there.
I think it's critical that we make a distinction to those folks why that boundary has changed versus the other one, because they'll say, why are you doing that for them? And
They might not even be aware of it. It's happening in
talking
other
about it.
schools that are, but I mean, like, how many people are listening or watching?
they're going to be sitting in that room over
You
there in
at
an open
Sunset
house.
Ridge, there are people sitting at home listening right now.
And
already
that are
received
already, that will be
we'll have-
saying,
we'll have
why did
the-
they get a 12-year rollout?
I've
And,
already received
Okay.
requests for a rollout.
okay.
So, Nikki, I think you got to distinguish between Area 1 and Area 2. Because if you're going to do a 2-year rollout, you can't grant that to Area 2. What you're basically saying is if you stay at West Hills, you can't go to Copper Hills. If you stay at West Hills, if you live in number 2 and permit to West Hills, you can't go to Copper Hills. And they need to be made aware of that.
Yeah.
I have no problem with 1 because, yes, you can stay at Sunset Ridge because either way you're going to Copper Hills. But Area 2, if it's not a 6-year rollout, if it's not a 6-year rollout, then basically you're saying everyone in Area 2, you either go to Elk Ridge now and then go to Bingham, or you stay at West Hills and then go to Bingham.
Yeah. Yeah, and I understand that that is a difficult pill to swallow, but a 6-year rollout when we have an urgent need feels too much. I want to do something, but I don't know that I want to do everything.
Well, and I think in the case of the Midas Creek change, they're going to be bused versus walking a long distance. It's going to be so much easier where if you give them a 6-year rollout in that area too, they're just going to walk. I'll stay at Copper Hills. I'm walking there anyways. There's not a reason really to go to Bingham.
And so I think that it's something that families can weigh. You know what I mean? Like, do I care? What is more important to me? Keeping my child at the school or alleviating the crowded situation at the school? Having my child be in a school where it's not so full. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I think that people will need to figure out what their priorities are.
I think a big consideration is going to be if I give up transportation or not, right? So I could permit with no transportation. I can go with a boundary change and have transportation. And I think that will be a big factor for most families.
For both boundary changes?
Well, in that option, in that area number 2, though, they don't have transportation now, and you're going to provide it for them. They could walk to their school pretty easy, but now we're going to bus them. That's going to be a lot harder for them to say, yeah, I want to go to Bingham. I was originally thinking I want both schools to be the same, but I don't think I want both schools to be the same. And I think the explanation Dr. Godfrey gave was powerful.
So I think it would be best to say to Area 1, we'll let you stay at Sunset Ridge, but to say to Area 2, everyone moves. Whether you're going to West Hills or not, everyone moves. I would hate to tell someone, we'll let you stay at West Hills. You can't go to Copper Hills.
That's not to say they couldn't go through the permit process and
Be
go
very
through
hard
normal.
at Copper Hills, though. Very hard to get a permit at Copper Hills.
We had to make an exception last year.
Right.
Well, this is the decision you can make, and you can do it tonight. You can do it next time. You can, I mean,
I like the idea, just you can complete your school that you're currently attending. I mean, if you want to if you want to walk up to West Hills or have a parent drive you, you're a 7th grader, let them go through to 9th. But I wouldn't say 2 years, because if you're a 9th grader, I think then you should.
Copper
you're
Hills
at
in 2 years.
Yeah, I think we got to say you can finish out the school that you're currently attending. Anyways.
How complicated is that? If we say you can finish the school you're currently attending.
It's a 2-year rollout.
Well, but what if you're a 9th grader?
Your rollout posting
So
in
then
Copper
you only get
Hills.
1 year because your current
Yeah.
school is okay. Okay, I can be okay with that.
sorry, describe
That
what
does
you
feel
just,
a little intense for you again. So if you were to say that students may continue or finish at the school they're currently attending, or they can move to their boundary school now. So what that would accomplish is, if I'm at Sunset Ridge and I want to stay at Sunset Ridge, I can finish there. But if I'm at West Hills and my boundary school now has moved to Elk Ridge, I can stay at West Hills, but I can't go to high school at Copper Hills. I have to go to Bingham.
But what if you're a 10th?
I get to go to Bingham.
What if you're a 10th grader going to Copper Hills?
Then you can
You
finish
can
your
finish
time at Copper Hills.
So it's a 2-year rollout.
And technically, it's a 3-year rollout, because this would be effective next fall, right? And we wouldn't count this year.
so next,
Count this year.
yeah, that's a point we need to make clear for those who are listening. So a 2-year rollout would mean if you're a 7th grader this year, you get to finish 8th and 9th. If you're an 8th grader, you get to finish 9th. If you're and then you get to go to Copper Hills.
Yeah.
Is that
Your rollout.
Grader, you get to graduate.
It's not really a 2-year rollout, right?
1
It's
year.
a finish the school that you're currently in
So-
or move now.
so finish the school you're currently in
I
for
like that
up to
word.
2 more years, because after this year, you'll only be in your school for a maximum of 2 more years. So in other words, you get to finish whatever school you're in right now.
And after that, you must go to your boundary school or permit.
Permit
Can't
through the
call it-
regular process.
But be aware, Area 2, if you stay at West Hills, you will go to Bingham.
Unless you're a DLI student.
Or go through the,
You'll
or
still
get a
have
permit.
priority
Happen
at
to get a
Copper Hills.
permit to Copper Hills.
Yeah.
Okay?
I like it.
It's going to be interesting. Definitely different than we've ever done before.
Lisa, now's your moment.
Okay, I move that we move forward with the next steps and potential dates that are set forward, and also with the transportation and permit proposals as set forth with the second boundary, the proposed secondary boundary change for Northwest area, to include the wording that we talked about, the finish at the school you're currently at for the permit proposal.
And just to clarify, the stay at your current school only pertains to this area of the northwest area that we're talking
Yeah,
about.
only
not to
the
Midas
Northwest.
Creek
Is
area.
that what I said? I thought I
believe
said.
so. I believe you captured it. I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah, just for that one.
Second?
I will second.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that, listen carefully, that we continue with the next steps as outlined for the Midas Creek boundary change, and that we continue with the next steps as outlined for the Northwest area, except allowing students to stay at the school they are currently enrolled in until they have finished at that school. How'd I do?
Great.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. So just to summarize next steps, so I'm sure. So now that we have these decisions made, staff will draft a series of emails that are specific to the areas receiving the emails. So they will specify whether or not their homes are involved in a change, and send those emails to the board ahead of sending them out to communities.
Yes. Yep, we'll let you know and make sure that everything's in keeping with your with the discussion here tonight, and we can also move forward with the feedback. We can come next board meeting and share that with the survey, making sure that everything's good before we send that out, or we can move forward with it and bring back feedback in September.
I feel like as long as the board members have an opportunity to read over it, you can probably send it before the next meeting, unless someone has big concerns. And then we will continue forward with the dates outlined in the document. So we will have, so these emails will provide a way for people to give feedback, right? So included in the email, it will say, if you have feedback, please address it to this address or whatever. And so then we will see that feedback the feedback window will go through September during open houses, while we reach out to school community councils, and then we'll probably hear a report back in the first meeting in October, I would imagine. And then October 28th, public comment. Okay, great. Thank you. That was a ton of work. We appreciate your ingenuity.
And really everything after the September, we can, there's some adjustments. We just, in order to meet because the permits for these boundaries will be in play during this coming December's open enrollment window. So we really, that's probably the most important date to get done by December 9th. By that time, the open enrollment window will have already been in play, but it still gives everybody about 3 weeks to make their decision to permit if they'd like. But in this case, we're going to guarantee the permits for those students wishing to remain. So there's just that to keep in mind.
That's a great consideration. Okay, we're ready to move on then.
Yes.
All right, let's go to item H, a discussion on field houses. We will turn it over to Mr. Thomas and Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Veazey. Thank you guys for sitting here. We maybe should have rearranged that a little. But come on, it was exciting, right?
Thank
Might
you.
not geek out like we do.
I believe Facilities Committee was given the assignment a while back to look at the feasibility of placing field houses on all of our high school properties and what would that look like. So we went to work on that, and on board docs, I'll see if I can get John to help me put that up on the screen. We went through that exercise and we were able to, what's that? I just think the field house documents. Yeah, so just the, yeah, let's just go to the second slide. And what we looked at is trying to look at a floor plan. Is it Bingham's?
On the operation cost estimates or the
device.
Bingham?
Or is it Riverton? Yeah, we could do that.
Do not adjust your television screen. We are simply pulling up the presentation.
Second to the last.
So what we did is we looked at a 30 to 35,000 square foot facility, and that is comparable to one of the field houses we looked at Westfield in northern Utah, and that seems to be the plan that everybody likes. So what we did is
Everybody?
I asked, what's that?
Who's everybody?
We went on a
Like
tour.
the facilities staff?
No, we went on a tour with the group from West Jordan High School, just to look with the architects, to look at some of the different designs at Westfield. So it was just with that group.
I've been
They
to
were
that one.
they were
and
looking at a high school because West Jordan High is being remodeled. They were visiting another high school, and while they were there, they looked at the field house. Just for those listening, thinking that we favored one high school, they were already traveling, looking.
Right.
Thank you. Sorry,
for
I did not mean to
ideas.
indicate that.
No, they were looking for ideas in relation to the West Jordan High remodel, and at the same time, were able to look at the field house.
Thank you. So if you look at Riverton High, we were able to identify some different spots there where we could put that field house. There's 3 of them, and there's certainly room there to do that. Is there any questions on that one?
So which rectangle would you put a fild house in? Are the rectangles where you would put one?
That's where there was space available at each high school that would accommodate a 30 to 35,000 square foot facility.
Is green better than yellow, which is better than red?
It would really be up to the school.
But the yellow could accommodate
Sure,
it, even
it
though
could.
it looks smaller.
And all of these are currently practice spaces. So basically the school would have to give up current outside field space for a field house. So it would work at Riverton.
So is there?
They're not giving up space. They're just encapsulating it.
Correct.
Because they don't lose the space.
Yeah, they don't lose it. It just becomes indoor space.
Becomes more accessible.
And are we looking at a specific size, just that 30 to 35?
That seems to be the size that would work best, as we've had conversations. I mean, we looked at Canyons, for example, and they have a number of different sizes of field houses. But I think in having discussions with Brad, Brian, coaches, I think it makes sense to do a bigger field house if you're going to do it. A lot of the conversations that I've had from a facility standpoint have been the smaller field houses just don't accommodate or meet the needs of the students in the programs.
And a consistent size would be very important to all of our schools.
It would.
Yes.
So, yes.
Can you help me understand what would this size of field house allow us to? What needs could be met by providing this size of field house? I understand different sizes meet different needs.
Yeah, I'll kind of talk to that. Brian and I were tasked with kind of collecting some information from our high schools, where we kind of solicited out to both our principals as well as our athletic directors at those schools. We took Bryce's skill set, and when we collected and gathered this information, we then ran it all through some AI and had it comprehensive list that it created. But I'll just quickly run through some highlights of what that said. That certainly a field house would provide, as AI kind of put it all together, an academic achievement and student engagement piece based on what feedback was provided by the school. Field houses enable an expansion year-round. PE and wellness programs supporting improved focus, behavior, academic performance. They also allow flexible space for academic programs, testing, and leadership classes. So as we got all that feedback from all the schools, what AI did is took all of that feedback and then kind of categorized it into these different areas based on what was provided by our schools. The second one was student health, safety, and well-being. It provides safe, supervised indoor spaces, reducing injury risk from weather and hazardous surfaces. It can serve as an emergency shelter and enable enhanced safety protocols with a centralized athletic trainer access as well when it comes under that category. A third one is scheduling flexibility and space efficiency. Alleviating gym and field congestion inside allows earlier practices, reduces late night activities, supports family time and academics, and frees up main building space for academic use and other needs, as well as storage. Number 4 was expands extracurricular and athletic and non-athletic opportunities. This enables year-round multi-sport training, performing arts, clubs, special ed, and other wellness programs. Field houses can be supportive events for things such as testing and mental health activities as well. So it can become a community hub for economic growth, host events for all ages, banquets, shows, concerts, festivals, other youth, as well as senior fitness, fostering community bonds and boosting local spending and property values. So again, this AI kind of generated and created this based on the feedback, but we felt like it gave a very good comprehensive overview of the value of what these programs can be. We talked about it then brought up revenue generating, hosting, camps and clinics, other rentals, creating new income streams, and increasing alumni value and donations that might come that way from that. Recruiting and retention. We've had this conversations for both coaches and students. Facility state of the art can attract top coaches, keep students in district, increase program quality, school pride, and create a competitive edge. Again, safety and security for emergency preparedness, serve as a vital emergency shelter during severe weather, lockdowns, and incorporate advanced security features that can come with adding that. Equity and accessibility, provide all students, including those with disabilities, equitable access to safe, high-quality facilities. We talked about the unified sport programs and how, having these field houses at these locations can allow us to continue to expand even in the unified program. Sustainability, supporting, just operational costs. Scott will kind of get into that, but some of those ideas of reducing wear and tear on your existing facilities, extending the lifespan of gyms and reducing fields overuse, potentially looking at some of those ideas. Specialized facilities, field houses can include dedicated sports-specific rooms, weight rooms, film rooms, office space, additional bathrooms and storage, benefits of range programs. Even we talked the concessions that, depending on what it looks like, could be added into this and what you do with that. And then alumni engagement, fundraising, modern facilities inspire pride and support, leading to increased alumni donations and community investments. So again, as we collected a whole bunch of information from them, we kind of put it in there, and then we were able to kind of generate this comprehensive list. But a lot of our schools are very anxious for a lot of those things that were kind of summarized in what I just shared with you.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to that, ultimately what we did is we shared a Google document with the high school principals, the athletic administrators over athletics, and the athletic directors, who have obviously been talking to coaches as well as teachers for a fairly extended period of time. They went ahead and created their own list independent of one another. Excuse me. That's when we threw all of that into AI with the request that they consolidate those lists to eliminate duplicates and to provide kind of expanded explanations of those specific line items. In addition to what Brad has read, underneath the explanation of each line item, there's actually a specific quote that comes from the original information requested, whether it be from a principal, assistant principal, or athletic director, we don't know. But there's a specific quote that speaks to that, that's coming directly from our staff at the schools. I think that's a very good summary. Obviously, there were more on some lists, but I think those 13 points are really good summary points. I think we could definitely provide even more detail and more description on why those summary points are significant benefits and would yield great advantages to our schools. I think the important thing for me is that we move forward in considering this possibility and this opportunity, understanding and helping the community understand that while athletics absolutely stands to benefit from having a field house, and perhaps all, if not most, most if not all athletic programs stand to benefit from it. First and foremost, athletics is a critical component of the educational process, and it does yield higher levels of academic success for those that participate in those extracurricular activities. By having additional facilities, it allows us to provide opportunities to more. It allows us to provide more consistency to the opportunity that is already provided. And it allows us to ensure all of those benefits to more people. So we're not only offering it to more students, but we're offering consistency to those that are participating, and we're offering the opportunity to expand those opportunities, not just to our high schools. But one of the challenges that our high schools are dealing with is finding ways to create feeder programs within their boundaries that allow kids to latch on to their boundary high school at an early age, to actively engage and participate in activities and events that come that are provided by that high school, allow them to have the opportunities to start learning the systems and the game plans and whatnot of that particular school. You look at high schools throughout the state and really throughout the country, and the high schools that are perennial, that have success year in and year out, are oftentimes those schools who are well tied to their communities and who are able to get to and have a positive influence on the younger the younger individuals of that community, but not just as a one and done, but that are able to continue to provide those opportunities year in and year out as they grow up and as they're preparing to become a part of that high school and a part of that high school's programs. So yes, absolutely, athletics stands to gain significant benefits. I want to make sure that we're not losing the fact that athletics is a critical component to the educational experience and provides significant benefits to not only the student athletes, but to their families, to the school as a whole, and to the community as a whole. I'd also like to emphasize the fact that having expanded facilities, as we mentioned, can provide significant benefits to several different types of academic subjects. We talked a little bit, obviously, about PE. They can expand their outdoor units without having to worry about being forced into the gym and missing out on those opportunities. Obviously, we talk about science and all the different science experiments that they do. We talk about some of our concurrent enrollment classes, sports medicine, exercise science, emergency medical response. We talk about the health classes, and having a space to be able to lay those 40 students out to be able to effectively demonstrate, chest compressions for CPR and for first aid. And so obviously, and then the third group that stands to benefit significantly is the community. We have a lot of people come in and ask for rental space, and we're pushing them away because it's just not there. And those are individuals that are part of our community that see that high school as a hub and that want to utilize our space because they do see it as a community hub and as a community center. So we'd be allowed to do more of that. We'd be allowed to work in partnership with a lot of different types of programs that are available to our youth in the community as well. And so I think that those 13 points are extremely important points. And I think in summary, those points demonstrate not only the value and importance of athletics, but also the opportunities that it provides in academics as well as community gatherings and community closeness.
Can I just clarify my question a little more? I'm specifically wondering about the choice to go with a 40,000 square foot site or building. What could we put in that building? So will there be space for classrooms, offices, weight rooms, whatever that is? Or is this trimmed down enough that we're just talking about field space?
The plan that we looked at, and we've looked at a few, there were classrooms, there were team rooms, locker rooms. There was, I think it was a 30-yard by 30-yard field. And then off to the side, they were able to lower the batting cages. There was actually a banquet area upstairs. So it was fairly large. I mean, I mean, here's what would happen. I think if you built a 35,000 square foot building, one of the things when we walked into this amazing facility was everybody looked at it, and one of the coaches or the administrators that was with it said, "We wish it was 40 yards by 40 yards." So it really doesn't matter how big it is. I wish it was 10 yards bigger. I mean, that would have been nicer to have. But in our mind, the 35,000 square foot ish building seemed to be fairly well suited for what the needs would be.
I think you're saying if we have, as we look at the size, as we look at placement, is 35,000 big enough to do what we hope to do? Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to say.
And I think the answer to that is yes. 35,000. Someone will always want one that's larger, but 35,000 for purposes of looking at these maps to see if we could fit it, will do everything that we're hoping to do.
Yeah.
I don't need a Taj Mahal, but I'd like
Yeah.
it to be
Functional.
competitive with what we're seeing in the.
I think it'd definitely be competitive, but I think it would also be, more importantly, it would be multifunctional and multi-purpose. We wouldn't just be going in there and throwing a turf field there and having no other options of how to use it differently.
In order to stay consistent across all 6 high schools, we're going
That's
to be
what we-
limited by the smallest available spot.
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah.
Potentially, that's what you'd have to look at, is which one's the smallest to make that consistent.
And that's a point I wanted to reemphasize. So thank you for bringing that up as well. Is this big enough to accomplish what we want to? Yes. What size can we consistently provide at every high school? Those are essential questions, because I think one advantage we'll have is we can provide the same thing at every high school simultaneously if that's what you choose to do.
But that smallest size could change.
Well, Scott will tell us.
Yeah,
what
so
we can,
in
what we can do.
comparison to the other districts that we know have them, that we've looked at, 35,000 square feet would be on the larger end. The only one that we know of that's bigger is Juab, the Beehive in Juab district.
You go to Corner Canyon.
What portion of the county does that one cover? About 12% of the county, the Juab one.
I'm sure. Yeah.
It's a partnership with the county.
It is with the city, with Nephi City,
Okay.
and mainly for their rec programs.
You visit Corner Canyon?
We have not visited Corner Canyon.
That's bigger than a college.
We visited Alta. We saw Alta as we were looking at it. So
And Alta's was smaller than
what this would be. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably not going with equal at every school. Just that's my
They did
guess.
not.
They are not, and that
that's caused
creates a big problem.
It's available.
Can you just tell me what schools have them and what doesn't? Is this a Canyons initiative, or like the new Cypress and Skyline? Do they have them? Or
When we did our research, and this was back in January, Alpine. Looks like Alpine had number of high schools and number of field houses was 0.
Oh, Alpine doesn't have any.
Canyons had 5 high schools and at the time 3 field houses, and I believe they have one under construction right now. Davis has 10 high schools and 0 field houses. Granite has 10 high schools and 0 field houses. Nebo has 6 high schools and 2 field houses. Salt Lake had 3 high schools and 3 field houses. Tooele has 7 high schools and 0 field houses. Wasatch had 1 high school and 0 field houses. And Weber had 8 high schools and 1 field house.
I missed Granite. Did you have Granite? Or
Yeah,
not?
Granite has 10 high schools and 0 field houses.
Please think of their venues. I can tell you every one of them has a swimming pool.
That's
and
true.
They have,
Yeah.
Additional
But they're-
facilities attached to that swimming pool, such as weight rooms and other things that make that nice for them, even though it's not a field house.
But they're really rebuilding 2 of their schools, even as we speak, and neither are.
Cypress is open.
Is it open? No, it's not.
Had
Oh, that was
students
open
there
last.
yesterday.
Yeah, they opened this year, both of them, right? Oh, Skyline's been open a year, but
I think it's remodeled.
But they
finished
have
last
not
year.
elected to build field houses, so it's really keeping up with the Canyons.
Well, and in addition to that, I mean, I think if you look at it right now, absolutely, it's keeping up with Canyons, which is in large part where we're losing a good portion of our student athletes, our higher end student athletes. But I will tell you that I am a part of a cohort of district level athletic directors. I think there's about 13 or 14 of us. We try to meet on a regular basis. We have a meeting in 2 days, as a matter of fact. And I will tell you that it is a hot topic of conversation. And I will also tell you that all of them suggest that their districts are in very similar conversations to the ones that we're having, understanding the value and benefit of the field houses and understanding that they're starting to lose athletes to those schools that have maybe not field houses per se, but have the improved and advanced facilities.
So that's one of the big considerations is athletes that want to have a field house. And so they go to a different district.
It's one of those. I think certainly, again, my conversations I've had with principals are simply, and that they have had with parents, students, and their employees at their school are simply that they're out of space. We continue to add sports, such as we're adding esports this year, but who knows what will continue to come down. But it's simply that we just don't have space. We've recently added the lacrosse, we've added the girls wrestling, we've added several things that have just really put a lot of pressure on the buildings that we have that when built didn't have all of those events and activities in there. Not only that, but your performing art groups are also growing. We've got ballroom dance, we've got marching bands. A lot of districts actually don't have marching bands, just so you know that. A lot of high schools don't have marching bands. We're a district that takes a lot of pride in that and has that. And so as we look at how they can also gain a benefit from having a field house, a lot of that does open up from where they'll be able to have space as well. So it's a lot of just extracurricular activities as a whole that have been added to the high schools that our principals and our employees at the high school have expressed. Staying here till 10:15 at night is exhausting because that's what they have to do in order to accommodate the space that we have available for them.
So can I?
Because I was just asking that question because it had been mentioned in our earlier discussion from the first agenda item, and then it was mentioned again. And so I thought, is that really a primary concern about athletes from Jordan School District being recruited to other districts and deciding to go to another district because of a field house, and that possibly having field houses would keep them in our district?
Superintendent.
As Mr. Sorensen said in response to what you're asking, it's not just, oh, hey, this other district has it, we want that too. It's, we have difficulty finding space for all of the programs that we've added. And the only way we can do that is with a lot of effort and by having kids there very early and staying very late. What can we do to solve that? Well, a neighboring district has a solution that could really help us with some issues that we have. It's solving problems using something we see in other districts, not, hey, we want to have that too. Now, is there a competitive advantage? Sure. If you have nice facilities that don't require these late tryouts, or late practices, then students are more likely to stay. But it goes beyond that to simply, we offer everything that's out there, and it's creating an increased pressure on our buildings, and this is a solution to that.
And it seems like, are we going to go back to the document about the cost, the annual cost of? Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Would you like to just continue
Before we
going
do
through
that,
the different
another reason,
concepts?
and we've kind of touched it, but it's not up there, Bryce, is if we can design this to include instructional space, we can solve ourselves from having to build that high school. We can actually save ourselves millions and millions of dollars if we can create this in a way that it can be used during the school day for instructional space.
Expand that capacity.
I'll just quickly go through the rest of these maps if you're okay with that. So Riverton had 3 spots that we identified that would work. Could we go to Mountain Ridge, John? You're familiar with that campus. Mountain Ridge had 3 spots as well. You're kind of familiar where their soccer field is, just to the west of the football field, and then there's that kind of a quad area between all the different venues. You see a yellow outline there, and that's currently part of Juniper's campus, but the high school uses it for practice. And so the only consideration there would be if you ever turned it into a middle school, that where the yellow line, the yellow border is, would actually become their gym of a middle school. So you'd probably want to think about that before we build a field house there permanently. Does that make sense? West Jordan High School. So we identified a couple of different spaces there in red and yellow, and you can see they all accommodate the minimum 35,000 square feet. Any questions on West Jordan? Harriman High School would be next. We identified a couple of spaces there out on current practice fields. And then Bingham High School, we discussed this previously, and that's the only one where obviously space is very tight, and so there was 1 spot there that's their current practice field and used for different things, and it was happened to be just north of 38,000 square feet, so it could fit there. But that would be about it. That'd be their only option. Right now, yeah. And then Copper Hills.
Is there more land around Bingham? Can you pull that map up?
A lot of green space around Bingham High.
Yeah.
Boy, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Copper Hills makes me a little nervous.
Okay.
I don't love losing parking lots.
Which, right, and
Not with our
you probably
current
wouldn't choose that option. That was just could it fit there, and it could. So there's a few different options there as well.
How big is that yellow space?
The yellow one is 40,473.
Okay,
They've got some larger fields there.
And just speaking from having been there, I think that may be the ideal space.
Yeah.
Behind the portables, the yellow. Maybe we won't need so many portables sometime.
If we put a bathroom in there, we can solve a lot of problems.
So,
Honestly.
so the sizes of the squares are different, but every square is at least 35,000.
Correct. Yeah.
Some of the larger squares just mean you could place it anywhere within this zone.
The Tetris, yeah, you could.
So,
not to scale.
Where in most of these situations, we're taking practice space to create practice space. Do we have a net zero? We're not really gaining other than when there's inclement weather, or is there a real gain there?
Yeah, I mean, I think inclement weather is obviously important. Rain, snow, lightning, air quality, all of those are pretty significant and
Even
do become,
heat,
and extreme heat as well. And those all do those all are problematic and do disrupt the flow of programs, practice structures, and game planning. I think the other benefit is that, I mean, for athletics in particular, right, is that you do have the lighting in there. So if there is a time where, for example, if the only time that they can get a space is in the later evening, and the gym is being used by the in-season sports, volleyball, basketball, etc., they can go into the field house, turn on the lights, drop the batting cages, and accomplish what they wouldn't have been able to accomplish. And that's just one example. There's a lot of examples like that. For example,
Letting them out before 10.
yeah, I'm telling you right now, marching band would love this, because right now, marching band, if it's football season and the football field's being used, they're out on one of the practice fields or out in the parking lot, and they're out there all day, and they're just getting hot and sweaty and sunburnt, and they may or may not have the lines they need to rehearse their routine. Going into a space like this, now all of a sudden, all of that is a non-issue.
And there's moratoriums on the grass, because sometimes you don't want to get them out. It's a smart move. I think we eventually have to do it, but
Yeah.
Do what?
provide space like this.
Well, I think that's another great point, is that with current practice space being used, oftentimes, for example, a soccer field isn't as nice or as safe as maybe a soccer field, maybe we would want a soccer field to be. And that's because outside of the soccer team using it, you've got so many other programs coming and trampling the grass on a regular basis that it's hard to really maintain a good quality practice or a good quality playing surface. By having this other space, it now allows them to be on a turf space, which obviously absorbs the wear and tear a lot better.
Cost to operate. What's
Yep,
the
cost to operate.
to
Now,
build.
remember, these are best guesses at this point, but we asked Steve Peart to look at a building about that size and look at what maintenance, operation, labor, and supplies would be, and he came up with a figure most likely around $200,000 a year.
And
Cost
so
to
that'd be
build.
like 1.2 million. Yeah, 1.2 million a year.
Per building, yeah. So that would be
And cost to build?
cost to
Construction.
build. We've had lots of discussions, and we've got all sorts of figures from architects and engineers, and we could do it for this. But again, it depends on the size. We're thinking we're just going to go with the $20 million estimate right now.
Each.
All in
20 for each one.
for each one. That's architect fees, construction, equipment, all in.
Kickballs, does that include kickballs?
It comes with a kickball for that price. It does. A couple of them. That'd be great.
One other thing
Let's
that I'd
throw
mention,
that
and
in.
this is again just goes back to, I mean, we could go on and on listing benefits as we've been looking into this pretty extensively with our schools. But if you look at lacrosse in particular, you all have seen the lacrosse ball, and you've all seen how those lacrosse balls are passed and launched. Oftentimes, we can't have a lacrosse team in the stadium at the same time track and field is practicing. It's really dangerous to have the lacrosse teams out on our practice fields because we all have those roads coming and going across the back of the school and in other locations. Having a field house kind of contains that type of a safety issue when it comes to lacrosse in particular, right? I mean, we talk about batting practice for baseball and softball and a variety of different things, but that's probably the best example of kind of another way to contain a sport in a safe place so that they can practice the way they need to practice without being overly cautious or overly worried about the impact that they're having on the safety of those around them.
And you provide them an excellent wall to do wall ball, which would
Netted wall.
you do pickleball inside.
All right. Any other questions?
Like kind of comment, I suppose, is that placing field houses, we'd asked, you had showed us the maps of the different areas it could be placed and kind of mentioned offhandedly that it would be up to the school where they want to put it. But like with the map for Riverton that you showed us, I'm just like, I don't want them putting it out in the middle of somewhere, splitting up fields.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'd want make sure that they are placed strategically so that we're not splitting up soccer fields and things or causing a viewing issue that we can't see the soccer field from over here and we don't know what's going on over there and things like that.
And I would imagine all of those decisions would be made in consultation with the school and us and the board. I think there would be some decision making there. Obviously, there's better spots than others. I think our purpose was the feasibility of fitting that on. You know, could you do it? And the answer would.
And
I appreciate that.
so, do the principals that you spoke to, did they really have, did very many of them have the vision of it being like a community center type of thing where the community comes? Because it's hard for me to imagine that, you know, because I feel like they will be in demand a lot. I can see partnerships with the county, just like how the track, they do the youth track and field, and the tennis courts, they do the tennis, you know what I mean? But it's hard for me to see how the community would really benefit from it.
I think a lot of that conversation is certainly we'll always have priority one, right? I mean, as a high school, those facilities are our facilities, and we're going to maximize everything that we need. But I think community can be defined broader with the idea of, as Brian alluded to earlier. I mean, we're seeing our small, younger age groups that our high school coaches are working to organize and coordinate and try to entice those younger kids. I view that as a community effort, right? I mean, because these aren't high school kids, but ultimately they're third graders, fourth graders, fifth graders that are going to be able to come and participate in events and activities that our high schools are putting on, whether that's mini cheer, mini drill, whether that's bantam basketball, whatever that is, I think, our community effort. And then certainly we want to be available when possible, just as we are now, to making our facilities available to our communities for rent. And I just think this will free up more opportunities for those kind of events to take place in our facilities because we have more facilities. So I think that's the vision of community. Is kind of working with them and trying to make them as available as possible, but also realizing that these are our facilities for our students, and we're trying to provide that, as a priority one. That's my thought.
I'd like to throw a thought out there regarding the costs, the ongoing costs, and then the cost of building. When we talk about the revenue generating capacity of these buildings, I would love to at least entertain the idea of using the revenue generated to first pay for the 1.2 million operating costs per year, and anything above that to go toward bond payments, if we're lucky enough to get the bond. And then beyond that, once they're paid for and we're paying for the operating costs, then the schools can start using those funds for whatever they're hoping to use them for.
And I thought that the revenue generating things were more like team fundraisers doing the camps. But I don't know. I guess, anyway.
I was thinking of the
renting it out.
Yeah, those are probably more local.
And then the money just goes to the team.
Mm-hmm. With the fundraisers, that typically is what you see with the camps and that. But the rentals are typically money that's generated for the district.
And does it generate a profit? Or because I understood it usually just goes to the upkeep and maintenance and
yeah.
Most of the rentals, by the time you pay for your labor and the cost, we hope they're break even.
So are there other revenue generating things? Because I don't.
That was one of the benefits.
Yeah, and I could see it like as revenue for like teams to be able to have their soccer camp or their cheer camp, and then have the kids come do the junior cheer clinic.
Well, I mean, I've gone to dance dance recitals of my granddaughters, and they're at a school. And so the dance company, which isn't affiliated with the district at all, they're paying to use that facility.
Correct.
And I'm sure
those are the rentals. Those are the rentals that take place and run through our schools when they do that.
So I guess my question to the board is, would you like to continue to pursue this? And if so, what do you feel are the next steps?
Can I propose? I think we ought to fill out this other board. I think we need to list what are some of the possible negatives if we pursue this. And I think we ought to put up two obvious ones.
I think losing credibility with our stakeholders for bonding. Well, I think that it's possible that we could lose some credibility with the taxpayers by bringing a bond up for field houses, and then they might think, oh, you want this, and then in the future when the district needs to bond for a high school and a middle school, they might be like, well, what about
squandering our money?
So I just think that that's a possible thing. Also, some blowback from other elected representatives, possibly like municipal and legislate.
But we don't know that. We don't know that.
I know we don't know that. I know. And I think that that's important to find out what they think about it. But there have been allegations from other elected representatives about the ways school districts spend money. And so I
think that would be one of the next steps, is to engage them in conversations.
And another thing, and this is, so I asked the question about losing so-called like top athletes to other districts that have better facilities or coaches or something like that. Personally, I feel pride when our schools and our athletes win competitions, athletic competitions. But to me, that is all secondary to academic education. And I really do believe there is a correlation between participation in sports and like school sports and academic achievement. And I believe that there is causation from being physically active and better brain function. So I can see value in participating in sports and athletics, but it's hard for me to, I don't ever want to give the appearance that we place more importance on athletics than academics. So that's something.
That's a concern of mine too.
I would definitely need to see a strong argument to a tie-in, and I wonder if it should even be called a field house. If we're using this to expand our school space so that we can have PE classes that are not 70 students, and if we can use this to free up chemistry labs that are currently being used as ballroom dance areas, if I can see a direct correlation to how this benefits us academically, I'm going to be an easier sell. And I think there are ways that it does benefit us academically, but we would have to be pretty good at pitching this.
Like call it an annex.
An
or something.
annex, yeah.
I know. Anyway. Does anybody else have anything to say? It looks like the superintendent has something to say. Do you have something you want to say?
I'm just pacing myself.
Okay.
I'm trying to summarize some of what the board has said. I think messaging will be really important. If you choose to go out for this bond, messaging will be very important, because depending on how the message gets out, it can be interpreted in various ways. It can be interpreted as putting athletics over academics, or it can be interpreted as giving the voters a chance to weigh in on whether this is a priority for them or not. I would also use JLC as an example to Ms. George's point. We have 4 programs going into the Jordan Learning Center, into the formerly, into the Walmart building across from Elk Ridge. And if it would be inaccurate to say that only those 4 programs benefit from that building. The space they leave behind will benefit the Kari Sue Hamilton School, will benefit River's Edge, will benefit, there are lots of other folks that will benefit as a result. So there are ripple effects, and we would need to communicate those effectively if you chose to move forward. So the messaging, engaging with legislators early on, making it clear. I just think the messaging is important. And I also don't want to call it something that it isn't. If it's a field house, we ought to call it a field house, but we still ought to say, but it has impact well beyond just the field house. It means that performing arts get.
I like calling it something
Yeah.
like an activity center.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it has to be field house. I'm just saying we don't want to appear to be.
Right. We're not trying to.
We're not. We're not trying to. We're not trying to call it something it isn't, but field house may be calling something it isn't. An activity center or a athletic and academic center or whatever we choose to call it. I think the name is going to be really important, and I think the messaging will be really important. What we've, and I'll just end with this. The failed bond that we had, that was $500 million nearly, we had a mixed message there. We said it'll be a roof here, and it'll be a new school here, and it will be a parking lot there, and a new boiler over here, and there wasn't a unified, clear message about what would be accomplished. The next time around, there was, I think, crystal clarity. We will build these schools in these locations, and this will be the positive impact.
And this is what it looks like, even.
So
Knew what would go where.
I think what you're saying is really important. We need a clarity of message, and we may even need to say, this does not impact whether we go out in the future for schools to house students. This is beyond that, to open up space in existing schools by providing space for these purposes or whatever. So when I keep kind of leaning into the mic, it's just, my mind is just shaping that message if you choose to move forward. So we communicate the full positive impact, but also make it clear that this doesn't mean we aren't going to need schools also.
And I have one more thing too. So the $1.2 million a year, that's a little bit painful for me too, because I feel like, how would we do that? Raise like a truth in taxation when there were board members who had ideas of how to improve teacher and student experiences when we were putting the budget together that were only $1 million, but the board did not even want to go out for truth in taxation on that. And so it's hard for me to feel like I want to go out for truth in taxation for $1.2 million. And maybe that's not how it would be paid for the maintenance of a field house, and the management of that, when we didn't want to go out for truth in taxation for certain other things that could have improved teacher and student experience in the classroom.
One of the things we don't know is, does the community even want this? We know Riverton wrestling team does, because they came to us, but really, not a lot of people have come to us and said we want a field house. So I think that's kind of the next step, is start engaging in some conversations with legislators, with community leaders, with athletic teams, with administrators, and start just gathering information. Like, is this really a big need? Is this something you would support? And maybe drop some architectural designs of what it could look like and refine this list even more. But we're not 100% sure the community's behind this yet. And so we're pretty far from saying, hey, we're going to bond for it. Maybe there's people out there that would be, you always think that some guy has $120 million in their pocket and they'll throw it out to them and we could put their name on it, and but there might be. And so maybe, how do we fund it? Is it through a bond? Can we fund it out of capital? Because we're not going to build a high school, and some of the schools that we were going to build, we don't need to build. So maybe some of this can be done out of capital, and also a time frame. Like, is this all going to be, we're going to build these all at the same time, or are we going to bring them on a few at a time? So there's so much that we haven't done yet, but I'm interested in stepping forward to do the next steps, which is long from putting this on as a bond.
I think that's the question, is does the board want to take the next step? That's the first question we have to ask.
And the next step is engaging stakeholders, right? Would
If
that be
it-
the next step?
If the board's not interested, then it stops. If the board's interested, then we take the next step. And I think that's the question on the table is the board interested in moving forward?
The next step doesn't mean that the end step we agree with.
So, my next step, in addition to talking to everyone that I can about this, but I'm specifically interested in talking to our high schools about how they are feeling the strain of athletics at this time and how a field house could help them. So I brought up one example. Copper Hills has transformed 2 chemistry labs into a ballroom dance space. That is something that I think is a direct correlation here, right? We're taking away science labs because we need more gyms. So things like that I need to know. How big is the demand? How many girls wrestling teams are hauling their mats into the tech atrium every time they practice? And how many basketball or volleyball teams are going off campus to another school in order to practice because there's no space? So those are the kinds of things that I need to understand. What is the academic and education impact of us trying to meet the demands that our world today has? Because if I were to say, well, then get rid of boys volleyball, I'm pretty sure I would have an uprising on my hands. I am not saying that. So
But
that
we could,
for me
but we
is
could
next.
do that. Like
I
we
want
could
to know.
trim back. If,
Yeah,
you know.
we could. That could be a potential solution. I do believe that there are students who engage in school in order to be eligible. I believe it's true. But what percentage? I'm not sure. So I'd love to get some more data that way.
Is there a way to determine the outcome of a bond before going through the whole bond process and paying all the costs? Is there a way that we could determine what the public wants? To me, that would be a good next step, if there were a way of determining that without having to go through the bond process.
We can't just send out a link to a Qualtrics survey and determine that. We have hired companies like Lighthouse to research that and do phone surveys, do a scientific sample of folks and get a sense for how popular we think that might be. And that's with initial, depending on what sort of package you choose, phone calls and focus groups that determine kind of an anticipated outcome from that. So we can pay to have that done, but I think we'd have to pay to have that done. I don't think we would have the resources to do that internally.
We want a research group to have the good messaging that we're talking about, to kind of sell it and let people know exactly what we're talking about. And
Right, and we're not able to actively, we just can provide information. We can't promote it. We can't. We can't take a side. We just have to say, this is being put out. This is what it would accomplish. This is why. But we can't.
But groups can organize.
But
and
outside
for
groups
or
can
against
organize.
it.
And really, that's the difference here, I think, between this and another bond. What you're talking about is every high school athlete and their family and their extended family, every aspiring high school athlete and their family and their extended family, because these are highly organized groups. All the coaches, it's a highly organized group. So I think we could research it, but I think it would be very different from almost any other bond campaign, because it would be, you have networks established that would be more easily mobilized than say, hey, we need new schools in these areas.
We used Lighthouse Research, not the last time that we did it, but 2 times ago. Some of the questions, I think it was when we were doing the big truth and taxation increaser. But I just remember.
For cell phones.
Oh, well, before cell phones, there's another time we used it. And I can't remember the reason why, but a lot of the things were, we want the facilities, we want swimming pools. We remember that?
I was at that meeting with you.
We were in the,
watching.
And
we're
they
watching
asked,
from
well,
behind
would
the
you
glass.
support a bond for a swimming pool? And we're like, well, this isn't going to go well. And everyone said, yeah, no, that makes sense. We would want it. We were surprised by the outcome. So there are some things we could do to get a sense for it. I think the athletic networks would change. There's a mobilization structure already in place.
I've noticed that on some of our board meetings, there's a group of like the runners and their groups all mobilized.
Right, right. Yeah. They're used to being told to show up at a particular time and being there ready to go. So,
But how much would architectural renderings cost?
If you're looking at something that's already done that we would kind of model after, I could get those quickly. That
Or
wouldn't
how
be a
much
problem.
is it? Would it be fairly inexpensive?
If it's something that's already done, I mean, if you wanted to design one ourselves or just kind of look at one that's already designed, that we would probably model. I mean, I could get that. I think they'd give that to us. Just, the board would like to examine some floor plans of an already existing building.
So we could take those next steps without without
Sure.
it costing a lot.
Unless we want a
Our own.
professional
Our own.
marketing group to survey.
Well, I think even before a professional one, though, we need to do just our own, talking to legislators, talking to city folks, talking to our schools. Probably I should have put them first. Talking to the sports programs. We ought to just probably do something a little bit more in-house. And then if we do feel that it needs to go to a bond, then we ought to do more Lighthouse, a deeper search that way.
But does that even have the support of this board? I think that's the question for tonight, President, is how many are interested in moving forward?
And
Grounded
I'm curious what moving forward means, because it sounded like Nikki was talking about doing her own personal research. Is that what we mean, or
Reaching out to your communities, your schools. that
so
you
like getting an
represent,
assignment?
And
Yeah.
yeah, and maybe some legislators. I don't want
And
to
like
say it's an
municipal
assignment, but
leaders
each
and
of us
stuff,
could-
but find out.
Do you want to make this an ad hoc committee or assign it to a certain?
Well, I think we should ask that question of the board. I personally want to get the pulse of my community.
Well, I think that would happen, but how do we filter it all back in?
Well, I think,
How are you going to do that?
well, there's going to be a lot of PTA meetings and community council meetings when I can talk people up on the side, and I'll definitely be reaching. I have a meeting set up to talk to my principal at a high school. We'll put that on the docket. I will definitely take opportunity to fill the water with some legislators.
I thought Brad and Brian already kind of went the rounds with all the high schools.
I know, I
The
don't think
principals
there's
and-
anyone who will say, no, I don't want it. But what I want to know are specific academic needs that can be met through, I can see athletic needs. That's easy. I want to know about academic needs that can be met through having an additional space.
I'm wondering if we can go back to the principals and have them reach out to whoever, gave them that initial feedback, the coaches and whatever, and say, hey, what are issues you're having? The board wants to know what issues you're having that these field houses would address, and then just putting out to all the staff, be like, hey, how would you benefit from this? Are you having a specific issue that this would benefit your organization with, that we could kind of gauge our schools that way? And then as we go to our school community council meetings and PTA meetings, ask community members, But I also want to be very clear about what the timeline would look. How long is this process realistically going to take? Someone in high school right now is probably not going to benefit from having this building if we decide to build it, right? We need to be realistic with them and say, actually, this is like 5 years out, or whatever. And so that they can gauge, okay, well, if this will benefit my son once he's in school, this will benefit my daughter once she's in the high school. Things like that are what are floating through my head right now.
We can't just throw a bond on at any time. So can we ask John to put together some timelines, whether or not we want it? It always has to be on November's ballot, right? So can you put together a timeline of what we have to do to get it on next November? I mean, we obviously are too late this year, but next November and then maybe 2 Novembers from now. Would that be all right to ask John to put together? Because there's certain times that we want to. Didn't we create a timeline last time we did this? And so by this month, we'd have to have this part done, this part. I just would like to kind of know, like, how urgent we need to move on this. Do we want it on the 2026 ballot or 2027? And
Everyone comfortable with taking that much of a next step? Talking to your communities and high schools and asking John to come back with a timeline that kind of follows a previous bond process.
And Scott a rendering.
And Scott a rendering.
Question for the board. To do that appropriately, I would need to reach out to bond counsel to get the deadlines on that. Are you okay with that? Or do you want me just to sketch out something rougher than that?
Does it imply something if you reach out to the bond counsel?
Cost.
Oh, it costs. Oh, okay.
They'll bill us for the hour.
Oh, okay.
What kind of cost are we talking about? Is it below 1.2 million, John?
Yes.
Barely.
Yes, it would. Mr. Bierke's been very gracious in the past. He may even do this free of charge. He has done that on occasion, but I don't want to assume that. Yes.
Like an hour or two of work, or is this more involved?
I don't know. That's why I was just kind of gauging how much detail do you want on a timeline, or are you looking for just more rough than that?
Yeah, could you
Yeah, I
just give
just
us
need
a
a
rough
rough
and
one
go
right
off
now.
what we've done in the past? How long that
Yeah.
timeline?
Been a
is?
while.
Well, our last bond was in 2016. And the laws have changed significantly since then. So that's what I'm thinking in my head about it.
Give an amount we're willing to go in. If it costs less than $1,000, then go for it.
I would just instruct him to be reasonable and use the resources. I mean, I don't think we ever have to tell John to hold down the cost. Just saying, Okay. And so I think he could either use his own people and himself or ask for help if that's necessary. But I just would I think it would help us in knowing, like, does it go on next November or 2 Novembers from now? Because I want to do it right. I don't want to rush through it.
And I don't want to even do it if it's not, I'm not sold yet.
I don't.
I just need to
hopefully,
know
none of
more
us are sold
information.
yet.
Yeah.
And to be very clear, if someone just came and said, "Hey, I want to pay for a field house for each of your high schools," I would be extremely enthused about that, and I would happily, go truth in taxation to maintain the, you know what I mean? But
Let me ask
just
you
with
this.
everything.
What if someone came up to you and said, "Hey, I want to build a field house on X high school"? Would you allow that?
I need to think about that.
Because that, I think, would be our more likely scenario.
The Blank High School Field House, brought to you by Scone Cutter.
And Kmart.
I mean, a sponsorship, you could do that. You could say, before we bond, we're going to get a sponsorship for each of the 6. And so the rest will bond for the rest. And
That'll
I mean,
be
you could
really
do that.
interesting.
Or
I can think of large corporations in the area of each of our high schools that might be interested.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought of a sponsor that doesn't exist anymore.
For the record, Georgia just spent $62 million on a football field in a high school in Georgia, and they do rank very high in academics, but very low in
athletics.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. But
And I
this
thought
is
you were
less than
about to
62
win me
million.
over. I'm like, oh, they're high in academics.
No, and that's where you got to make sure the balance is. Our focus needs to be on academics, and athletics is a very important part of it, but not the whole picture. But I think we can accomplish both.
All right.
Would you be willing to trade property?
Yeah.
To pay for them.
Yep. If we don't need the property. Most of the properties we need or we don't.
Yeah, we need to reassess where our properties are at before I could answer that. All right, so is anyone uncomfortable with taking the steps that we've just outlined?
And that is, we reach out to people and get a feel for what the feeling is in our districts.
And then a rendering from Scott's team and a timeline from John. And I think,
as rough as you want to make it.
Is everybody comfortable with a nominal amount of money going towards that if needed? Okay.
Could we ask for a bid from Lighthouse?
Sure.
What if we added that? Let's ask for a bid from Lighthouse, what they would charge to actually do the formal assessment.
We'll go through whatever purchasing process
Yeah.
we need to get some offers on what it would cost to get feedback.
That's a minimal cost on our behalf, so that we would be ready at any moment to say, okay, we're ready to pull that trigger.
Here's our timeline as established by our bond attorney. Here's how we could get more feedback in a formal way. And this is
Here's
what
what
the
it would look
designs
like.
look like of existing facilities of a similar size. I also want to kind of look into names. What are the other names that are out there? I like the idea of being thoughtful about a name that makes it distinct from maybe some other things that are out there.
AAC, the Jordan Academic Athletic Center.
Mr. Larson,
we
you
go.
look
We
like you
got
had
the
something to
acronym.
add.
I like it.
Well, I would suggest that based on the information that I received from the high schools, it would be a good idea for the board members to reach out and communicate with the high schools about the academic, athletic, and community values of having additional facilities. I would also suggest that there were several schools who had, I don't want to say numerous programs, but who had programs similar to Riverton Wrestling that were prepared to come forth and speak in front of the board. However, because Riverton Wrestling had done it, and because you had voted to move forward with the study, the feasibility study, they kind of decided to, I don't want to say pull back, but they decided to kind of wait and see. And so I would imagine at this point in time, there's a good possibility, knowing that there's at least a willingness to take the next step, that you might start to get more groups interested in voicing their opinions.
Good selling point, FYI, would be not just athletic groups.
Yes. Let's get those band kids in here.
So are we gonna funnel this through a committee, an ad hoc committee or something? Or are we okay, so who's gonna go contact the school? Cause there's three people that cover one school, and are we all gonna go hit them up? And is everybody gonna go call every legislator, or are we gonna have the government take that
And
on?
I was thinking of just asking my city council, people on my city council. I wasn't necessarily thinking of going to legislators.
I could do that too, but Harriman has 3 board members. So do we all 3 go hit them up, or?
That we will ultimately form a committee for this. Do you feel like we're there now?
You talk to Todd, I'll talk to, you talk to Todd, I'll talk to Kornberg. You talk to,
Kornberg's gone, so.
Oh, yeah.
but he'll
You
know.
talk-
Call Kornberg. He has strong
Kornberg
feelings on this.
Should be talked to, I think.
Came and talked to us.
I wouldn't. Okay.
I'll talk to Todd Kornberg.
So for now, can we just work with each other and make sure we're not doubling efforts? And then if we take the next step, I think it's time for a committee. Or do you think it's time now?
Well, I think it's.
I don't think the bullet's sold.
I think it's important that maybe at least on the legislators, that the government relationship committee head that up. They can make assignments and say, hey, you call them outside, but
Good idea.
I just
Let's
don't know
make
if
that
we
an
need
assignment.
3 calls to one legislator, or if we just need to sit down with them and just say, hey, what's your feelings on this? This is what we'd like to do. And I'm really close to some legislators and not as close to others, and you might be closer to somebody. And
Is the board comfortable if we make the assignment to speak to legislators? You can still do your city, but legislators will be assigned to the government relations.
Yeah.
Great.
And then if you want a certain one, then call Suzanne.
Yeah, let us know. Fantastic. Exciting stuff. All right. Let's move on to agenda item I.
Thank you for coming in your presentation.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks for having us.
And your work on this. Thank you.
It's taken a lot of thought and effort. We sure appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks for burning the midnight oil with us. Okay. Agenda item I, let's talk about updates on what is new for the 25-26 school year. Dr. Godfrey.
I can go on for a long time. I will try to be brief, and I will give you more information either by email or in board meeting in the future about these items. So, new things in Jordan School District is a broad topic, but it is exciting to talk about some of the things that we're working on. I'm sure there are things you may think of that I will forget or leave out, so chime in, ask questions, especially if I'm going too fast. But here are a few of the new things going on and some of the ongoing things that will be continuing. We have a STEM innovation lab that's going in at Juniper Elementary, and it's sponsored by the Smith Group, by the Mammoth and Jazz, and it's really exciting. It's an area we've allocated. We're allocating personnel to staff it so that lots of different students can use it as a place to come for a field trip to get hands-on STEM experiences. And what I love about it is that the Smith Group said, hey, we'd like to do something along STEM that will help give unique experiences to elementary students. And then our very capable and creative staff just said, well, what about this? What about that? And it's really exciting. So I believe it's this week that we'll have a press conference where Mammoth and Jazz players are helping set it up. And then I'll be doing a supercast, and we'll do more coverage once everything's in place and students have started to benefit from that. So lots of hands-on learning coming there. We have the Jordan Credit Center that started up in part because legislation requires that we offer this, and the Jordan Credit Center served 1,800 students this summer in earning credit. We don't know how many credits quite yet, but there was definitely a demand for students to show competency or also do work that is really in between brick and mortar classwork and our virtual learning schools. It's beyond that. So brick and mortar classwork is a traditional classroom. Then you have a virtual class where we accomplish virtually the same sorts of things that happen in the brick and mortar classroom: student-teacher interaction, lessons that are recorded or participated in live. But then the way the Jordan Credit Center works is that you're able to work through the material, but it's not part of a course. You're demonstrating your competency through portfolios and online work that you do. And we've taken a minimal legislative requirement and really expanded that. Chris Richards-Kong is heading that up, and it's very, very exciting what's happening because students have lots of options for demonstrating competency and earning credit. So again, 1,800 students, and that's in the first year that we've made that possible. Part of what that does is it means that students don't have to go to SEATS, which is a state program, in order to have their needs met. Their needs are met here, and as a result, we don't send money to SEATS. We take care of it right in-house, and our own teachers can earn that money. Now, some of our own teachers were working for SEATS as well. There are layers of complication to that. I'll send you more information. But the bottom line is, or the headline is, 1,800 students earned credit through the newly established Jordan Credit Center. And it's a huge success to give students that option.
Question, a quick one.
Sure.
How are our counselors being trained to understand this new option?
Directly from Stacy and their staff about this is what this means. These are the options. And counselors are thrilled because they don't have to send students elsewhere.
That was not my experience last fall or last spring when I asked about it. So I'm glad to hear that that training is getting right to those high schools.
That's why we were so surprised that there were 1,800 students, because it's brand new. And it was new in the spring. It's a cliche now, but it was the airplane being built in the air. And so I'm sorry that you did not get that message through your counselor.
Fine.
But it is.
It's fabulous.
But it is. I think going forward we'll be able to recapture even more of that. We were expanding as quickly as we could, as rapidly as we could. We had to add teachers, and we have high quality teachers asking to be part of that. So this was an initial launch, and as part of launching the year, counselors are getting training in that. And so unfortunately you were one of those, but there are a number of families who didn't
I just want
get
that to be
access
a
to that,
priority.
yeah.
Let's
Yep.
make sure we have awesome opportunities. Let's make sure every counselor understands them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even put that on counselors. It's more like this is a new program. It's just, like I said, to have as many people participate as we did when it's brand new is pretty exciting, and it'll only get better from here. We have 350 new teachers, and that's down from what we've had in the past because we have fewer positions open, both because of our enrollment isn't growing, but also we're holding on to more teachers. And I think our launch, which has only been revived for the last 3 years, is the best out there. It's really, I mean, you saw some of the media coverage. It's really thrilling to see educators get such a good start. And it's not just energy, although it is that. We really do provide resources for them. There's free stuff, but there are also breakouts and classes that just help them get a start on some of the essentials that they need to know. Our professional development day, which is funded by the board, of course, as an additional contract day. We will find out more about it, but the teachers that I've seen, I was able to go to 3 different sites today of the 7 or 8 that we offered. One of the speakers was so compelling I just couldn't walk out, but it's a district-wide professional development day for those listening, for all of our educators. And each of the last 3 years, we've had national speakers come in for the morning, and we give what educators gave input on this, and in a small group, and we've provided for that teacher voice, teacher choice, where they can say, this is the topic that interests me, and so I'm going to go for this speaker. And it's gone well. Like I said, we will watch for the feedback to come back, but the anecdotal feedback I've heard has been very positive. And then this afternoon was portrait of a graduate presentations at schools. And Aaron went to one, and the one I went to, I heard positive comments about the chance to interact in small groups, and so that the materials were provided this summer in June to administrators, who then prepared to present that to their faculty and to departments this afternoon. So choose your speaker in the morning, go back to your department or school in the afternoon, and not only talk about Portrait of a Graduate, but also reflect on how the work you're doing connects to that portrait. So more input to come there, but the day went very well in terms of the logistics. Hearing back from the cabinet member that was deployed to each location. And new this year, we offered retirement information and insurance information during that professional development time for our employees, because if we take good care of our employees, they're well positioned to take good care of students. And so we had general 2-hour sessions on each of those topics, and then a 1-hour session afterward, so that educators could get information on those topics without having to sacrifice the opportunity to be in with a keynote. We have the Positive Coaching Alliance that is moving forward. It's in its second or third year, but it actively trains coaches and student leaders on how to have effective athletic programs that provide all of the benefits we hope for beyond athletic achievement, the character and leadership qualities that we want students to learn as student athletes. Sorry, what was that?
Nothing.
Okay. UFly is, as you heard, has been piloted, and we're moving forward with that as a new method that replaces really great reading of providing that literacy instruction, and that's been going really well. Again, not the large lift that some of the other initiatives have been, a shift and sometimes an easier way of accomplishing. We have new athletic regions, and that gets aligned every couple of years, understandably because of the size of schools. We've done, and I will provide information on this.
We lost Corner Canyon, but we picked up Cedar Valley and Westlake.
Yes. Yes.
We are a region of 7 schools. Well, and then West Jordan is in a region.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's 5A.
5A.
We are training, we're providing professional development through the University of Utah for middle school reading teachers. And we started with volunteers, and we are establishing a timeline by which every teacher will receive that training. And the reading classes are really designed to help students who still need that Tier 2 help to be sure that they're ready to be effective readers going forward in high school. And we've had really positive feedback from teachers about that, and it's a big lift. Positive lift for students. Of course, elementary math curriculum that you've approved is moving forward. That's exciting. And district-wide elementary change there. And then for secondary math curriculum, you'll see in my December report we've had really good results from our middle school math initiative. And that is now expanding to all 12 of our middle schools. Beyond the initial 10.
Bridge.
And I
about that.
not mentioning any school particularly, but it's expanding in the number of schools, but it's also expanding in grade levels. And just more opportunity for teachers to be part of that. And like I said, a lot of success in outcomes, but also in satisfaction with what that instruction looks like. Now, does that mean that everything's buttoned up and locked down and we're just moving forward? No, there are always layers of complexity to that, but it's progress and things are moving forward. We have new policy training in place that I'll provide to the board. It's about a 20-minute video about effective discipline in the classroom and what you can and can't do in terms of physical interaction with students. and we actually ended up going with an outside company with that. There are improvements we know we can make going forward, but we purchased a video rather than create a video. So, but that's initially just to reflect the changes in policy, and we'll look at how to enhance that going forward. But I'll provide you a copy of that. Also, we have lots of new administrators, and not an increase in the number of administrators, but just we always have new interns. There's always turnover. We had a number of retirements. And I will send you also the video over the next week or two of new administrators. That's how we introduce new administrators to our existing administrators at our Administrative Leadership Conference, and it's a fun way to get to know each of them. And they're from all over, and they bring some great skills. So we have board book that's new for those listening. The board knows that, but it's a less expensive and new way of providing information to the public about board meetings and to track through archives all of those materials associated with our meetings. We have e-funds for schools that's in place so that you can tap to pay in our schools, and we hope that means that we'll be able to collect more of our fees that way and make it convenient for parents. We also have someone in the Nutrition Services Department who will be helping with collecting overdue payments for lunch. So schools do their part, there are steps they need to go through, and then once they've done their part, they refer that to the person who is in charge of fee waivers and all of those forms, and collecting fees from parents who have not paid those. There can be a wide range of reasons for that. Ultimately, if someone is just refusing to pay, that can be sent to collections. But now the schools don't have the burden of doing that, and as a result, damaging relationships. So we'll send you more information about that, but that's being funded through Nutrition Services initially, just to see where that takes us. But I think that will, in many ways, pay for itself. As voted on by the board, we have an additional custodian at each high school that allows for easier scheduling of athletic events. We still charge for that on a rental, but it also means that there's already someone instead of trying to pull someone in. We've heard for many years that it's an added burden, particularly at the high school, to try to cover all the needs. We have Google for Education Plus, which means that we will have in the coming weeks some really good parent controls in place where parents have a lot of ability to have direct control over access to YouTube and other things on Chromebook. We're really excited about this. This is a direct response to concerns from the board and from parents, and concerns that we've had for a long time. MTSS.
Parents, how to use that? How's that going to be rolled out?
That's why I say that will need to be rolled out, where we just let them know how you can set the hours that the Chromebook is accessible and what can be accessed on the Chromebook. And with YouTube, we can limit even the classroom use of YouTube to those instructional videos, as opposed to giving broader access in order to get access to those instructional videos.
We can shut down YouTube, but they can still see the YouTube in the class.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
I have oversimplified that, but yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Now, some parents will love that.
We've started the MTSS expansion that was approved and funded by the board, so that we have 5 additional behavior specialists, but we are also now providing that MTSS training. It's a 2-year training. 17 of our schools, our elementary schools, will be in the first year of that training. We'll have a second year of training for other schools, and we'll have a third set of schools where the principal is new and there may be some overlap, where the principal is new and they get a boot camp that catches them up on wherever their school is on MTSS. So there will be more hiring to do and more reorganizing to do, but initially we have 5 great new behavior specialists. I've met a couple of them. They're excited, and we're able to, every elementary school is moving forward in some way. And so good things are happening along that way. My smile is broader and broader as we go through this list. Esports has been sanctioned by the board and UHSAA, so we have funding in place there for equipment and coaches. No registration fees this year, although there are still course fees. And
Did we apply for the Ken Garf scholarships or the grant?
oh, for esports? I don't know that, but we'll find out.
That was left to each school. Information was provided to them.
Do you know if any of them did?
I haven't heard back. I'd be surprised to find that any of them did.
Most of them would have, right? Yeah. And then the JLC opens soon. We don't have the certificate of occupancy yet, but that's coming soon. And
Is it days or weeks?
oh, I would say a week or 2 weeks, I guess is the proper answer. But August 15th was the target. We're very close to that. The builders have been phenomenal. The designers and architects have been phenomenal.
Is there like a big room in there? We could hold a study session.
Oh, we could. And the screen is awesome, and it divides into 4 usable spaces where you really can't hear what's happening in the next space. And it's state of the art without being extravagant. It's up to date in ways that make it very useful. And the design is beautiful. And if you haven't driven by, you cannot tell that that it was a Walmart because they've done such a beautiful job on it. And I will say this, first of all, we're going to have ribbon cutting and open house the same way we would for a school, so later in the fall, when more of the punch list is done and things are sharpened up. But thousands of families will directly benefit each year from the 4 programs in that facility. You heard 1,800 students in the inaugural year of the Credit Center. The foundation touches every school. The Child Development Center touches every school. Thousands of families, and certainly our virtual academies, or our virtual academy and our virtual schools touch thousands of families. So thousands of families benefiting, and other programs and buildings that no longer house them now having the space they need for their essential functions as well. I couldn't be happier. I'm thrilled with the board's support for this initiative and can't wait to see it myself. I've seen it at various stages, and to have you there and see just how well it's turned out. So, perfect location. Sometimes we have to compromise on location because that's where we have land or that's where we built many decades ago. But this is just ideal in every way from my perspective.
Right behind the car wash, right?
Car wash, which now has a dog wash
Oh,
attached
wow.
as well. So it is a great location. And once the Bangor Highway construction is done, it's really going to be slick. Yeah. Hey, construction is progress. That's what I say. Construction is progress. That took longer than I anticipated, but I can't help but share some of the details on the exciting things that you have made possible and that our incredible staff has moved forward. So
Those are all nice things. Is there anything that's super challenging you could share with us that is new this year?
something that's super challenging. I'm really not focused on that right now. It's the start of a brand new year.
Color glasses.
Yeah, there are challenges. There are always things we can do better, but we are sure moving in the right direction.
If you think of one, let me know.
Right. Any board reports?
I have some. Okay. And I just stood up.
When you stand up, sorry. I know. 4 hours since our last break.
Okay, so I'll start with Jordan Education Foundation. So Jordan Education Foundation classroom grants are open until December, and licensed full-time educators can receive up to $5,000. Teams can apply for a grant together, to pool their funds, and you can get one grant per year. Also, on the 25th of September, the Twilight Golf occasion is happening. More details will be forthcoming. And then we have our first board meeting of the school year on the 4th of September at the Jordan Learning Center at the new home of the foundation, and I am excited about that. Also for Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation. So the communications, the person, there's been some changes in personnel, and I'm saying it like it's a weird thing. I just didn't know the right words to say for a sec. There have been some changes in personnel, and so we haven't had meetings this summer, but there is a new committee kind of thing that has been formed. We haven't had our first meeting. It's next week, and it is a collaboration with the county and school district board members from the county to collaborate about the My County Rec Pass, like how we can improve, or what can be done with that. Also, this is just FYI, the outdoor pools, this is the last week they're open. So if you haven't gone, you should go. They're open until 8 on Wednesday. Anyway, so, and then for LEAC, I've been thinking of possible dates for the next meeting, and I've been thinking Wednesday worked out well. I don't know when there are district meetings, and so I'm hoping maybe I can get some potential dates for that. And a couple things that I thought would be good discussion items, because they're things that the board can have some impact on, are attendance and or behavior, classroom behavior. And if you have any other thoughts, please email me or call me. And I mean, it's not firm, but if you have other ideas of what we can talk about for LEAC, I'm interested in that. And a couple more comments as a board member. So I've put some stuff on the spreadsheet for agenda items, and I'm hoping that a couple more board members will add their names so that there will be 3 of us that want them on. You can look at them, and if you really don't like them, don't add your name. But if you're okay with them being on a future agenda, please put your name on them. And then another thing that I think is cool is the Heartland Bridge. It's been started. It has been started, which is terrific. So anyway.
Quick update from Facilities Committee. We're meeting in 2 days, Thursday. We have a full agenda. I'll send the proposed agenda to you too. Just a reminder, we are going to be updating the boundary trigger document. And if you would like changes made to that document and your changes considered for incorporation into our next proposal, please get those to me, maybe tomorrow sometime at the latest. That's all I had from Facilities.
I'll report that I went to the regional PTA meeting that they had last week. It was the first one of the year. They're still kind of solidifying when they're going to have their monthly meetings, but the state PTA has restructured, and so a lot more of the responsibilities / leadership has moved to the council level instead of the regional level. So the region meetings will be a lot shorter and condensed, and there's kind of some mixed feelings for Jordan School District PTA region, because we were so close and it was easy to connect as a region to our councils, that they don't see they're concerned it's not going to be as beneficial for us, but this shift is going to be very beneficial for rural PTA, so that they're closer to their leadership at the council level. So they had a few questions for me about the JLC Center and West Jordan High School timeline, and some transportation stuff, and I'm getting back to them on those questions. But that's about it. And then for JPAC, I don't have any ideas as of yet. If anyone has any ideas for JPAC, please give me a call, send me an email. But I was recalling that it was mentioned that November might be a good time to have that JPAC meeting because it gives schools time to have their SEC elections and their new chairs voted in. So that's kind of looking at November. But if you have any other feedback, please let me know.
I have a report. Thanks to the board for letting me go to the ISTE conference. It was phenomenal. I always get great ideas there and really learn what's new and what's hot in education. So ISTE stands for the International Society of Technology and Education, but they've kind of teamed up with ASCD, which is the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development, long names, but I think eventually they'll probably partner and just be the same organization, but I don't know that for sure. But this conference is huge. It must be the biggest educational conference. When we go to like National School Board conferences, we just use a sliver of the conference center. This one was packed, and they also had classes over at the hotel. And so I was having a hard time finding the first class, but I peeked in a room and they had free breakfast and we're handing out free books. So like I jumped in there and sat at a table and ended up having a couple people from Malaysia and someone from Angola sit next to me, educators from those international places, and they've become my good friends. Actually, we've communicated a lot since those classes, but it was on STEM and early childhood learning. And I'm like, okay, this will be interesting. But it turned out to be probably one of the most powerful things I learned in the conference. And this is the reason why. I think I had to take a different mind shift of some of the beliefs I had in the past, and I've always held to them because I learned them in school, and maybe look at things a different way. So these people, it was a 3-hour class. These people wrote their own curriculum. And they've also been able to sell that curriculum to other people, and I think that's the free book I got. And it was powerful to look at that and see about the curriculum, how they developed it, and those kinds of things. They also did, like, we were working with robots, and they brought AI into it, which really made me really super happy. But my takeaway from this is I first of all want to make a deep apology to Brian, because I've always fought against anytime he said, well, can we write this own curriculum? Because I learned in school, like, it has to be done by a professional. Like, if they're not McGraw-Hill, then it doesn't work. But I would like to propose to the board that we take a serious look at some of our curriculum and see what we are able to write. I think even for today, it's $150,000 a year. We have great people. We have the best educators, not only in the country, but maybe even in the world. And I would love to turn some of whatever is capable, some of the curriculum writing to our people. KSL recently reported 1 out of 6 educators have a second job. I'd rather have that second job be with the Jordan School District. And so I'm going to put that on the list, and I think hopefully Brian will sign on, and we'd love to have 1 or 2 of their, at least to do a study. I've talked to some people in our organization that believe we have the abilities and we can do it, especially with summer and those kinds of things. But I'd at least like to take a study with that. So, I ran for the Jordan School Board on the idea of rethink education. That was my motto. I just knew that we were moving in the 21st century, and I knew what worked in the past isn't going to work in the future. And I think every class but one dealt with AI. And it was phenomenal just to see, like, how that, even tonight, I heard it mentioned over and over again in different capacities, how that's changing not only the life of our students, but also the lives of us as educators, even as board members. And with AI, the power name at the conference really was School AI. School AI was mentioned in almost every class, and they had a strong, strong presence there. And tied with School AI was the Jordan School District. so many people were making comments like, we want to be Jordan 2.0. And when they found out I was from the Jordan School District, they were in awe that I was from the Jordan School District. And this was said to some of our employees also, but it was said personally to me by people like, oh, you're from Jordan School District. And that was so cool. That was so cool to know that we not only won an award last year, but everyone recognizes us internationally. I always wanted to be known as the leader in Utah, but I never knew that we would be like the leader internationally. So, and I think Dr. Godfrey and his team ought to be commended. And I'll just tell you, our teaching and learning team is phenomenal in every way. And so they participated in presenting things, and they participated in going to classes. And one of the things was so cool is they gave a presentation last year, and a different district ripped off everything that they taught and taught it. And I've always said, like, when someone steals your ideas, that's the greatest, compliment, because they love it so much. And so that was a fun class actually to go to. They had a lot of different ways to learn. So one of the things they had was these turbo talks that, were happening kind of in the halls a little bit, and you could just walk up and listen. And one of my favorites was the top 10 technology tools to use. And so that was one of the things. I went to a lot of those where you could drop in for part of the class. But one of the phenomenal things was they call it poster talks. You could just kind of like a fair that you do at school. You have a big poster and people come and just walk up and talk. And so what's different about this conference is they invite tons of students, and they're international all over, and they would show what they're doing. And it was just, to me, was phenomenal to learn from these kids. There's some kids, and I think this is something else we didn't need to look at, that were there. And what they do is when a Chromebook breaks down, they're the ones that fix it. They don't hire someone to do it. They do have someone that oversees it, but they have students in the high school that are learning how to fix these Chromebooks, which gives them also a skill they can use after they leave the school, and also saves the district a lot of money. And I would love us to look into something like that. I just want to take a break 1 hour, and I found an empty room and sat in there, and then a whole bunch of kids came in and an author. And so I just sat and listened. And this is a group from Mexico, like 30 kids, and they were reading this author's book and about how AI is affecting education. It was just really interesting to look at. They were talking about industries that use it, like lawyers are now using it and accountants are using it. And it was just fascinating to look at these kids and just the leaders. And another one that kids did is a group called Students for Innovation. They have a website called studentsforinnovation.org. And these students are really kind of leading the way in saying, they're forming clubs in that, and leading the way in saying, hey, can we be in your classroom design? Like, we have all these learning and teaching specialist teachers who create how they're going to present things, but we never really ask students how the best way to learn. And I know my first day lesson with my students this year is, hey, tell me how you want to learn, and have a great discussion with that. But these kids are phenomenal, and I would just thought that they were great. Chatting with different vendors was also really good. I found out I had a great conversation with a virtual reality booth, and found out that we have, I think it's 25 or 30 virtual reality devices at Bingham, and also Oak Grove Hills has about the same many, and they haven't been used in 2 years. And they can track the use. And so my question is, where are they? And if they're not going to use it, can we make sure other people are using it? There's a pocket talker that was really cool. I can change it to talk to somebody in like 100 different languages, and I can just, it's kind of like a phone, but I can just communicate, and that was really good. But so one of the cool things that the Jordan School District is known for is the Big Six. So our Big Six is Canvas, Nearpod, Adobe, Google, Canva, and School AI. And those are our big 6 products or tools that we presented on that. And we personally sat down, I think, with each of those groups and had great conversations with them. And they're working very closely with our teaching learning team. And so just was impressed with those meetings that we had. I took lots of classes with what Microsoft's doing and what Google's doing, and that was cool. And it was also really cool to see some of our schools there. Fort Harriman had a good number of people who had used some of their money. I think Copper Hills had some people, and we had other people. So I know that Nikki once said, like, we ought to rally around a conference. To be quite honest, I think the National School Board Association would be super smart to join in with this group. But if we were going to rally around a conference and it's not the National School Board Conference, I think this is the one that I would recommend. And again, Jordan has a huge presence here, and it just kind of let me know that we have an international presence, and people know who Jordan School District is. And so anyways, really cool event. Thanks for letting me attend. We got out of town right when it started to rain, and that's those big floods that came in there. So the timing was perfect to get out of town in time. But thank you.
Thank you for going and representing. That sounds like a great opportunity.
It was.
Anyone else before I hop into a couple? Okay, USBA has a lot right now. First of all, if you are not following USBA on social media, there's a real effort being made to try to increase the social media presence to be representative of districts across the state of Utah. And so each district is posting great things that are happening. It's a great way for us to connect not only with each other, but to connect our legislators to public education. So if you find opportunity to guide a legislator to those social media accounts, that would be great.
Can I say something about that? Because they always have like a competition at our conference and stuff, and so I always tag it a lot. And I just thought maybe I could win once, but they delete my post, like when I tag it, when I go to the conferences. So if they're going to have a social media presence, then they've got to also support us linking to them. So.
I'm actually on the advocacy committee that is working on building up that presence, and so that's something I'll look into.
I think they got annoyed that I was posting so much, but that's what they were asking.
Yeah.
I mean, especially during the conference. So anyways.
Jordan is featured this month, so make sure you check it out. A couple of things to just put on your calendar early. USBA Day on the Hill is January 30th. That is going to be an all-day event. So if you are able to take the day, it would be a great day to be there. They are also going to do it's not a rally, but they have reserved the rotunda for January 21st for a public education celebration. Their goal is to fill the rotunda with positive support for public education, and they're going to be calling on the Wasatch Front districts to carry a lot of this because it's a difficult time for some of the districts that need to travel. They're looking for performances, displays of student success, things like that. So something to keep in mind as you're out in schools and seeing the great things that are happening. The Master Board Certification Program has been updated. It's going to be called Board Basics. And instead of it being like, oh, I'm a year one board member and I get this certification, they are now like levels. And if you find yourself on the website, you'll see that you are likely doing most of the things already. You know, so it's like you can check something off if you've spoken to a legislator. Like, duh, we're already doing that. Things like that. So it's a good way to show that we are committed to not only the service that we do, but that we're qualified to do it. So the region USBA meetings are coming up. The one in Sandy that we usually go to will be on Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. So if you want to mark your calendar for that, that will be catered. It's usually a nice night. And one of the things that you'll be introduced to is a new guide to effective school boards. It's now called The Guide to Effective School Boards, but that has been fully rewritten and something to look forward to.
What night was that again?
September 17th, 6 o'clock. And I'm sure you'll be getting mailers soon. And then just one more reminder, Leadership Academy is September 25th to 27th. So we have submitted those that were interested in going. The deadline for that is August 26th. So we did have more who wanted to attend than our allotted 3 seats. So we will hopefully get everybody there, but we'll find out probably by the end of the month. All right, that's it for USBA. Phew. And then just a really quick one on Portrait of a Graduate. As you all know, today was the day in the second half of the professional development day where teams came back to their school and were able to talk with their principals. They now have been able to order the materials to display in their school. And I just wanted to say thank you to the board for making the effort to create the video. I received a couple of texts that were very gracious in saying how excited they were. I spoke to a teacher today who talked about how they have been really focusing already on Portrait of a Graduate as they have looked at some of the curriculum that they're going to work through as a team. And so I think it was a successful rollout, and I just wanted to say thank you for making that work. All right. We have come to the end of our agenda, so we stand adjourned. We'll go into closed session. By vote? Have we not?
Bids.
Bids. Oh my glory. You have been here all night long. You guys, 10 o'clock hits and my brain goes to sleep. Okay, sorry, we have not. We're going to now go into our business items. So I'll take a motion to accept the consent agenda items.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items, minutes, and fraud risk assessment.
I second.
I have a motion to accept consent agenda items 1 and 2, and a motion for Ms. Dean, second for Ms. Barrow. I'll get you next time. Any discussion? All in favor? Say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. And I'll take a motion for bids.
I move that we accept the bid for Mountain Ridge High School mascot statue.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Barrow to accept the bid for the Mountain Ridge High School mascot statue. Any discussion?
I had a question on that one. These funds that are being used were collected over the past 3 years, student dance fees primarily, it sounds like, from what I read. And I wasn't clear on how a school can use the funds that they have to run those expenses past the board still, even though they generated those funds. Is that
anything over? Is it
50,000?
I thought it was 80, didn't we?
Regardless of the source of the funding, they still have to run it past. Okay.
This is also something that they wanted to purchase a few years back and held off because it was the year of like our high tax increase, and they just didn't want to, I don't know. But other schools have something very similar.
Yeah, I was curious what other high schools have statues. I know Harriman has a horse, Mustang.
And I'm
Upper Hills
curious.
has one. Does that have a
Mountain Creek
grizzly
Middle
bear
School
or
has a big
something?
moose.
And West Jordan has a jaguar inside. But what does this sentinel look like?
I'm curious.
The
Yeah.
9 foot.
Good night.
Night.
So is it distinctively like male or female, or I'm just
I don't think you can see gender behind the armor.
What kind of armor though? What does it look like? Yes.
Katie's here.
okay? I would like to see
Perfect.
the rendering.
The new principal's here.
Welcome. Thanks for being
Yes.
here. 10:30.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
You guys' late night party.
Take some chocolate.
Okay. It does look distinctly male.
You can pass that around there.
And it's 9 foot, right?
Yeah, 9 foot.
Not including the pedestal.
Not
Right.
including the pedestal, which they've looked into. And we do have the funds for that as well.
Are you concerned that it seems gender specific?
It has a skirt,
I'm not
right?
necessarily concerned, but I don't absolutely love that.
That it's a male.
That it's I don't love gender specific mascots, but
I don't know that you can tell the gender of that mascot.
It's fairly male. It's pretty much male.
Pass that picture back over, because I must have missed that.
Looks just like me. What are you talking about?
Looks like
Muscles. It has the muscles of Bryce.
that
but-
doesn't mean that I'm not going to approve the
helmet
bid.
has-
It just means that I don't love specifically gendered mascots for our schools.
I think the Mustang is that.
I was just about to
I know,
ask
I
if
feel
any of
like
our
the
animals
grizzly bear's kind
are
of
gender
roaring, too.
specific.
I haven't ever looked, but
This is what happens after 10 o'clock.
No, this is a concern of mine. Like, there are some mascots that I'm glad none of our schools are bulls. You know what I mean? Because that is.
Bull was one of our options. We were going to be the Bullettes, remember? Like, it was an option for this school.
And I'm glad that
No,
that
we
wasn't
that's
chosen.
how Sentinel got picked, is every single mascot we picked had a problem. But
is anyone else concerned about the statue being a male?
And the thing is, I just think about if there's an underlying message to that. And like I said, it's not like I won't approve the bid. I just hope that everybody can feel welcome and like they are a part of the school. And I don't think that this will necessarily prohibit or make that more difficult. I just like a more inclusive mascot.
if you have more money in that fund, you can do a male and a female. Put them next
Just
to each other.
not so tall, maybe. Just joking.
I think that
Take them down to 8 feet and
it feels historically accurate to me. I don't know how many sentinels were female.
Well, I looked up Sentinel art, and there are some, but then also there happens to be like some superheroes that are Sentinel, whatever, or in anyway, comic book action figure type things. But in the art, there are female Sentinels also.
Not hearing other concerns. So with that, I'll take a motion.
I already.
Oh,
Oh,
already
we
did
already
motion.
motioned. This is discussion, you guys. All right. All in favor of approving the bid for the Mountain Ridge High School mascot statue, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? We have Suzanne back. All right. That motion passes. All right. Take another motion. Thank you for being here.
I move that we approve the bid for facility services emergency power to IT closet at multiple locations, bid package number 1.
I'll second since Brian left.
Okay. And we're going to circle back to B2.
yeah, that's what I was wondering how we missed that one.
Wait,
It's
Oh.
okay if we take them out of order. But
no, it's the documents got reversed. Yeah. So the documents for B2 are on B3, and the documents for B3 are on B2.
The printed agenda differs from what's on board docs.
Oh, and I'm on board book.
I'm on board book.
Where it looks, yeah. Okay, so we have a motion by, will you remind me?
Lisa.
Lisa. And
My name
a
is
second by
Lisa.
Miss Barrow. No, I didn't remember which of you motioned and which of you seconded. I, for once, remembered your names. That we approve the facility services emergency power to IT closet at multiple locations bid package number 1. Any discussion?
I believe there was something in one of the letters about how we've never worked with them before, but they seem legit, something. I was just curious if when you get bids, do companies have to provide so many credentials and things?
They do. They have to be able to perform the work, and we do pre-authorization. Mr. Prusi can probably speak to that. All of our contractors have to be pre-authorized and be able to perform the scope of the work. That's a great question.
I figured you guys, do your background checks.
Doesn't
but
mean
I
they're always
just wanted to
perfect.
check. Right. Another question. Sorry. Let me find that. Okay, so also I think it was on the summary of award. Down at the bottom it says this is the first of 3 bids. And what does that mean? This is the first of 3 bids. Does that mean this is only covering a certain number of schools, or we're going to have to go out again for more bids?
It is. Did you get the second page that lists the schools that will be in this first bid or in the first phase? Did you see? So basically,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the board appropriated money for this, and we just can't do it all at once. So it'll be over 3 different phases. But yeah, so there will be so many schools in each phase for that.
Okay.
Just a little background on this. Kurt Prusi, Director of Purchasing. We actually already bid out all 3 bid packages earlier. We ran into some difficulty of finding qualified contractors that were responsive and responsible. So we already bid this out once for all 3, and just the climate of construction and how busy electrical contractors are, very difficult. So we couldn't find any qualified ones the first go round. So then we rebid for this. We decided, facility services decided to do just 1 bid package. And we did have 3 respondents. 2 were responsive and the other one was not. And so we found one that, yes, we haven't done work with them directly, but they've been a subcontractor on other projects that have been on there. So we didn't pre-qualify any because that makes it even more difficult to find. We ran into this a few years ago where we pre-qualified electrical contractors and they were limited, and so they were able to really inflate the costs. So we don't do that anymore. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the information system, the emergency power to IT closet at multiple locations bid package number 1, say aye.
Aye.
And
Aye.
any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I move that we accept the bid for Information Systems Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses. Can I?
Second?
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion to approve Information Systems Google Workspace for Education Plus licenses by Ms. Barrow, second by Dr. Robinson, almost said Godfrey. All right, any discussion to that motion?
I was just curious if we know what happened on the other end, why they bid so low, and then why they said, oh, actually, we can't honor that price. Do we know what happened, or?
Yeah, that's unfortunate, what happened there. There was a little miscommunication. In talking with InfoSystems, they are a little bit upset with Google not catching this as well, their representative, because I think the price was even lower than what they were selling it to everybody else. So we do our best in purchasing to bid these things out with the specifications, and there's only so much we can do. We're like, well, is this too cheap? And we asked. I think InfoSystems asked my buyer. She asked 2 different times to verify, and then we signed the contract. And then something happened internally, and they're like, "Hey, this is too good to be true." And we said, "Well, we're not going to negotiate with you. You either accept or honor your bid or not." And so they gave that up. So we had to go out for. Well, we didn't go out for bid. We decided to go with second place. And this is a ratification. There was a time-sensitive crunch, and so they needed to move forward. And so this is kind of can you ratify this? You already approved this once last month, but the price is a little bit more, and it is in line with accurate pricing. Google has verified that this company is reliable, and so it was just an unfortunate situation. And we actually looked at that internally in construction, we require bid bonds. So if they don't go to contract, we can actually go to 5% of what the bid was. So we're looking at maybe doing that in the future to maybe recoup some lost time and revenue, and it will really get the more serious bidders in there. So we've talked about that.
Hey, all in favor of approving the motion, say aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Right, I'll now accept a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and/or security.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we go into closed session, and we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Denford.
Yes.
Ms. Barrow.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
And Ms. Dean.
Yes.
I'm also a yes, so we are unanimous, and we've reached the end of our agenda, so we stand adjourned. Good night to those who made it, and sorry to those that are staying.